The House Committee on Elections will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Shaheen.
Here.
Vice Chair Busey. Representative Isaac. Representative Morales-Shaw. Representative Plesa. Representative Raymond.
Here.
Representative Swanson.
Here.
Representative Toth.
Here.
Representative Terry Wilson.
Here.
A quorum is present. As a reminder, anyone present wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact committee staff. Due to the number of witnesses who have registered and to accommodate all who wish to testify, there will be a time limit of 2 minutes per witness during public testimony. And we'll be closing registration for all bills in 1 hour. So let me repeat that. We're going to close registration for all bills in 1 hour. So if you have not registered to testify, please do in the near future. Members, please remember to check out the publicly available comments. These comments are left by the public on each agenda item in our hearings. Comments are open until the end of our hearing and are posted upon adjournment. Let the record show Ms. Plesa is present. Chair lays out House Bill 5362 and recognizes Representative Diallo to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, almost good evening. Always love being in this committee, special place for me. Want to talk to you about House Bill 5362, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Under current Texas Election Code, a voter may challenge another voter's registration by submitting a sworn statement with the voter register. The law requires that the challenger statement be based on personal knowledge. However, some counties interpret personal knowledge very narrowly, leading to legitimate challenges being dismissed. This has caused frustration and raised concerns about inconsistencies in election integrity and voter roll accuracy across counties. HB 5362 expands the acceptable basis for voter registration challenges. It allows challenges to be based not only on the personal knowledge of the challenger, but also on, and I quote, a fact not subject to reasonable dispute because the fact is generally known or can be determined from a reliable source, end quote. Examples of reliable sources include the National Change of Address database, death records, other official government records. This bill provides counties with clear statutory guidance to consider objective, verifiable data in registration challenges, promotes more accurate and up-to-date voter rolls without requiring burdensome personal testimony, and it balances voter rights with reasonable standards for maintaining election integrity. I reserve my right to close, but am able to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? You have a question? Ms. Swanson?
Yes, I want to thank you for bringing this bill because it has been a huge problem, and the narrow interpretation of some county clerks or voter registrars has just been ridiculous. And so I just really appreciate you bringing it and hope we can get this all the way across the finish line.
Well, thank you again. It's, personal knowledge, and I've been practicing law for 33 years. It's something that's integral in my practice. But we always allow the things that are objective and unobjectionable, things like these things, to be included without personal knowledge. It only makes sense to include it here.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. We'll proceed to public testimony. Chair calls Lucy Traynor, representing herself. Let the record reflect Representative Isaac is present. Is Lucy Traynor here? Chair recognizes Ed Johnson with Harris County Ballot Security and itself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Ed Johnson. You're representing Harris County Ballot Security and yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, and you may proceed.
Well, this, as Representative Swanson said, this is a problem in Harris County, and actually I'm on ballot security conversations across the state, and it seems to be a problem growing in all the large counties. Harris County ballot security and Republican Party went out and matched the NCOA list a couple of years ago, found about 100,000 people in Harris County, which is not a large number for Harris County, that had moved, and actually went and personally verified each one of those before submitting it to the voter registrar. When the voter registrar received it, the county attorney said that the party did not have personal knowledge to challenge these people and refused to accept them. I've heard this happen in Dallas County too, and others. So a good definition of what is personal knowledge, because this is a huge shift from the way things used to be done under this definition. And I think this bill will really help to clarify that.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Ms. Swanson?
Yes, now, I just wanted you to clarify, my understanding is when they were verifying whether these people had actually moved, they actually went and knocked on the doors.
Correct.
And the people would come to the door and say, we've never heard of that person, or we know they moved 2 years ago. And yet that, between the list of people who'd moved and that verification, they still refused to accept that in Harris County.
That is correct. There was a team of grassroots people that went out and personally knocked and visited these addresses and verified them. And yes, and then the county still refused to accept them.
Now, do you feel like, and I want to hear later from the Secretary of State's office, do you feel like we have, this bill will cover every example that you've run into so far?
That's a good question for an expert attorney.
Looking forward to hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any, Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
So I'm curious, and so you could answer, or Representative Swanson. So when they would go knock on the doors and somebody would answer and say, I've never heard of Valerie Swanson, right? Then how would they take that to, when they would take it back to the county?
They had printed out affidavit sheets.
Okay, so it was like a sworn statement or something?
Yes, if they could get the the residents and things. A lot of times, they wouldn't sign it, but they would just personally mark it saying this person no longer lives here. So
Okay.
they ran it against the National Change of Address list.
Yeah.
They had them as moved. They went to the homes and verified this. When the people that came to the door said no, they don't live here anymore, they would ask them to sign an affidavit. They didn't get all those a lot of times, but they would mark down that the person living there said they no longer, that voter no longer resided there.
So I'll probably ask the author of the bill, Mr. Diala, when he comes back, how we should handle that part, because politics can be tough, right? At least where I grew up. Mm-hmm. And so, how do we handle that, someone didn't sign, or you don't have some proof? Because I could say, well, we went to these 250 homes and I talked to them and they said they didn't know who Valerie Swanson was, and, but they didn't want to sign anything.
Well, actually, this bill is actually, under the National Voter Registration Act of maintaining a good voter roll. Mm-hmm. And when you challenge somebody due to residency, you're not removing them from the voter roll. You send them a confirmation notice. Mm-hmm. If they don't reply to that confirmation notice, then within 30 days, then they are placed on suspense. And they will stay on suspense for 4 years before any action's taken on that record.
Oh, so the list that you were working off of, because I want to make sure I understand, it would have been this, where it's 4 years that you haven't done anything, is it?
Yeah, if they have not updated, if they didn't reply to the confirmation notice or update their voter registration address or come in and vote within those 4 years, then action would be taken on the record. But this challenge on residency does not automatically remove you from the voter roll. So it's just questioning, does that person still live here? and in 4 years, if you get no
Well,
reply.
so I want to see how, real quick, how it plays out. Let's say this bill passes, becomes law. You go knock on the door and they say, Valerie, we don't know who that is, right?
Right.
Then, and this is law, so now what do you do? What happens?
So then that affidavit would be submitted to the voter registrar of the
What
county.
happens if they don't want to sign an affidavit? That's
Well,
what-
so I believe under this law, that person, that volunteer or whoever has personal knowledge that they do not live there anymore. They obtained it from a government list from the post office and actually verified it.
No,
They're
but the where I'm going here, and it's important.
Okay.
Not because I trust you. I've come to where I trust you now. Okay.
That's maybe.
But there are the people that out there that might. I want to make sure we don't give them an opening to do something like, okay, so you have personal knowledge, but what if you're not telling the truth, and you can't prove it because they wouldn't sign anything saying, hey, this person doesn't live here. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
you see where I'm going with it?
So the first part of this is actually in this bill. You're getting they started with a list from a government agency, the
Right.
U.S. Post Office.
Right.
So that was the basis for doing this extra step. A lot of times that extra step is never even done. Just taking the list from the post office saying where people have told the post office that they have moved is enough to send, used to be enough in these large counties to send a confirmation notice to those people to verify the post office's information. And then if it's not true, they reply with the confirmation notice and they're fine. They have 4 years to reply.
Yeah, but maybe I'm not asking the question clearly enough, or I'm not communicating well enough. I'm asking you, what do you do if somebody makes it up? They made up that they went and knocked on that door, and they made up that they saw the person who lived there now, and they made up that person said,
Part of this challenge process is you're providing information from that government agency of the National Change of Address List.
I
So
know
that'd be hard for them to make that.
Well, but that's something you can do already, right? You said you can.
Well, it used to be, until recently, that's how the election law was interpreted. And you would take in the National Change of Address List, and they would run and mail people confirmation notices. Some large counties determined that personal knowledge didn't pertain to that list. So this bill is clarifying that so that can be put back into place. It used to be how it was done all the time. I worked for 10 years in voter registration, and we would take and run the voter roll against the National Change of Address List. If someone popped up that they had moved, we'd mail them a confirmation notice.
Yeah.
Can I step in right here? I think there's maybe a little bit of misunderstanding of what happens before and after. This bill does not change what happens once there's a challenge. At the point that used to be they would just look at the National Change of Address List, or somebody in this case would come in now under the bill and they would say, hey, we knocked on that door and they said they wouldn't. So it's just defining what is personal knowledge. But after that, all it does is kick in that they send a notice. If you send back a notice, it really is my house, so I send back the notice and say, yep, I still live here, somebody lied or made a mistake, then the whole matter is dropped. So then if they still don't hear from me, then they put me on that, what they call suspense, but it's really like a suspension thing. So my name would still show up every time for 4 years on the rolls when I would go to vote. And so I'd have 4 years to show up to vote, and the person who would check me in would say, hey, you're on this suspense list, and we need like some ID to show you really are who you are. I would show it. That would get me off that list. So there's so many ways to keep from losing your right to vote that it just is not going to happen. And so the problem has just been that suddenly some different people, such as the county attorney in our infamous Harris County, decided to say that you had to personally know this person. Never mind that you got their name from the National Change of Address List, and You also knocked on the door and talked to people who said, no, they don't live here. But that process of what they do after that, which is quite extensive, does not change with this bill. There's a lot of protection left before you're knocked off the list.
And I want to move on because we have a lot to do, but I was just getting, since the point was made about you've gone and knocked on the door, or that you do it now, and that you ask that person lives there and we've never heard of them. And I guess what I was hearing was that this bill was now going to change the fact that you could now take that personal knowledge that you knocked on the door, that somebody answered the door, that person said they'd never heard of the person that you see on that list, and that you now take that personal knowledge back, and that becomes a factor. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so if you were lying in that process,
Yes.
you have to submit a sworn statement to the voter registrar that what you're telling is the truth. So you're committing perjury and I think a misdemeanor.
Well, there you
by,
go. So
by lying.
you now touched something you hadn't said before. You have to then sign a sworn statement. If the person answering the door didn't want to say anything or didn't want to sign anything, but you're telling me something new here. You have to sign a sworn statement saying, I swear to you that I knocked on that door and that they answered and they
Correct.
don't know who that. So you hadn't said that, Ed.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Bryce Lake Stanfield, representing himself. Bryce. Chair calls Dr. Susanna Carranza, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Dr. Susanna Carranza. You're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
And I'm going to have to disappoint Mr. Ayala because I'm definitely testifying against this bill. So, first of all, the personal knowledge is already part of the existing law. What this law changes is that adds to the ability to challenge a fact not subject to reasonable dispute because the fact is generally known or can be determined from a reliable source. I don't know, but there's nothing that is actually defined legally here, like who claims that this fact is not subject to reasonable dispute, like a person, a party. So it says a third party, but it's like, how do you swear that this fact is not subject to reasonable dispute? This is a lot of words that really don't have any legal meaning. It's just like reasonable, generally known. Those are kind of considered like weasel words that you wed to sound official, but really are not. I think this bill, even like the law as already it was kind of, encourages harassing people. But when you kind of claim that just the existence of I forgot what's called, when you change address, the National Registry of Address Change, if you as a person, you're going to just show up to the county office with the entire list, or you're going to go knocking on every door and harass people, because if you're showing up as a volunteer, not an official, and knocking on doors to challenge if a person lives there, that is scary, honestly. Like, instead of, trying to inform people, you're just going there to harass. It's really painful to see all these bills trying to question voters and challenge voters and harass voters. I urge you all to oppose this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kathy Hagler. You're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
That's correct, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. So there is a report on the SOS website where by month and by year, then by county, you can find the cancellation trends for your county. You have to go into each month and then find your county and pull out those numbers to put into a spreadsheet so that you can accumulate those to figure out what's going on in your county. I did a survey of 31 months in my county, and 765 deceased voters were canceled, so I thought that was pretty good. But then I checked the voter roll and I started looking at the local newspaper and I found out there's just a whole lot of people who died in our county and we have obituaries and they're still, even though they're removing deceased voters, they're not removing all of the deceased voters. So I have delivered many notarized voter registration challenge forms to our EA's office for people who were in the obituary. I might add that SOS does not provide a challenge form. You have to figure out how to do something legal that's within the law, and it does have to be notarized. So there's a lot of people in a lot of counties who are trying to help clear their voter roll, just like I was doing. And they send copies of the obituaries to the voter registrar, and they won't accept it because it's not personal knowledge. So I'm hoping that what HB 5362 does is to stop that, because an obituary is a reliable source. And as mentioned before, I wanted to point out a sworn challenge statement does not remove a voter from the voter roll. It just obligates a voter to investigate by sending SOS Form 2134, which I have a copy of. It's called Notice of Challenge of Application. So that's a form that the voter registrar would send to the voter. The voter has the opportunity to correct it and give him the correct information. It's a great bill, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Actually, let the record show that Ms. Morales-Shaw is present, and Ms. Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Chairman. That form, I'm sorry, it went through really quick. What was it again?
It is SOS Form, I'll say it again, 21-34, and it's called Notice of Challenge Application. Do you want me just to give you the 6 options that are on it? You've
No,
been
I just
challenged?
wanted to, if you could just say again what you're hoping that resolves.
Okay, so anytime that the voter registrar receives a challenge, this is the form that the voter registrar would send to the voter. And it tells them there's a challenge to your registration based on one of these 6 things, and you need to contact my office, and we're going to have to get together. You're going to have to prove that this is either true or false.
When does that happen in regards to voting?
Not with voting. So what would happen is in the
Okay.
example they were using before, I went and knocked on a door, and they said they didn't live there. So I would complete an affidavit, and I would turn that into the voter registrar, who would just, whenever I sent it, within however many days, they would send this form to the voter and start working on that process.
I see.
Which would then, if they didn't respond, would put them in suspense for 2 general elections.
Got it. Thank you, Kathy.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mary Ibarra with the ACLU of Texas. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Mary Ibarra. You're with the ACLU of Texas, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Hi, members. My name is Mary Barra. I'm a voting rights strategist with the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying to ask you to oppose HB 5362. This bill is a short one. It changes the voter registration challenge requirement from a personal knowledge requirement or a reliable source. So it adds that line in. Our biggest contention with this is that the term reliable source is very vague and not clear what a reliable source actually is. Our concern is that this language would enable mass voter challenges to voter registrations that are unfounded. Mass voter challenges based on incomplete declarations are exactly what the state legislature aimed to avoid when it amended the statute in 2003 to add the personal knowledge requirement. Without personal knowledge of a voter situation, mass voter challenges are likely to misinterpret voter records and incorrectly challenge many registrations because they rely on publicly available data about the type of location where someone is registered. For example, in a legal opinion in 2018, the Secretary of State's office had previously observed that a voter's residency can be fact-specific and fluid, which is why the office declined to determine whether a voter could or could not reside at a particular location, and it is not the position that a voter could never, for example, reside at a church. This is up on the SOS's website. Additionally, many mass registration challenges are based on data from USPS change of addresses forms, but these forms are designed for mail forwarding purposes, not for verifying residency for voter registration. Voters may have various reasons for changing their address that do not match their registration residency status. For instance, a person may file a change of address form to have their mail sent to a summer home while on vacation, yet still be legally domiciled at their primary residence. A college student may change their address to have mail forwarded to their dorm during the school year, but still consider their parents' home and their permanent residence.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. So, if you wouldn't mind, because I'm sure you've given it thought, what would you do if you were in charge of cleaning up these rolls? Like, how would you do it?
Well, the county's registrars are the ones that, and this SOS
Right, so like
do
if you were
regularly
running it,
clean up.
you were the one running it, like, how would you do it?
I think the system we have in place
Huh?
is adequate. I think the systems we have in place are adequate.
So you don't think there are any improvements needed at all?
I would have to see, a proposal in front of me, or the different things that we'd be looking at. But I couldn't give you a clear answer in that today.
No, that's fine. I thought that you'd, okay.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Taylor Trevino with the Texas Civil Rights Project. Is Taylor here? Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Taylor Trevino. You're with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
well, welcome. You may proceed.
All right, good evening. My name is Taylor Trevino. I'm the Voting Rights Senior Advocacy Manager at Texas Civil Rights Project, here opposing HB 5362. This bill adds in an unworkable, vague standard into the voter registration challenge process by allowing a person to submit an affidavit based on a claim that a fact not subject to reasonable dispute because the fact is generally known or can be determined from a reliable source indicates an aspect of a voter's eligibility is in question. Adding this provision into the code would allow anyone to challenge a Texan's voter registration based on facts they think are generally known or based on a source they consider reliable and not based on anything they actually know to be true. This standard is ambiguous, subjective, and ripe for abuse. The bill analysis suggests that national change of address data maintained by USPS would satisfy the standard, but such information suffers from the same deficiency. That HB 5362 permits the submitter of such data to simply swear to its reliability without any actual proof. For example, in 2021, an individual in Georgia challenged more than 4,000 voters' registrations in Muskogee County, Georgia, based on what he claimed was NCOA data. This included a 69-year-old veteran who had lived in Georgia for the past 50 years, but who submitted a change of address to have his mail forwarded to a California address temporarily for work purposes, as well as a student who had submitted a change of address so as not to miss mail deliveries while finishing a 2-year master's degree in Alabama, but who had always intended to return to Georgia. The county sustained most of the challenges until a federal district court found that such actions likely violated both federal law and the U.S. Constitution, in part because the individual providing the NCOA data had supplied no evidence that it was either authentic or recent. As this case demonstrates, allowing third parties to challenge voter registrations based on their subjective belief that NCOA data is accurate will open the floodgates to disenfranchisement in Texas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Chairman?
Mr. Raymond?
Everything else aside, Chairman, I just want to thank this witness for wearing my campaign colors on my signs. Are this color, and I know Ms. Isaacs are as well. So it's
You're very welcome.
Members, any other campaign comments? Thank you, ma'am, for being
Thank
here.
you.
Chair calls Sophia Mioto, representing yourself. Is Sophia here? No. Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Janice Rankin. You're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, well, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I have been around the Capitol for a while. What I wanted to bring to your attention today is that there's no apparent authority charging somebody with the responsibility of taking a list, not asked by the county to go out and scour the county to see if people might be stricken from the list, might not be qualified from this. No apparent authority for these people to take this responsibility on themselves to do that. The resident is not under any duty to answer the door. They're not under any duty to answer the questions that might be asked of them. This is suggesting that there's a duty that you have to report to somebody you don't know a personal fact about yourself, when in fact the county has processes in place to verify its roles, to send out certificates. If they're returned, then they know that that person is no longer at the address for the voter registration. And so it usurps the authority of the county to manage the voter registration rolls. There was a time when people like this would be called a snoop. This, I'm sorry to say, I know that some people really want this to happen. They want to be able to look in on people that they don't know and be sure they're acting right and always doing everything they should do. But this is a gotcha. Challenging a registration that may be actually valid. And there's no penalty for wrongfully challenging this person's registration, possibly knocking them out of voting, possibly having them to hire an attorney to defend themselves. There are all kinds of things about this bill that smack of just overreach. And I would urge you not to advance this bill past the committee.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for your testimony.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Chair calls Emily French with Common Cause, Texas. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Emily French. You're representing Common Cause, Texas, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, and you may proceed.
Thank you. I'm here to testify against this bill today because I believe the personal knowledge requirement in existing law shields Texas voters and Texas counties from stacks of improper registration challenges from keyboard warriors who have never met the people they're challenging or been to the buildings where those people live. I believe in Harris County there were about 4,000 challenges dropped in one day, and 2/3 of those were duplicates or non-existent. HB 5362 invents a new standard, a fact not subject to reasonable dispute because the fact is generally known or can be determined from a reliable source. I couldn't find this phrase in existing Texas law. When I Googled it, all the results were related to this bill. I think such a broad standard with no precedent for this interpretation from courts would cause chaos in voter registration offices across Texas. If somebody comes to my door at dinner time and obviously I'm going to go, are you with the state? Are you with the county? I want to do the right thing. I'm a lawyer. I'm nice. And they say, no, I'm not with the state. I'm not with the county. And then they ask me, are you Emily French? I'm going to assume I'm getting served with a lawsuit, which I'm not dying to do. But I have no obligation to tell them any accurate information about me. I could say, no, I'm not Emily French. And that might give them a fact not subject to reasonable dispute because I said it and I'm the person in the home, right? I would consider myself a reliable source on whether I'm Emily French. This is satisfying the standard but gives an inaccurate representation. I agree with the previous witness that, I don't know that we want to incentivize this kind of behavior. I think a lot of Texans have one thing in common, that we don't love people coming to interrupt us at our homes, at our doors, over the phone, things like that. And I wouldn't have to sign a sworn statement. The person experiencing that would sign a sworn statement. I don't think we should expand the standards for voter registration challenges at all. If we do, I believe the author should seek out a more reliable standard that has been tested by the courts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on or against House Bill 5362? If not, the chair recognizes. Did you want to testify, ma'am?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I'm already registered. I just wasn't here when you called. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I show you registered as Lucy Trainer, and you're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lucy Trainer and serve as the SREC Committeewoman for SD 25. I'm here to offer full support for 5362. This bill takes a common sense approach towards strengthening the integrity of our elections by allowing election officials to consider commonly known facts when evaluating the eligibility of individuals on the Texas voting rolls. This is not only logical, it's necessary. It empowers local officials with the discretion and tools they need to responsibly maintain our voter registration lists, as it's already required under the National Voter Registration Act. By acknowledging and acting on publicly verifiable information, such as an admission of non-citizenship or confirmed relocation out of state, this bill ensures that our voter rolls reflect reality. It doesn't target any group unfairly. It simply allows our state to do what is expected under federal law. Keep our voter registration lists accurate and up to date. Furthermore, HB 5362 aligns with President Trump's executive orders on election integrity, which calls on states to take affirmative steps to ensure eligible citizens are registered to vote. It will help Texas lead by example in fulfilling that mandate, especially when it comes to identifying and removing non-citizens from our voter rolls, a critical measure for protecting the sanctity of the ballot box.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so
Chairman.
much for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5362? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Diallo to close on the bill. What?
I'm able to answer any questions for the resource witness. No.
Chair calls Chuck Penny with the Secretary of State's office. Hold on one sec, Mr. Penny. So, sir, I show you registered as Chuck Penny. You're with the Secretary of State's office, and you are neutral on the bill.
That's correct.
Ms. Swanson? Or?
Well, we both had questions. Okay, I
Well,
think she
why
wants
not-
me to go first.
Who wants to go first? Ms. Swanson?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. One of them is, I want you to just clarify again, I think some witnesses have brought in some confusion that nothing in this that we're talking about affects the current law that says just once there's any doubt that you live there, they still have to send you a letter. You sign it, send it back, end of the investigation. If you don't do that, then you get put on suspense, and you have 4 years to show up at any election and vote, and want to make sure that you get to vote a full ballot. It's not a provisional ballot or anything like that. You just show your ID, say you still live there, and you still get to vote a full ballot. Am I repeating that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. If the registrar has reason to believe that a voter doesn't live at their current address, or there's a residency challenge, the registrar will send the voter a confirmation notice asking if the voter lives where they say they live. If the voter does not respond, then the voter will be placed on the suspense list, which means the next time they come to vote, they have to confirm their address. If they don't confirm their address within 2 federal election cycles, so
4
4-year
years.
period, then the voter's registration would be canceled after that point. But as long as they confirm their address within that time frame, their registration would remain in effect.
Okay, thank you. And this bill does not affect that process at all, correct?
That's correct. That process is created under federal law, so this bill doesn't change that process.
Right. All we're doing is clarifying what is personal knowledge. So my next question would be, looking at the bill here, do you feel like what's in the bill is good enough? Is that going to solve all our problems? Or I don't want to do this again next session. If we need to add a little more wording, I want to get it fixed this time.
So I think if the goal is to allow challenges to be based on other data sources and not just personal knowledge alone, but reliable data sources from government agencies or other sources, I think this bill does that.
Okay, so when it says a reliable source, would you interpret that to be someone coming in, showing their ID, and they've signed an affidavit that they knocked on so-and-so's door? Or would you additionally say that they had to have found that name on the National Change of Address list? Did they have to do one or both of those things? You know, what if I just, you know, when I'm out there block walking, just in my own campaigns, I knock on houses and they're like, no, those people haven't lived here in 3 years. We're the Smiths, we're not the Joneses. If I've just not taken the time to turn that in, but if I turn that in and I sign something, some form that says that, you know, they tell me they don't live there, is that enough? Am I a reliable source? I'm just a little worried that maybe we still haven't hammered it out quite well enough.
So I think if a challenge is based both on a person's experience and observations during the process, that's kind of the standard for personal knowledge right now, along with a reliable third-party data source, I think that would be enough to support a challenge.
Okay, but that didn't fix my problem. I knock on doors and I don't have a national change of address thing. It's just, you know, this is who it says to go see. And so I knock on the door and, you know, sometimes they're like 3 different, you can tell it's like 3 different families and you're like, or 5, and you're like, gee, wonder how many still live here, especially if it's an apartment. And so they'll tell me like, these 3 live here and none of those do. You're telling me that that wouldn't be good enough.
Just to be clear, I think in a situation where the challenger has personally observed that they've determined from their own experience and knowledge that a person doesn't live at an address, I think under the existing personal knowledge standard, that's enough to support a challenge.
You're saying under the existing one, but we're trying to fix the problem that the Harris County attorney and others say, oh no, you must know that person. Well, when I knock on the door, I don't know that Mrs. Smith is not lying and that she's might really be Mrs. Jones. Like, I'm just not 100% sure that we fix this enough that the Harris County attorney is going to go, yep, we're going to follow the law here and do it right.
So I can speak to our interpretation of the law. I can't necessarily speak to what another county's attorney would interpret, but I can say under the existing personal knowledge standard.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit more? I want to make sure everybody hears you.
Yeah, so I would say under the existing personal knowledge standard, if you've gone to a house and determined that a person doesn't live at an address and you're willing to state that in a sworn challenge, I think that's enough to satisfy the standard for a voter registration challenge. If you can further support that with third-party data from a reliable source or other data from a reliable source, then I think that's enough to support a challenge. Based on
So how do we fix it? Because you're telling me the wording's already good enough, but it's not already good enough because the Harris County the county attorney is going, no, you don't have to do that. Like, how do we make them do it because they're interpreting the law the way they want to?
I think if you wanted to set more specific standards in terms of this type of information satisfies the personal knowledge requirement, I think you could state that. We'd be happy to work with you or the bill author on some specific language if you'd like to go that direction.
I think it's necessary, sorry about that, but I don't want you bringing the bill again next time and you're going like, Valerie, why didn't you tell me that wasn't good enough? So, I'm sorry, you would say Representative Swanson, I'm sure. So, I think we need that because I think we're not fixing it. If you're telling me it's already okay and yet they're going, no, you don't have to do it, then we're not fixing it.
We'd be happy to work with your office or Representative De Ayala's office.
If you could, yeah, I mean, you're welcome to pull me in, but I think working with the author is the important part.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, did you have any
Yes, thank
questions?
you, Chairman. Thank you.
And I just want to tell the public, there's about 15 minutes left to register, so for any bill. So again, you have 15 minutes left. If you want to testify for any of the bills on the agenda, you have 15 minutes left to register. Ms. Morales-Shaw?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Penny, for being here. I think Representative Swanson touched on some of this, but I'm not quite clear yet. For the reliable source, first, does the SOS have other instances where they use this, a kind of reliable source, some reporting mechanism by the public that they use to take action against voters or for voters? Or is this a new concept?
Chapter 16 of the Election Code envisions a number of different situations where our office receives data from various government agencies. We provide that information to the counties, and they use that to make determinations of voter eligibility in different situations.
Is that what you all deem reliable sources?
I think that's
that
at least one
context?
example of a reliable source.
Government agencies,
I think that's one example, yes.
okay? This is different than government sources because these are just could be anybody off, right? That's a difference?
Yeah, the process this bill is talking about is one voter challenging another voter's registration.
If you were to get a challenge like that, are you saying that you would require that person reporting to complete an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, to verify what they're reporting?
And just to clarify, we don't receive sworn challenges. Those are received by county voter registrars. So what the law requires right now is that when a person is challenging another voter's registration, they have to provide a sworn statement that identifies the voter that's being challenged. It identifies the ground for eligibility that the voter doesn't meet, and it states that the voter doesn't meet that eligibility requirement based on personal knowledge.
Right.
This bill allows that to also be done based on a reliable source of data.
Do you know, that's under penalty of perjury, right?
It's a sworn statement, so I believe the answer would be yes.
Okay, but we don't know if that form has a penalty of perjury statement on it?
I believe the answer is yes.
Okay, and I know that's not under SOS, so I appreciate you trying to answer it. I think that's what I'm going to ask for right now. Thank you.
Members, any other, Ms. Plesa?
I have a couple questions. So what consequences would a challenger face if they file numerous challenges that are ultimately rejected?
So there's no specific administrative penalty for filing multiple unsuccessful challenges. I think if ultimately it were determined that a person provided false information in a sworn statement, I think that would likely trigger a penalty of perjury.
So like essentially a person can go and file thousands of these with no consequences, even if they're rejected?
If the statements involved were false, then I think that could trigger penalty
And
of
who
perjury.
pays for that?
Who pays for?
The work that is, if someone's making all these accusations, they end up being false, where is that money coming from?
So when a county voter registrar receives the challenge, they work the challenge, they investigate it, they determine whether the voter meets those eligibility requirements. Residency challenges involve sending out confirmation notices, so that work would be done by the county voter registrar.
So like Texas taxpayers, essentially, are paying for it?
County voter registrar's office, yes.
Okay, so my other question is this. What remedy does this bill provide for voters whose registration are wrongfully challenged and who may miss the opportunity to vote while their challenge is being processed?
So I believe under the election code right now, a challenge doesn't result in an automatic cancellation. A voter is given an opportunity to respond if it's based on an eligibility ground other than residence. For residency challenges, they're sent a confirmation notice where they confirm, yes, my address is correct, or no, it's not. If they don't respond at all, they're still given the opportunity to vote. When they go to vote, they'll be asked to confirm whether their residence address is correct.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Swanson?
Yes, I would specifically like to know about obituaries that were brought up by Ms. Hagler. Would that be considered a reliable source?
I think.
Do people randomly put false obituaries in the newspaper?
So I think 1603.1 of the election code currently allows a registrar to cancel registration based on personal knowledge. We've often advised registrars that looking at an obituary in the newspaper is enough to establish personal knowledge by the registrar. I think a challenger that's challenging another voter's registration could also use an obituary as a reliable source of data here.
Okay, so it sounds like in Ms. Hagler's county and Harris County and numerous others, they're simply not following what you're saying is already the law. And so I would really, really urge you to get with the author and let's just spell it all out.
Yeah, we're happy to work with you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I have a follow-up question?
No, ma'am. No, Ms. Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make it quick. I don't think obituaries are very reliable because I've often seen the same name of a person in an obituary, so I don't think that's a reliable source myself. Like, if the obituary is for John Smith, I mean, how do we know which John Smith it is, right?
And I think the crucial part there is being able to connect the obituary to a specific voter, not just based on name alone, but other information in there.
Okay,
like
so it'd
age
have
might
other
be-
verifying information.
That's correct.
And even though we know the election administrator is the one who's tasked with carrying out this verification process, does Secretary of State have some oversight or enforcement mechanism, or do you contemplate that?
I believe there's a process where we monitor list maintenance activity to assist counties in making sure that's done in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Let the record show that Vice Chair Busey is present. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5362? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Diallo to close on the bill.
Listening to the testimony, a couple of clarifying points. Personal knowledge, I may not know that somebody's dead personally. I don't have the personal knowledge. I didn't take a pulse. I don't know. They can get to that granularity. But I know that with a death certificate, that is a reliable document, the government issued document. It is something that is that third-party reliable source that this bill is supposed to address. It's really that simple. Personal knowledge is what this should be based on. This is the one marked addition to personal knowledge of the affiant in that sworn statement. And it's tailored in an area that's already being, this is an area that's common in our judicial system. We see it with judicial notice of certain things in statutes and government documents and make them admissible under different circumstances than other evidence. So this isn't a new phenomenon. This isn't a new standard or criteria. It just kind of fits real life while still maintaining credibility. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. I do ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 5362. Happy to work with some of these folks if we need to make some improvements. And with that, I close.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions?
Just real quick, Chairman.
Yes, Miranda Shaw.
I would like to know about the penalty of perjury
Yes.
statement, so I'd
I went and
appreciate
looked at
that.
my binder. I couldn't see it in there.
Mhm.
If it is not there, we'll let you know and see if that's something that we can do.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Thank you, sir. Chair lays out HJR 161 and recognizes Representative Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for giving me the opportunity to lay out House Joint Resolution 161. Our Texas Constitution currently lists 3 reasons that make a person ineligible to vote. Too young, being determined by a court to be mentally incompetent, and convicted of certain felonies. This might lead a person to believe that citizenship is not a priority criteria, but it is. While we are the most welcoming of states, our laws, elections, and bond proposals should be decided by citizens. 15 states have passed constitutional amendments banning non-citizen voting. In fact, 8 of them were just this past year. This year, West Virginia is considering joining that list. In fact, it's passed their House, not their Senate. So, like here, where things pass the House and not the Senate yet, but it would be a constitutional amendment there as well. Protecting the sanctity of our elections is a fundamental responsibility of ours. Voter confidence depends on clear, enforceable laws that leave no room for doubt. This bill is a proactive measure that strengthens Texas's electoral process, ensuring that voting remains a right reserved for U.S. citizens. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
All right. Members, any questions?
Right here.
Oh, Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, so Representative, you got me to thinking because, this is a very important issue. And I hadn't looked at this Section 1A, Article 6 of the Texas Constitution in a long time, maybe ever. And so as I'm looking at it, I'm wondering, let me ask you something.
Okay.
Like A1, where it says following class of persons shall not be allowed to vote in the state, persons under 18 years of age, right?
Right.
So where we are today, do you know, like you're pro-life, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so do you know, like how many, well, what would you, if a female had a baby at the age of 17, would you call her a woman or a girl? No, I'm not joking. I'm serious. I love your smile. You know, Candy, I love your smile. I love your smile. But seriously,
I love your imitation.
Like I would say, I would call her a woman.
Absolutely.
But I'm curious what you.
And it's interesting that in our laws, we have a lot of things that we, like at 17, we convict people of felonies, right? And
True.
yet we keep kids on our insurance until they're 28. So there's a lot of blurred lines
Yeah,
there.
I know, but we're talking about voting, and
Yes, we are.
And for me, I had 3 children, and so, I'm and I know actually, I think there are at least a couple of, if I recall, at least a couple of female members in the House who had babies, became mothers well before the age of 17, as I recall, maybe more than 2.
Could be. I was pretty young when I had my
How
first child.
were you?
I was 24.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I could have still been on my parents' insurance nowadays.
Well, so, but we have a couple that were under 17, I'm sorry, under 18 in the House that became, so I want to ask you, because this is important, and if this were to get to the floor, which I'm almost, it would be interesting to get this to the floor, Chairman, but I'm serious. I'm dead serious, because I've thought about this before. Like, how many women in this state are 17 and have become mothers? Probably a bunch, right? Because we're 30-some million people.
Probably.
So would you be open to the idea, or maybe we can talk a little bit more about whether you'd be open to a committee sub that would say 17?
I believe that 18 is a federal law, and that
Well, but we could do it for the
Texas has codified it into our Constitution.
but I
because
think-
when I was a kid, my older siblings could not vote till they were 21, so that happened somewhere along the way.
But I think parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman, maybe you know the answer, but I think couldn't we pass 17 for state elections? I mean, because the federal is for federal, is that, do you know?
We probably got to stay on topic, but I don't think our elections are separate, so I don't know if we can do that.
Well, can we check?
Well, I know. There is a bill to do that, but
So
I don't know the answer to your question.
Well, if the
but I
answer
don't
is
think so.
yes, that we could have state elections.
I don't know. It's just not that's not my bill. My bill is to
No,
make sure
this is your bill.
Well,
It's right here in the middle of your bill.
yeah, my bill, the underlined part is persons.
No, I know, but the bill that's
yeah.
in front of us, this is part, no, hey, guys, we get to amend bills too. We saw that today. So I'm asking in a very serious way, you know.
Yeah,
and
that
if it- and-
actually wouldn't fit under my caption in my bill. That would actually not work under my caption.
Or not. I think you got me there. You should have started sooner. All right, fair enough. All right.
Vice Chairman would call a point of order if we amended it with.
Oh, well, fair enough. I think you're right on that.
Members, any other questions? All right, well, we recognize your right to close, and we're going to go to witness public testimony. Chair calls Valerie DeBille, representing herself. Is Valerie here? Chair calls Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kathy Hagler. You're here representing yourself, and you're testifying for the bill.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. Rep. Noble has provided HJR 161 as a proactive measure to protect the integrity of all Texas elections. Statutorily, an individual must be a registered voter to vote in Texas elections, and citizenship is a current requirement for voter registration, but the Texas Constitution does not explicitly limit Texas non-citizen voting in state or local elections. With several other states allowing their local governments to implement a voting mechanism to allow non-citizens to vote, Texas should proactively amend the Constitution to ensure that Texas municipalities cannot implement such policies should the statutes change. In efforts to preserve the integrity of all elections, maintaining that only citizens have the right to vote will create additional safeguards to keep our Texas elections secure. This constitutional amendment will make it harder to reverse current statutes, and the general voting public will know its repeal would require a future constitutional amendment. This is a companion bill for SJR 37 by Senator Birdwell, which passed in the Senate 28-3. It's a great bill, and I humbly ask you to vote favorably to move it post haste to calendars.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself. Is Janice here? Oh, there you are. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Janice Rankin. You are representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
Yes, I am. It seems we don't have a quorum.
That's all right, man. You may proceed. Members have had to go to other committee hearings, and so they'll be in and out. There's a lot of activity going on in the Capitol tonight. But once we establish a quorum, members are able to go to other committee hearings, and that's what's going on at the moment.
Thank you for that clarification.
You bet.
It is already the law that non-citizens are not to vote. There would be no reason to duplicate in the Texas Constitution that non-citizens cannot vote. This would just simply be an exercise in repeating ourselves and perhaps just, I don't know, looking for headlines. Sorry to say that, but that seems to be what comes to mind here. It's federal law, and it's already state law, and it's in the Constitution. You have to be a citizen to vote. So I don't see why we would spend time, money, or resources on putting this in a constitutional amendment that would have to be explained and vetted and talked about, and it's a confusing thing to voters. It suggests to voters that we've been letting people who are non-citizens vote. It suggests that we've been doing wrong. And I hate to sort of say, when did you stop beating your wife? And that's kind of what this is like. So I would urge the committee not to advance this proposal.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Mr. Raymond?
Yes, sir.
But are you in favor of that only people who are citizens of the United States should be allowed to vote in Texas?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Are you in favor of only people who are citizens be allowed to vote in Texas?
Or in the United States?
Well, okay, but we're talking about Texas Constitution here.
Well, Texas has no citizens.
Well,
it's the United
okay,
States
I'm
that has
sorry.
citizens.
Are you in favor of only United States citizens being allowed to vote in Texas?
That would seem to be the rule.
Well, I'm asking if you're in favor, if you're, are you? Just
I'm
say
in
yes.
favor of the
Just say
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm in favor of upholding the laws.
Just say yes.
I believe in the rule of law.
Just say yes.
Now that gets to be an invitation.
Okay. Any other questions? members?
Asked and answered, sir.
That's a good response. Thank you, ma'am. I just want to inform the public that registration has now been closed. So unfortunately, if you have not registered to testify for any of the bills, we apologize, but you will not be able to testify. Chair calls Kevin Hale, representing the Libertarian Party of Texas, and yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Kevin Hale. You are here representing the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
That is correct.
Okay, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. Project 2025 think tank data shows that non-citizen voting isn't as widespread despite GOP concerns. This is from the Heritage Foundation. They've been collecting data since 2005, and this is from a 2017 output of that data that demonstrates, they're trying to demonstrate the vulnerabilities of our election system. And what they have found is that those The think tank, mostly known for being an architect for the controversial policy blueprint, Project 2025 derives voter infractions into 9 categories. Those include ineligible voting, which defined as illegal registration and voting for individuals who are not U.S. citizens, are convicted felons, or for otherwise eligible to vote. In this database, the Heritage Foundation has included only 3 instances of non-citizens casting ballots in Texas. In 2012, they include a Mexican citizen in 2016, a Salvadorian man in 2018, and a Grand Prairie woman in 2019. So we're opposed to this. It's redundant. The law is clear in Texas Election Code 11.002. Why are we wasting time on this? We have better things to do than to write another constitutional amendment just so people can virtue signal to their base. Thanks.
Members, any questions? Mr. Busey.
Mr. Howell, you just shared a number that we were going to talk about in a future bill coming up, but you said you found 3 cases?
3 cases, yes, sir. And this is from Heritage. This isn't me looking. This is the Heritage Foundation. These are the people searching for this kind of thing.
You know, do you know how many voters have voted in Texas in the last 20 years?
Million.
I mean, not just voters. How many votes have been cast?
Oh, 30 billion?
It's 150 million votes.
Yeah, and we've got...
And my data over 20 years... This is a little cheat sheet for later.
Okay, thanks.
Shows me about what you found. 4 cases. 4 out of 150.
The one out of Austin is actually Austin, Minnesota.
And let me ask you this: were those people caught?
Yes, and they were convicted.
And they were convicted.
Yes.
So the system worked.
Yes, sir.
The system got them. Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Timothy McCain with Americans for Citizen Voting. Welcome, sir. I show you register as Timothy McCain. You're here representing Americans for Citizen Voting, and you're here to testify for the bill.
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman Matt Shaheen, Vice Chair John Busey, and the members of the committee. My name is Timothy McCain, and I am with Americans for Citizens Voting. I have worked on this issue in North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Georgia. It is a great honor to come before you to urge you to pass HJR 161. HJR 161's importance rests in 3 core values. 1, it protects a fundamental American right that only citizens can determine their elected representatives. 2, a constitutional amendment provides what the framers of our Constitution created the Constitution for, giving the power of the vote up to the people. Not just for elected officials, judges, or future elected officials or judges, a constitutional amendment allows the people of Texas their right to decide and vote. Thirdly, as an African American, a foundational Black American, the history of Black suffrage when it comes to voting is undeniable. As many of my ancestors that lived in the South were denied that right to vote. My great-grandmother, once a resident in North Carolina, wound up moving to New York, never to go back to the South, just to avoid the discrimination that she faced. And one of those rights denied was voting. By passing this constitutional amendment, we protect and honor those who fought and died for the right to vote, as well as citizens who fought to gain their citizenship once they immigrated to this great nation. I urge you all to vote for HJR 161, for it's important to Texans and the Texan people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Raymond?
I just want to make sure that we clarify your testimony.
Yes, sir.
The early part of your statement, look at the part where you said the people of Texas the right to vote. Can you read that?
The right to vote for this constitutional amendment.
Oh, the right to vote for this constitutional amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so read that again, that sentence.
It says a fundamental right that only citizens can determine their elected representatives.
Yeah, but the part where you said the people of Texas the right to vote. Read that. You see that?
A constitutional amendment that allows the people of Texas their right to decide and vote for this constitutional amendment.
Okay, I just want to clarify. I think you really meant the United States citizens who live in Texas, right? Because the people of Texas, that would include people that are not United States citizens. So I don't think that's what you meant, right?
I meant the citizens here in Texas, but U.S. citizens should only vote in
I wanted to
elections.
make sure that's what you meant.
Yes, sir. It's what I
Because
meant.
the way you did it, man, I mean, I was like, whoa.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brian Tafe, representing himself. Welcome, sir. I show you registered as Brian Tafe. You're representing yourself and you're here to testify for the bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
My name is Brian Taif. I'm a first-generation immigrant born and raised in Iran. I grew up under the Islamic Republic of Iran as a religious minority, and I'm sure you all can imagine how that childhood was like. As I grew up in the year 2001, things got so bad that we had no option but to flee Iran, and that's exactly what we did. We left Iran, took an 8-day journey from Iran to Turkey by foot. At the first sign of the UN station, we turned ourselves in, presented our case, which both the United Nations and the United States so graciously accepted. Within months, we were waiting for our flight schedule to come to U.S., but the world as we knew it shook down to its core through the horrific events of 9/11. So that delayed our process by over 2 years. We waited and we waited patiently because why? We knew what was on the other side. And what was on the other side was a chance at the American dream. And what was promised to us was granted to us, and we were granted a green card and a promise that we obeyed the law, followed the proper paperwork. Within 5 years, we could have filed for citizenship, which we did. Since those days, my family had raised families here. We started businesses, paid into the American way of life. I myself served this country in the United States Army. And why am I telling you guys this story? That's the story of millions of other immigrants before me and millions of other immigrants after me. My first election that I voted in, those were one of my proudest moments next to taking my oath to serve in the U.S. military. And that proudness didn't go away by that first election. That's how I feel in every election. And that's why I'm here today, to encourage you guys to support this bill and don't just stop there. Encourage your colleagues to do the same thing. Because as everybody spoke here today, as the federal regulation covers federal election, Texas laws have to cover Texas and local election. So I encourage everybody here respectfully to support this bill, and thank you for this time.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Members, any questions? Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being here today.
I appreciate you.
Members, any other questions? That was an awesome testimony.
Thanks.
I'm excited that you're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, guys.
Chair calls Isaac Esteves, representing yourself. Is Isaac here? That concludes our public testimony. Chair recognizes Representative Noble to close on the bill.
Somebody's yelling that they missed.
Hold on, ma'am. We might. Yes, ma'am.
You called me and I was in another room.
Oh, okay. Are you registered? Yes. Okay, come on forward and we'll give you an opportunity.
I'm glad I just heard you do that, so, because you.
Hello.
Hold on one moment, ma'am. We're going to make you official here. So you're Valerie?
I am
Okay.
Valerie Merriam DeBill.
All right, ma'am. I show you registered as Valerie DeBill. You're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
Correct.
All right. Well, welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thanks. This bill's kind of ridiculous. We already have laws at the state and federal level that you have to be a citizen to register or vote. This is putting a hat on a hat. There is no reason to do this. Please don't make our state look any dumber on the national stage than it already does.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody? All right, good.
All right, that concludes our public testimony, and the chair recognizes Representative Noble to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to point out that there are states where individual towns have taken upon themselves to go against their state law and have non-citizens voting in local elections. That's including in California, in Maryland, in Vermont, and in the District of Columbia. The most interesting one is in Somerset, Maryland, I think, where you don't even have to be a citizen of that town to vote. You just have to, well, you do. You have to live there 14 days. Which I don't know about y'all, but I've done vacations places 14 days. So this is actually a problem that is in other states, and we need to make sure that in Texas we put it in the Constitution so it's not a workaround that cities think that they can do or municipalities or whoever to get around our law in Texas. So with that, oh, sorry.
Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking about that, and I wanted to ask you. I don't know why I felt like we had taken up maybe to pass a law, not an HCR, but a law. So did we do that last session or not?
We did. We do have it in code.
Yeah, that's what
in
I
our
thought.
code.
When did we do it?
We actually had this as a constitutional amendment last session, and it was a big fight on the floor, apparently. But I think
This was on the floor last time?
it was a
And what-
Guerin bill.
What?
Right? That's my understanding.
What?
I can't remember it either, but that's what I was told. Yeah.
What? And it didn't pass?
Yeah. No.
Oh, we didn't get,
It
so
got
that's
to
what,
the floor.
that's, I was like deja vu or what?
Yeah,
right?
a little bit. But you know what? You know what's different now is that we did have a very open, porous border. And it's a hard time. It's a hard time in the United States, and we just need to make sure that those that if you're living here, that you're following this law in particular.
Yeah, look, let me just say, I thought we had, so maybe it went through state affairs last time, I don't know, but I felt like we dealt with this before, but now I guess it's coming back that we had it, but maybe we didn't get to deal with it, but I just have no problem putting this in the Constitution. I got no problem. I get it, and I understand some who've testified and say, "Oh, you used a political statement, whatever." I get that too. Yeah. However, there's some times when you sort of have to stipulate something, right? Hey, we can all stipulate that you got to be a citizen to vote, and so sometimes I wish that we wouldn't make a bigger deal out of something than we are. So. This gets to the floor, I will vote for it. I'll vote for it here. And just wish that people on both sides would sort of stop and think about it and say, hey, okay, we're going to do this. Let's not make a big deal. Unless you just disagree and think that someone who's a non-citizen should be able to vote, okay, we'll make that point. But if you think a citizen should be the only person should be able to vote, these kinds of bills should blow through here in 5 minutes, in my opinion.
Members, any other questions? All right, ma'am. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 5337 and recognizes Representative Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Busey, and members. I appreciate your consideration of House Bill 5337, a crucial measure to provide Texas with better voter rolls and to prevent non-citizens from registering to vote. Under the Texas Election Code, to be a qualified voter, a person must be a U.S. citizen. Questions have been raised about the state's ability to prevent non-citizens from registering to vote and vote in Texas elections. Prior to 2024 general election, the governor announced that since 2021, Texas has removed over 6,500 non-citizens from its voter rolls. The presence of these voter voters on the rolls raises questions about Texas voters registration process and how so many non-citizens were registered to begin with. Texas has two primary ways of registering to vote. An applicant can register when applying for a driver's license with the Department of Public Safety and can register using a paper form. When registering at DPS, the potential voter will be required to provide proof of citizenship status to prove they are a legal resident of the United States. Around 85% of voter registrations are done through DPS. If the applicant is not a legal resident, the applicant should receive neither a driver license nor be registered to vote. If the applicant is a legal resident but not a citizen, the applicant should be issued a driver's license but should not be registered to vote. These driver's licenses are identical, by the way, to the both driver's license for citizen and non-citizen. And finally, if the applicant is a citizen, the applicant should be both issued a driver license and be registered to vote. In all cases, the applicant will be required to present documentation that the person is a citizen. An applicant does not have to register to vote at DPS. An applicant can request a paper form from either the Texas Secretary of State or their local voter registrar. The form is like the federal form for voter registration and requires the applicant to swear to the fact that the applicant is a citizen. Currently, no further documentation is required to submit the form and be registered. With this legislation, the voter registrar must verify citizenship. If the voter does not provide proof of citizenship within 30 days from the date the voter registrar receives the voter's registration application, the registrar must send the voter a notice, or the applicant, I should say. The notice will inform the voter that they will be eligible to vote only in federal races, unless they provide the required proof. If the registrar verifies that the individual is not a U.S. citizen, the voter will be notified that their registration has been canceled. The bill requires a paper application to provide documentary proof of citizenship, in addition to the standard affirmation. Types of documents to prove citizenship include United States passport or a passport card issued to the person, a certified copy of a birth certificate issued by the United States or Territory or District of Columbia, United States citizenship papers issued to a person, identification issued by the agency of the United States responsible for citizenship and immigration or for citizens born abroad, a certificate of report of birth or consular report of birth abroad issued by the United States Department of State. If the applicant provides proof of citizenship at the time of registration, or if the registrar can later independently verify their citizenship, the application will be treated as a full voter. If not, they will be registered as a federal-only voter, eligible to vote only in congressional races. Approximately 2/3 of the paper forms received list at Texas driver's license forms received list a driver's license number. A paper applicant can have a valid driver's license but not be a citizen. The other 1/3 of paper applications contain a Social Security number. This also does not prove citizenship because Social Security numbers can be and are routinely issued to lawful residents. At the end of the day, in some cases, the best the Secretary of State can do is confirm the voter is alive, but determining that the voter is not a citizen is more difficult. There are several databases that the Secretary of State can use to verify citizenship that I will highlight later. This bill seeks to keep non-citizens off our voter rolls by using a fair process to encourage voters to provide proof of citizenship. It does this by requiring all applicants, regardless of how they register, to provide proof of citizenship. The applicant provides documentation or the registrar is able to confirm citizenship, the voter will be registered just like any other. If the applicant does not provide proof of citizenship, the voter will be registered as a federal-only voter and is only eligible to vote in congressional races. The presidential race is not included in the federal-only ballot because presidential elections are governed by the Electors Clause, which gives states the power to determine how electors can be chosen. The bill has multiple safeguards. The registrar can confirm citizenship using multiple sources of data, even if the voter does not provide proof of citizenship. Databases that the Secretary of State can use to verify citizenship include the Department of Public Safety electronic databases, the Social Security Administration databases, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlement Program, National Association for Public Health Statistics and Information Systems electronic verification of vital events system, and other federal, state, or other political subdivision databases, and any other database relating to voter registration to which the registrar has access. The voter can provide proof of citizenship at any time to the voter registrar and become a full voter. If registering using a volunteer deputy registrar, VDR, the applicant will get instructions from the VDR on how to provide their proof of citizenship to the county registrar. If the voter is giving a federal-only ballot, the voter will have 6 days after the election to provide citizenship documents and have all races counted. Their ballot is placed in an envelope marked federal only and scanned 6 days after the election. The bill creates new criminal penalty offenses for knowingly registering a non-citizen to vote and knowingly registering to vote if you are a non-citizen. The bill requires a report from the Attorney General by March 31st, 2026, detailing all findings related to the citizenship status of persons who are registered to vote who have not provided proof of citizenship documents. The bill sets up a system for the Secretary of State to petition the Election Assistance Commission to change the federal form to require proof of citizenship and requires the Attorney General to sue if denied. The state of Arizona has been doing this for several election cycles, and it has been upheld in the federal courts. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I reserve the right to close.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I have a few questions to go through your bill. I assume you believe that only U.S. citizens should be allowed to vote. Is that in our elections? Is that correct?
That is correct.
I agree with that. I think everyone on this dais agrees with that. Every eligible voter should have a voice, and no one who isn't eligible should be on the rolls. But in Texas, it's already illegal for non-U.S. citizens to register to vote. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
There are penalties under state and federal law, are there not? Are there penalties right now if someone wants to do that?
Penalties for registering to vote?
If you're a non-citizen?
I don't believe there are penalties for registering.
Yeah, well, there are.
Okay.
And counties already are doing removal and list maintenance and checking and looking at credible evidence for non-citizens, are they not?
I hope so.
You hope so. Okay, well, they also are doing that. You gave a stat in your layout at the beginning. You said some number. Can you reshare that number about, I think you said non-citizens registered?
Yes, the governor said that they removed 6,500 non-citizens from the voter rolls.
Your source is the governor. Did he have a time frame on that, or? Because I've got the Texas Secretary of State data right here.
Okay, I have a press release somewhere on it, but.
Okay. Well, if you can find that source for us, because what I have from Secretary of State, and they're here, and so I'm sure that we'll ask them in a little while. But let me share the data that I have from them. That according to annual reports from Secretary of State, in 2022, 139 voters were canceled for non-citizens. That's out of 17 million. In 2023, 103 voters were canceled for non-citizenship out of 17.5 million. In 2024, it was 63. Is that right? We'll confirm this, but 63 is all canceled for non-citizenship. That was out of 17.9 million voters. So even though I agree that that's some people, it's a minute number of voters, it's a fraction of a fraction. I mean, I don't know if I can do the math to figure out the fraction. It seems to me the system's working because we are doing list maintenance, we're checking, we have laws, we have penalties. Secretary of State is doing that, our counties are doing this, and they found some people. I don't have your 6,000 number, but I have the numbers I just shared. So it seems like we have a system in place, we have a check and balance, and it's working. So I just want to make sure, you know, you've been able to meet with Secretary of State and see those numbers because they don't match what the governor is, but I'd love to see that source. Again, I agree that we don't want non-citizens registered for vote, but I worry that what this bill is doing, and I've combed through it pretty thoroughly, marked up all 18 pages of it. I'm just afraid that what we're doing here is creating hurdles for legal, eligible Texas citizens. So here's my core question. What is the real problem we're trying to fix when we look at those numbers and know that the system is catching them?
So while it's true that documented cases of non-citizen voting may seem small, the real issue is that we have no reliable way to measure the true scope because the current system doesn't require documentation of proof of citizenship when registering. What House Bill 5337 does is not about chasing headlines or exaggerating numbers. It's about making sure that every name on our voter rolls belong to someone who is legally eligible to be there. We already require proof of citizenship when applying for a passport or a driver's license, something far less sacred than voting in our elections. It's not unreasonable to apply the same standards to the foundation of our democracy. We know that over 6,500 non-citizens have already been removed from the Texas voter rolls since 2021. That's not nothing.
What were those
That's
6,500
evidence that
people
there is
removed for?
vulnerability in House Bill 5337. It's a thoughtful, fair, and constitutional way to fix it. Even one illegal voter cancels out the voice of a lawful voter. My bill protects the voice by ensuring only U.S. citizens can register and vote in Texas elections. I believe that's something we can all agree is worth protecting. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has acknowledged that his office has limited resources, have hindered the investigation and prosecution of voter fraud cases. In a 2019 letter to the Senate Nominations Committee, Paxton explained that delays in initiating prosecutions were largely due to the lack of resources. He emphasized that his agency would undertake probes only once some counties have completed their list maintenance, highlighting the resources constraints faced by his office. Furthermore, in 2022 podcast produced by his office, Paxton stated, "We don't have enough resources to cover all election fraud." So it's really hard to know how large the issue is. This is because very few states put any resources into actually detecting or protecting voter fraud. This underscores the challenge in identifying and addressing voter fraud due to limited investigative capacity. These statements suggest that the low number of prosecuted voters' fraud cases may not accurately reflect the true extent of this issue, but rather indicate the limitations in detections and enforcement capabilities. This context supports the need for legalization like House Bill 5337, which aims to ensure that only legal citizens are registered to vote, therefore proactively safeguarding election integrity.
When you register to vote right now, don't you already attest to being a citizen under penalty or perjury? I mean, have you looked at a voter registration card right here? And I can read it to you. Section 10, I understand that giving false information to procure a voter registration is perjury and a crime under state and federal law. Conviction of this crime may result in imprisonment of up to a year, a fine of up to $4,000 or both. And then it says, please read all three statements to affirm before signing. And the first one, the kicker here, is I am a resident of this country, of this county, and a U.S. citizen. So we do that right now. And so anyone that is registering right now and they're not legal to check that box, they would be violating the law. And we have penalties in place, and we've caught people. Now, those numbers I shared with you earlier, those were numbers of people removed. I still don't know where the 6,500 number you're talking about it comes from, or if that's just regular list maintenance, or if that's tied to citizenship. But the Secretary of State's numbers have the numbers, but the numbers I shared with you were whole numbers removed. But it was only a fraction of those numbers that were actually removed for non-U.S. citizenship. Most of those numbers were removed, and we talked about this problem in a previous bill because they just got no response from the House. Maybe they didn't live there anymore. Maybe just nobody responded. So not even proof that they were not citizens. They just didn't respond. And the numbers don't add up. And we already have such a structure in place to deal with that. So I'm just wondering, why does this not take care of the problem?
Because we're just taking someone's word for it. They're not proving that they are a citizen. And evidently, we had 6,500 that were on the list
Well, we don't know where that number comes from.
And I believe that one person
One
who
is too
votes
many.
is too many.
Well, I would agree, but we're catching people. We've caught, 259 in 2022. We're catching people. We're cleaning the rolls, and they're not voting. But also, you're saying that votes. These people aren't voting, okay? So they're just being removed from the rolls. We're going to get to voting. So let me ask you that. How many convictions have there been in Texas in the last 20 years, for the last 20 years, in non-citizens voting? I'm just trying to get to the heart of the problem here that you want to solve, because it seems like you think there are a lot of non-citizens voting. And so I just want to get to the problem there to make sure that this bill has substance to solve a problem that the state
Well,
is
it's
facing.
true that documented cases of non-citizens voting may seem small. The real issue is that we have no reliable way to measure the scope, because the current system doesn't require documentation of citizenship.
Well, we have a check on the registration, we have penalties, we have list maintenance, we have people removed, and then we have prosecutions. My answer here is I have found 4 cases in the last 20, under 10. I found 4 specific cases in Texas. I mean, we just talked about this in a previous bill. I cheated and gave my stats out. And in that same time frame, 150 million ballots cast in Texas, and we found 4. And those 4 shouldn't be taken lightly. And the state of Texas didn't. They were found guilty, and they were prosecuted, and they were dealt with. So the system also got them and made sure that wouldn't keep happening, and they did it. And we've increased list maintenance requirements session after session that I've been here. So again, it just seems like with 4 out of 150 million and the system's catching them, I'm just trying to understand the problem we're trying to solve here and making sure that this legislation is needed for a problem. So let's get into it then. You've heard the 4, I've talked about maybe up to 10, but you're not able to really point to any evidence of widespread non-citizens voting in Texas. You've talked about some list maintenance of 6,500, but actual evidence of voting? Do you have any
Texas
thing you can point us
Attorney
to?
General Ken Paxton has acknowledged that his office's limited resources have hindered the investigation and prosecution of voter fraud cases. In a 2019 letter to the Senate Nominations Committee, Paxton explained that delays in initiating
Don't interrupt her.
prosecutions were largely due to the lack of resources. He emphasized that his agency would undertake probes only once some counties have completed their list maintenance, highlighting the resources constraints faced by his office.
I hear that, and I hear the Attorney General wants to be able to go investigate more people. And you've shared that, and I take you at your word. I take him as his word that he wants to do that.
He needs to.
Okay, well, but is there a current example or stat that shows that need?
We removed 6,500 illegal aliens who are registered to vote on our rolls.
But you
We
don't
do
have
not
that
know
stat to
how
share
many
with us.
have voted. We have no way of knowing.
Okay, but you keep referencing that from the governor's press release, but we don't have the source material on that. Is that correct? All right, then let's just get into the
Hold on,
weeds of the
Let me
bill.
see if I have it here.
Let's get in the weeds of the bill.
Let's see. I don't have a date.
I'm happy for you to get us that.
No,
after
I
the
don't
fact.
have it with me.
Okay.
But I
But
will
will you
provide
get that
it.
for us? I appreciate it. Can we get into the kind of just some of the logistics? I mean, we've talked about kind of the problem and the philosophy, or maybe not the problem. Let's talk about the mechanics of the bill. Section 1 of your bill deals with new registrations requiring that citizens submit both an application to register and proof of citizenship. In Section 3 and 4, it simultaneously directs the registrar to attempt to verify a person's citizenship through the use of various databases. This is just a technical question. I'm just curious how that's going to work in practice. So one part of your bill is saying they need to prove it. Another part is saying it can be checked on the back end. I'm just trying to understand the logistics of how that'll work in practice.
Well, about 85% of the people who are registered to vote do so through the DPS.
Okay.
Okay, so that's taken care of, right? We understand that. And
Well,
we
how
understand the
would
Real
they-
ID. We understand the Real ID Act as well. So
How will
you-
someone registering to vote prove their citizenship under this law?
no, when you go to DPS and you get a driver's license, and if you prove that you are a citizen, you can register to vote then. And that's how 85% of our voters are registered.
Well, let's talk about a VDR. I think we're going to have a lot of VDRs here testifying today. If I want to register with a VDR right now, let's say I'm not registered, I want to register, I'm at a community event, there's a register to vote table, VDR is there. How will this logistically work?
So the VDR will take your information, and then the VDR will tell you exactly what you need to do to prove your citizenship with the county registrar.
And then how will I do that?
Who's we? I.
I'm trying to register to vote. I've fill out my voter registration card with the VDR, but your bill also requires me to prove my citizenship. So how do I do that?
So you will be told where your registrar is, office number, email, location, the documents that are acceptable proof, which I laid out earlier. And so you'll be told where to go, who your registrar is, how to contact them, and what you need to take with you to prove that you are a citizen.
So under current law, I can register to vote by the VDR taking my application and turning it in and then getting registered, and that will no longer be the case under your bill.
The registrar right now, county registrar, has no way of validating that you are a U.S. citizen, and this bill will allow them to validate that.
So I will have to fill out the card with the VDR, but I won't be registered at that point. I'll have to do another step.
Correct. You will not be registered at that point until you prove that you are a citizen.
And so,
Can I clarify something?
Please, yes.
If you do not prove that you are a citizen, you will be able to vote in federal elections, meaning
Sure.
congressional, but not presidential. So.
Okay. Yeah, I got that, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting registered to vote a full ballot. Because I'm a Texan, born here. I'm a U.S. citizen, but hypothetically, I'm not registered to vote. So I'm with the VDR. I fill out the form. They're going to take it back and turn in the form, but under this bill, I still won't be registered to vote.
That's correct.
And so I'll then have to drive to turn in. How will I prove my citizenship?
Yes, you'll have to go and show your proof, just like you would at the Department of Public Safety.
Can I do that online under your bill?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to have to drive over. Someone's going to have to drive to. I guess it'd probably be the head hub of the county, not just anywhere, right? I mean, it's going to be one spot in whatever county. Okay, so then I have to submit. So it's a two-step process now. So I register with the VDR, but I'm still not registered, except maybe the two federal elections that y'all have selected. Okay, so then I go and I'll drive and I'll submit it. There is a thing I'm a little concerned about too in the bill, and maybe it's not a conflict, maybe we can clear it up. It says you must submit it, but it also says it can be checked on the back end. So what happens if it's checked on the back end and then they're like, okay, you can be a voter, but then I find out I didn't submit it, and so I'm just wondering which one precedes the other one.
So if you don't provide the proof, the registrar is required to go through all the databases that I previously listed and more to try to prove that, to determine that this person is or isn't a citizen. So the registrar does this for every application.
So there's a chance I could be registered even if I didn't make it over there with my birth certificate?
Yes.
Okay, but your bill will not contradict, like, I'm just a little worried the way it's written, that then the Attorney General comes out and says, well, you never actually proved it. and the law said you had to prove it, and now you've been voting. So I just want to make sure you're saying either way would be acceptable under the law.
Yes, and if 30 days has gone by since the registrar has received your application and the registrar has not been able to find any proof, then you'll be sent a notice that, number one, we can't find proof, and so therefore you are registered for federal only, or number two, we have proved that you are not a legal citizen and your application is canceled.
What IDs can a natural-born U.S. citizen use to prove their citizenship under your bill? So so someone was born in the United States.
United States passport, passport code, card, certified copy of birth certificate issued by the United States, Territory, or District of Columbia, United States citizenship papers issued.
I'm sorry. So for a natural citizen, someone that was born here would be just those first ones, correct?
Okay.
So a passport or a birth certificate?
Identification issued by the agency of the United States responsible for citizenship and immigration.
So I guess, and this is something that I hope we can work on, just want to understand, if someone brings in a birth certificate, because only about half of Texans have a passport. So let's assume, okay, those people have a second option. But if they're a natural-born citizen and they don't have a passport, so it leaves us about half of Texans that we're dealing with, they only have, under this bill, if I'm correct, a passport to prove who they are. Is that correct?
No, I mean, they have the papers showing that they're now a citizen.
No, I'm saying someone that was born in the United States.
Oh, someone was born in the United States.
Yeah, that maybe got dinged because, for whatever reason, they weren't on one of the other lists to prove their citizenship.
A birth certificate?
And so that's it, right?
Birth certificate, yes.
Okay, so if I go in and I bring in a birth certificate, I mean, there's a lot of reasons people could change their name, but we know the majority of people that change their name, it's women in Texas that have gotten married. Okay, so they go in. I think it's 80% of women in Texas that get married still statistically change their names. So they go in to prove who they are, but their name is not identical anymore to their birth certificate, and they don't have a passport, so that's the only ID they have. What would happen in that situation?
Well, they also usually have a Social Security number.
Or do you allow Social Security cards to prove your citizenship in this bill?
No, but to change your name on your ID and your passport. And I think there's probably a room full of women that have done this, and I think we're all driving with a valid driver's license with our married name. Has anybody had a problem with that? I don't think. Okay.
So you're saying they would
Seriously?
have to then go buy another ID, purchase another ID, and do something?
If they
to be
get
able to vote?
married, yeah, that usually women are.
Well, what
really-
if they don't drive? What if they don't have a driver's license? What if their birth certificate is their ID?
And they don't want to change their name? Is that what you're saying? Or
No,
or
they change their
do
name, but their
change-
birth
What are they
certificate
changing
is-
their name on exactly? I'm sorry.
When they got married?
On what form? Like a marriage license?
Sure.
Okay.
Do
A
you
marriage
accept that?
license, yes.
Yeah, that's proof for citizenship here?
That's proof that
Under
you
this
of
bill.
who you are when you try to prove that you are a citizen.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get at is this bill doesn't allow that. What I'm trying to get at here is I'm hoping we can amend this bill because this bill doesn't allow a lot of substantial IDs. So, for example, are you familiar in the election code, and I think our registrars will be, voter ID, we allow in the election code 63.001 substantially similar language, but that's not found in your bill. And so that would allow a birth certificate, someone to look at and be like, well, Ms. Shaheen may be your maiden name or last name, we changed it, and we can, I won't pick on the chairman next time, but I'll check on Richard Raymond. But so I get the serious point here is I'm hoping we can work together on getting some substantially similar language already found in other parts of the election code added to this bill to make sure that the 80% of women that have changed their name and are only allowed to have their birth certificate in this case wouldn't be cut out of participating in their democratic process.
Of
So I
course.
hope you'll look at that amendment.
Okay.
Substantially similar language. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for saying, of course. I hope we can work on that. Let me try to look here. When, federal law right now, they're looking at something called the SAVE Act, and they're going to allow real ID. They're going to allow military IDs. Assuming this passes, this is happening under the Republican administration right now federally, tribal documents, adoption decrees. So the list is just going to be much broader than the two items that yours has. So I just think we're at a real hiccup here with the practical use of this legislation. We talked earlier, I don't think we're in agreement that we're solving a problem with this bill, but I'm also just worried about the logistical implementation right now, about how to do it, because we don't have enough IDs to make it actually work for the people of Texas under the current bill. So I hope we can look at that and come up with maybe some more IDs. Are you open to looking at more IDs? I'm going to ask the Secretary of State about other IDs that they think, in a little bit. But would you be open to amending your bill to make sure we have some other methods for people to prove their citizenship?
Sure.
Thank you. When it comes to currently registered voters, starting at the top of page 7 of your bill, we're requiring the SOS to no later than December 1st, 2025, confirm citizenship status of every currently registered voter in Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they're going to go back through the rolls, 17.7 million people, and we give them a window no later than December 1st, 2025. This bill will take effect September 1st, 2025. Have you and the Secretary of State's office talked about the logistics of that?
Yeah, so the Real ID Act was passed by Congress in 2005, but its implementation has been gradual. 2005, the Real ID Act was signed into law as part of a larger appropriations bill. 2008 to 2016, states were given time to update their ID system to meet the federal standards. October 1st, 2020, originally set as the enforcement deadlines for travelers to need a Real ID compliant license to board a domestic flight or enter federal facilities. It was postponed due to state level delays and COVID pandemic. Currently, deadlines as of the latest update for the DHS Real ID enforcement begins May 7, 2025. Starting May 7th of 2025, every air traveler 18 or older will need a Real ID compliant driver's license or other acceptable form of ID to fly within the United States. So that being said, I believe that a majority of us have the
Sure,
Real
I have
ID, and so those are already, we know those voters are citizens.
I agree with that statement, but I'm not sure every voter has a Real ID, and and they're not required to be a voter, and so I'm worried about the people that are being left out by this bill. Again, back to I think needing to expand the IDs that would be acceptable, but also making sure that the birth certificate, if it's similar as we find in other parts of the code, would be acceptable amendment to your bill as well. But have you had a chance to talk to the Secretary of State about the feasibility, like that they'll be able to actually get this done in that 4-month time frame?
Yeah, I watched some of their testimony on the Senate Bill 16.
Okay,
so.
and they felt comfortable with that time frame. All right, let's get to another part of the bill. So I want to talk specifically about data matching used the Department of Public Safety. This is in a few places, including in Section 4. Page 4, you don't have to pull it up, but Section 4, and then again on page 7, this is for new would-be registrants. Line 1 for current registrants. When someone applies for a driver's license, they're asked if they're a citizen, and that answer gets recorded. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Are you talking about?
The DPS, sure.
DPS, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're asked if they're a citizen, okay? So they get a driver's license. Okay, and then a driver's license in Texas only have to be renewed once every 6 years. So I'm getting to a point here. I could go be legally in this state but not a citizen, get a driver's license, check. I answer the question, I'm not a citizen. A couple years later, I become a citizen. My driver's license is not yet expired. So I haven't renewed my driver's license. So not a citizen, same driver's license from when I answer not a citizen. Okay. So under your bill, if DPS shows a non-citizen flag, because once upon a time, I answered I was not a citizen, I answered that legally, truthfully, under this hypothetical. And I haven't renewed my license, so I haven't come back and said I am a citizen, even though I did become a citizen. So what we're trying to get at here, the heart of what we're trying to get at is, are you familiar with the Whitley Purge from 2019?
Say that again?
The Secretary of State Whitley Purge from 2019? Okay, so what happened was, and this was my freshman session.
I think yes, I do. Okay,
There,
go ahead.
Secretary of State
Yeah.
Whitley, who what they did is they use a lot of the numbers that get shared that sound inflated. They removed people from the rolls that had once upon a time said they were not a citizen, but it didn't. But it was using, they registered to vote, and they were looking at data that preceded their registration date. I don't see any of the, and then it went to court, it had to get negotiated, had to be settled, and now we have a lot of the code dealing with the Whitley Purge. And I don't see any of those protections written into your bill, and I'm just wondering if that was done intentionally.
This bill is not removing people. It is requiring that we make sure that if someone is registering, that they are a citizen.
Well, I agree with part of your statement, but it was also, as we talked about, it's going to go back and look at every current registered voter and cross-check them again for citizen. And if we don't have the Whitley Purge language into this bill, someone that, again with the example, not a citizen, becomes a citizen, but when they were not a citizen, let's just do a hypothetical, year 2000, not a citizen, gets a legal driver's license because they're here legally but not a citizen. They now have a record that they are not a citizen. They go become a citizen in 2023, or 2003, and then they get pinged in 2004 when they haven't had to get a new driver's license as not being a citizen. So now they're going to be flagged. They're going to have the F next to their name, and they only get to vote for Congress and Senate under your bill, and they're going to be left out of city council even though they're a citizen. And if the notification period comes, maybe it comes late, maybe they can't afford to go get the proper ID, whatever, hypothetical. I'm just wondering why we've had so much case law and settlement around the Whitley Purge, that's not in here. And maybe you're open to adding that in here. And I think Secretary of State's office who did this settlement, it cost taxpayers a lot of money to get there because what they did was wrong. They threw off thousands of voters for being citizens but using old data. And so under this hypothetical, this bill doesn't have those protections. So I just want to make sure when we're doing our list maintenance of the currently registered, we're going to put these protections into this bill. So it's,
And I believe that under your hypothetical, if someone becomes a U.S. citizen, they will be in the database. And when we are we're checking to see if these people are citizens, it will be in the database that they are, and
I
they'll
hope
be able
so.
to verify that.
I hope so, but we've seen a lot of errors over, the bureaucracy of Texas government over time, and I want to make sure, you said earlier, one person is too many. So I'm just really scared if we take away one person's right to the ballot box in any election, it would be too many. And so I hope you'll work with us to put in the Whitley Purge negotiated language to make sure we have those protections. I mean, it's something that's across other parts of the election code. I was surprised that it wasn't in here, either in your version or Senator Hughes, and so.
Well, I will look at it, but I believe this bill just strictly deals with registering people.
Well, but it's also going to do list maintenance for current registered.
We'll look at it, but
Okay.
I believe that's why, it's
All right.
just because this is supposed to be
I'll
dealing
take you
with
at your
just
word.
registering.
We'll work to put that in. Getting there. When you were crafting this legislation, did you look to other states and other state models?
Yes, Florida has been doing this for several election cycles.
Okay. Because there are a few models that I'm aware of, like just wondering why y'all chose. I mean, one is Arizona does a model like this.
Was it Arizona?
Documentary proof
I'm
citizenship.
sorry, it's not Florida.
No
It's
worries.
Arizona.
Arizona
I'm sorry,
was kind of the
yes.
model here.
Yeah.
So here's, it looked like the Arizona model, and so my kids are trying to FaceTime me right now. They're telling me to get off the mic.
Oh, they are so smart.
Maybe it was the chairman.
Smart kids.
It looked like the Arizona model when I was looking at it. And so I guess here's what I'm worried about is the Arizona model has been, at one point last year, over 200,000 longtime registered voters in Arizona were flagged as potential non-citizens, but Arizona Supreme Court ruled that all 218,000 cast a full ballot. They said we're unwilling on these facts to disenfranchise voters en masse from participating. I mean, it seems like the Arizona model gets it wrong, and that's what this model seems to look like. And I think to what you're working to do, and I want to go back to, trying to help you, working to do a system that makes sure non-citizens aren't registering and participating. There's a Georgia model that does this on the back end, and it's more on the behind the scenes, and it assumes innocent until not, just kind of to sum it up simplistically. And so I would hope that before we pass this legislation, that I think is going to disenfranchise thousands and thousands and thousands of Texas voters, as it did in Arizona, a much smaller state, 200,000 people in a much smaller populated state. We would look to the Georgia model if we, one, I don't think we've really addressed a problem that we're solving, but if we feel we have to, the Georgia model has seemed to be much more effective, not come under near the court scrutiny, and been a way to kind of accomplish, I think, similar things. So I know you said the Arizona model. I hope we will look to the Georgia model and see where we're getting there, because I just think we're going to really miss the boat with the intended goal of having non-citizens. What we're going to do is end up kicking off citizens from the rolls here. And so, we both said at the beginning, we agree. We don't want non-citizens on the rolls. We want elections to be free and fair. This is going to end up with too many too many current citizens being kicked off the rolls under this legislation. And so I think we're going down a dangerous path. But I do think there's a way to get to the problem that you want to solve. I just think this bill is not going to do it because of the unintended consequences.
Can I address the
Yes,
Arizona
please. Sorry.
case?
Absolutely.
So, the Arizona case, Justice Scalia's showed Arizona a path, and that path was the bifurcated ballot. And so that's what we've implemented into this legislation.
Well, I agree, and because federal law has extra protections that state law will no longer have if we pass this, I assume that's why you are bifurcating. You're saying, well, we can't trump federal law, but federal law only guarantees these two. You're saying Congress and U.S. Senate. Mm-hmm. But what's going to happen, though, that I'm afraid of, and trying to get to making sure non-citizens aren't on the rolls, again, we're going to kick off thousands and thousands of citizens from the rolls. And you're right, we're going to bifurcate them. We're going to say, well, you still get to participate in two. I mean, many of you are from Harris County. What is it, like 60, 70, 80 elections on the ballot? But you're going to participate in two now. And so I just think we're going to really disenfranchise a lot of voters. And I totally believe that's not your intent, but I think that's what this legislation does. And so I just think we got a lot of room for improvement here to get to the original intent. On the bill mechanics, Bill says in Section 7 on page 12, lines 7 through 11, that the AG shall prosecute conduct constituting the offense of illegal registration created in this bill if the local DA and CA fails to do so. Is this a direct challenge to the 2021 State versus Stevens court ruling?
Yeah, I want to make sure you see the language that it's knowing if someone knowingly does so.
No, I get that, but the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals ruled that the Attorney General cannot unilaterally prosecute criminal cases prescribed by election law. This would change that. So this is going against the Court of Criminal Appeals ruling. Is that correct?
Is that to deal with registering people?
Well, they have to do that in collaboration and consent when asked.
That's why I guess I wasn't familiar
It
with that.
can be, yeah.
If that case specifically dealt with registering, knowingly, illegally registering individuals.
Well, that's dealing with the authority of the Attorney General's office versus local CA and county attorneys, district attorneys. Now, they can go get help from the Attorney General's office. But right now, the court says they can't go unilaterally do this. So this is going to fundamentally override the courts and change the role of the Attorney General when it comes to elections.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, we can get some clarification maybe from Secretary of State on that. But I do think that's something we need to look to amend into this bill to make sure that we're in compliance with the courts. Just finally to conclude, were you able to did you meet with the voter registrars, county clerks, or other election administrators when crafting this bill and get their input?
I know that my office has been in contact with them, and so has Senator Hughes, the
Okay.
Senate companion.
Did they give you any feedback or concerns?
I spoke with my elections registrar today, and gosh, I've had so many conversations today about different
No, I
election
understand.
bills. I'm trying to remember. She had one concern. It was the fact that right now we say that you have to register in person. You have to show your papers in person, and you have to vote in person if we cannot validate that you are a citizen.
Yeah.
And they thought it might disenfranchise older voters by not being able to vote by mail.
Yeah, I was actually going to skip that part of it, but I'm glad they brought it up because I do also.
And we're looking in that. We're looking at that.
So, because I also see that if they're
that's why I
flagged
didn't
with
bring
the
it up
F,
either.
if they're flagged with the F, they lose their ability to vote by mail, and they have to go vote in person. And I think one of the real fears is the people that are likely to get Texas-born U.S. citizens that are likely to get unintentionally, I know it's not your intention, unintentionally disenfranchised here and only get to vote the federal ballot. They're probably seniors that don't have other ID systems. And I think about the retired grandmother, 90-year-old, only has the birth certificate, doesn't drive, never left the state, doesn't have a passport. We're now saying she's got to go figure out a ride to the head of the county. I mean, if she lives in Eddie Morales' district, that could be a 3-hour drive. And there.
That's if we can't verify that she's
I know.
a citizen.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to happen to everyone, but I think it's a realistic hypothetical that it's going to happen to some Texans. And so I think we have to work through those things. I'm going to stop. This was the longest question since the Briscoe Cane bill 4 years ago that I've asked. So I appreciate you working with me. Some of my takeaways, and I hope we can work on them, is we're going to look at the IDs and maybe expand on those. We're going to look at the Whitley language and the Stevens language, and then the voting by individuals that only have the F. So thank you for that input, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
Mr.
Chair Wilson?
Chairman, just a very simple question. I was just wondering, I know that we put time limits on testimony for witnesses. I was just wondering if there's any precedence of having a rule for questions from the bench. I just want people to get a good chuckle because I know it's late today. Thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. I try really hard not to be repetitive and asking anything that's already been asked.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do what?
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. He says it's impossible. Everything is possible. But I did want to ask you, did you, on the issue of, people who are already registered right now, right, in Texas, whether your bill is going to require currently registered voters to prove they're citizens, or, when they come off and then they get back on, or how's that, I forget, how are you handling, or how does this bill affect that?
Well, the Secretary of State will be able to identify people who are already citizens. If you are a citizen and you've been voting and you've been registered, they'll just verify that. You won't even know. You won't.
Okay.
If you're you won't even feel it. I promise.
Okay, so again, this bill is not, it's not mandating that you've,
you re-register.
If I asked for a show of hands and all the hands went up, if I said, are you registered to vote, and they all went up.
Yeah.
So none of those people are gonna have to deal with this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if any of them are non-citizens, then they get away with it, or what?
If they're non-citizens,
Yeah.
then the registrar will try, or Secretary of State will try, or if we do not know if they're a citizen or not, then the Secretary of State registrar will try to verify their citizenship.
Okay.
And if they can't, then they'll be sent a notice to that fact.
All right, and so I may ask the Secretary of State later, kind of just to remind me how you all check the millions, right? So let me ask you this. One of the things, and I was concerned, he touched a little bit on this, the Vice Chairman did, but, in your, on page 1 of the bill, line 14, where it says a person desiring to register to vote shall submit to the registrar a copy of one of the following documents, of course, passport. First of all, did you, and I don't even know where we can check this. We probably can. Hi, Pastor. What percentage of Texans have passports?
Oh, I'm not sure. I
So-
know that 85% of people who register to vote do so through the Department of Public Safety.
Okay, so Mr. Busey was saying he thought 50%. I doubt it's that high, but I'll go with that. So 50% of the people in Texas have passports. We'll stipulate to that. So then the other half don't. So 15 million, 16 million, whatever it is, don't. So then the second thing you say here is that one of the following documents that they could use would be a certified copy of a birth certificate issued by a United States state or territory or the District of Columbia, right? A certified copy of a birth certificate issued by a United States state, right? That would be something they could use to prove citizenship, right? And so if it was issued by the state of California, that would be, they could use that?
Mm-hmm.
If it was issued by the state of Georgia, they could use that, is that right?
Citizenship, yes.
If they were issued a birth certificate by the
Yes.
state of Georgia, they could use that to prove their citizenship here in Texas, is that correct?
Correct.
If they were issued one from the state of Montana, a birth certificate from the state of Montana, I'm not gonna do all 50.
I don't think we like Montana very much, do we?
I'm gonna use all 50.
No, I
but-
do like Montana. I
but-
think so. I think we would do that.
Okay. If they were issued a birth certificate from the state of Hawaii, if they were issued from the state of Hawaii. could
I
they-
would think Hawaii, yes. That is
Okay.
a state within the United States of America.
So then let me ask you, and this is not, I'm gonna ask you something, it's important, and it's not, I'm not doing this to joke. I like to kid around, you know that. But if they're from Hawaii, so if Barack Obama decided to move to
I knew a joke was
the
coming.
United.
He does
No,
that
I'm
every time.
serious, I'm serious.
He does it every time.
If he were to decide to move to Texas, right? And didn't have a passport, because whatever reason, it expired, just didn't have it. Would he be able to use a certificate that was issued by the state of Hawaii as a proof of citizenship to register to vote in Texas?
Yes.
So you believe that Barack Obama was born in the United States?
I didn't say that.
Oh, so then he would be able to use it even though you think it's not? I mean, no, this is a serious question because this is about birth certificates issued. And the reason I'm saying this is because I believe, were this to pass, I believe the great majority of people who would register would use their birth certificates to try to prove their citizenship. That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
So,
Seriously, yes.
yes, what?
Yes, that would be, you would be able to prove your citizenship with your birth certificate from Hawaii.
So you believe it, in this case, because we all know who he is, So if Barack Obama moved here to Texas and wanted to register to vote, didn't have his passport anymore for whatever reason, maybe because he's not traveling much anymore, right? He could use his birth certificate and he could register to vote in Texas. Is that right?
If it's a valid birth certificate, yes.
Well, it was issued by the state of Hawaii. You just said it would be valid. Is that
If-
right?
If it is a valid, yes, birth certificate from Hawaii, yes.
So if it was issued by the state of Hawaii, then it would be
If
valid.
it was, yes.
If it was issued by Hawaii, the state of Hawaii?
Yes.
So then, again, you believe he could register here, so you believe he's a citizen.
If it was a valid certificate, birth certificate,
Well,
then yes.
okay, so since millions of people.
Can we stay on the bill?
It is on the bill.
Oh, okay.
It is on the bill. Because again, I'm not being facetious. I'm
Okay.
using that because gets to the point that I believe, were this to pass, that most of the people who would try to prove their citizenship are likely to use their birth certificate. And members, as you know, we have so many people moving here to Texas from other states. I'm guessing that in the Metroplex, where the chairman's from, and even where you're from, that a lot of people have moved in from out of state. And I believe that many, many, many of those people, were they to register to vote, and I think many of them will register, are going to want to use their birth certificate to prove that they are United States citizens. So I'm asking you, I mean, is it going to be accepted?
Yes.
So then Barack Obama, if he moved here, Chairman, don't cut me off yet here. I'm serious. Would he be able to register to vote in Texas?
If he had a valid birth certificate
Well,
from
okay,
a state
what is
within the
that-
United States,
what
yes.
what does that mean if they had a valid? Because we have thousands, probably millions of people moving here from other states. So
I'm saying it has to be a valid birth certificate, yes.
how do we determine if it's valid? How does this bill contemplate determining if it's valid?
Will you ask a resource witness that question about
If
validating
you
birth
don't, if you don't know,
certificates?
if you don't know, you can say I don't know.
I don't know how they validate a birth certificate. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay, all right. So also important, because I believe it's going to be mostly birth certificates, or many of them, the issue of a woman. I want to make sure married women, because that's a big deal too. Where I come from, the many, I would say a great majority of women who get married then take their husband's last name, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so since their birth certificate won't match that, again, how do you see that working out?
I don't see that as a problem. I have a staff young lady here in the audience that changed her name back to her mother's given name when she was 18. And then she got married, and then just a few months ago changed her name to take her husband's last name.
Uh-huh.
And she did all that. I mean, when she changed her name to reflect her mother's maiden name, she did that on her own when she was 18.
Okay.
And had no problem. And then she did it a couple years later to take her husband's name, no problem. I don't see a problem with that, being able to having to change your name when you get married. I'm sorry, I don't see that.
Well, because if you're presenting the birth certificate, it's not going to match your application to register to vote. Certainly not going to match in your example of this young lady. She registers to vote, whether her married name now, it's clearly not going to match the birth certificate, right?
Well, and she'll have a Social Security number also that reflects her married name, right? And it would show in her.
Okay, so that wasn't clear to me in the bill. So if you go register, you're a woman, you've been married, use your husband's last name, and you now have a Social Security card that has your married name, that's all you need then to prove under your bill, that all you would need is a Social Security card? Is that right?
I believe that's all you need when you go to. I did it. I've been married a long time, 45 years. So I don't remember
45?
how I did it.
45?
No, not 45.
I didn't think so. Anyway.
25. So I'm trying to remember
Yeah, I'm
what all
just
I had
asking
to.
that
I know I had to have my marriage license and my current.
Well, I'll ask,
Social
maybe I'll ask Secretary of State that if.
We're going to bring the Secretary of State as a resource witness next.
Okay, so and I'm ending it on this, but it's a big deal because I do believe that a lot of women in particular are going to be affected. And I want to know, I didn't know this, if they, under your bill, when somebody moves in here from California, right, or Montana or whatever, Hawaii, and a woman, and she's married, changed her name to married name, and but she has a Social Security card with her married name on it. Is that all she will need to register to vote here in Texas if this bill becomes law? If you don't know, she knows I'm going to ask her. So
Okay.
you don't know.
I'm not for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Plaza?
Thank you so much for being so gracious with answering all of our questions. I was looking through my paperwork. Does this bill have a fiscal note?
It does.
Do you know what that fiscal note is?
I do not.
Okay, I assume it's significant. I assume it's a significant fiscal note, and Texas taxpayers are going to be paying for this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess when I'm looking at the cost-benefit analysis of this, right, what is the estimated number of Texas voters who would be placed in this category? Do you know?
In what category? I'm sorry.
This category that they're going to have their voter registration taken away from them because they're not answering all these questions correctly or whatever on these.
We don't know how many people are going to try to register who are not
So
citizens.
I guess what I'm asking is like we don't know what the financial impact would be in implementing this bill if we're going to have like separate ballot systems in each county. I guess that's what I'm getting at is like what is going to be the cost implications on my county for implementing this
We
bill?
already have bifurcated ballots depending on what precinct you're voting in.
Okay. And so basically what we're saying is if you're a Texan and you need to go prove your citizenship, you've got to go drive somewhere to do it, right? And you've got to provide this documentation. Do you feel like this is an extra burden on working class people?
To prove that they're a citizen?
To get their documentation. And I'll just give you an example. A certified Texas birth certificate can cost up to $25, $35 if it's expedited. A passport costs $130 plus the photo fees. If you're a naturalized citizen and you need to replace that, it's $555. So I guess my question is, in this Biden economy,
Can you repeat that?
in Trump's economy, with the stock market down, do you think that this is going to be like a burden on working Texans to get these documents?
I believe that most people who are here have a driver license.
But if they, for
And-
whatever reason, let's say it's expired, and then we know that like the lines at these DPS offices are like months, right? So now my license is expired. I gotta go call my mom and say, do you have my birth certificate? She's, she lives in Rowlett. I gotta figure out how to get this That's my concern. I'm just looking at the cost of this, and I'm trying to figure out what the cost benefit is to this. That's all I'm asking, and that's why I wanted to know what the fiscal note on the bill is, but I guess I'll look it up somewhere else. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Oh, Mr. Toad?
$1.2 million.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
Over 2 years, and then it's $270,000 a year thereafter. Is that too much money to want to do everything we can to make sure that our elections are as accurate as possible?
Absolutely not.
How big of a deal was it for you when you had to get a new driver's license because of the real voter ID or the Real ID Act?
It wasn't.
It what?
It was not a big deal.
Wasn't?
Not for me, no.
You're still alive because you had to go through that?
And I can drive with my husband's name.
Really? That's amazing.
Mhm.
You're an incredible woman.
Thank you.
So let me ask you a question. I remember when my wife and I got married, and she took her license and she showed up with her marriage certificate. We didn't have to sacrifice any animals or anything silly like that. It was relatively easy. Was that the same for you and Jason?
Well, like I said, it's been about 25 years, and I think if it was an ordeal, I may have remember it, but I
It's not a
honestly don't
traumatic
even
event then
remember
that
it.
you've
No.
blocked out of your memory?
No.
Okay. You're amazing. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Plessa?
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I see that there's $2 million going.
1.2, I think.
1.2 million. I gotta check the stock market here when I get a chance. But it's 1.2, so I understand that we're spending $1.2 million, essentially, and some might argue to make it harder to vote. And I appreciate the intention of election security. I appreciate the intention of this bill. But I guess, don't you think it would be appropriate to also use some of that money to help people have access to the ballot? So we're using the money to make it harder to vote, but we're not making it easier or lessening the burdens for people to register to vote or cast their ballot.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
So if you want to change your name, you visit any driver's license office within 30 days of the change. Provide one of the documents listed below that verifies your name change. These documents must be an original as copied and are not accepted. If the document is not in English or certified English, translations must be submitted with the original document. Marriage-related name change, marriage license, divorce decree, annulment, Department of State Health Services marriage verification letter. Any other type of name changes, if your name change is not married-related, bring one of the following documents: a certified court order, amended birth certificate, or certificate of naturalization form.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is, like I said, I appreciate the intention of election security, but we need to examine both the cost and the benefits realistically. This bill appropriates no funds to help citizens acquire this documentation that you are forcing people to get if they don't have it. And that's all I'm saying, is that if we're gonna put this burden on people, we should figure out a way to allocate substantial resources for these people to help them get these documentations, because voting is the bedrock of our democracy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, even if one illegal vote cancels out the voice of a lawful voter, I believe that's something that we can agree is worth the money we're spending to protect our democracy.
And I have no problem with that. I totally agree. I would like to see something in here that helps those people who, like I said, $555 for a replacement of a naturalization birth certificate or nationalization certificate. That's a lot of money to me. So that's all I'm saying, is that when you look at something like this, I just want to make sure that we're spending just as much resources to help people get access to the ballot box as we are preventing them from having access to the ballot box.
Members, any other questions?
Chairman?
Mr. Toth.
So the Real ID Act, what additional steps have to be taken beyond, when you get a new driver's license and it's the Real ID Act is up, how many more steps do you have to take with this than you would have to have taken with getting your driver's license?
You don't have to take any more steps.
You don't? That's crazy. So you can get your driver's license, and that, I don't see anyone complaining up here about how hard we've made it to, which we didn't do that, right? The federal government did that. This is no more difficult than getting a driver's license.
That's what.
Now, right?
Yes, and 85%.
What's more sacrosanct to the Constitution and our rights to live in a free nation than the ability to vote? Is it driving?
Evidently. To some.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Swanson.
Yes, I'm really puzzled at this thing that it's such a big deal when you get married, because, you know, I just had a staffer get married a few months ago, and, you know, she did ask to leave work a couple of hours early, and she went and took care of it all. And then, you know, I just know so many, my kids are at the age where, you know, their friends are getting married and everybody's getting married. I hate to say some of them divorced and married again, and nobody's complaining, and they have to go change. If they want to change their name legally, then they have to go and catch up these other documents. So anybody complaining that things are different is because they didn't follow the law and go change their documents. Just like if you move somewhere, you've got 30 days to change your address. Well, if you decide to change your name, you have to go get your documents changed within a certain period of time. So I commend you on the bill, and I think that young women are really smart, and it is not a problem. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Busey.
Just two quick follow-ups. One is, just for clarification, because we keep talking about the Real ID, and I hope we amend this bill for Real ID, but your bill does not currently allow Real ID as one of the forms of proof of citizenship. Is that correct?
The Real ID is on our driver's license. That is what our driver's license are.
No, I understand, but under your bill, a United States passport card issued, I'm just reading it, certified copy of birth certificate, and then that's for that was for natural-born citizens, and then for people that became citizens, there's a few more. United States citizenship papers. I agree. I want. No. Yeah, my point is, Real ID is not currently in this bill. I hope we're going to amend it, because we keep talking like it is, or some of us are, but it's not. And so I just want to clarify that. And my only other point made in the exchange with you and Mr. Toth is, I consider voting to be a fundamental right, driving to be a privilege. Therefore, it should be easier to access the ballot box than to access driving, in my opinion. Thank you.
Members, any other questions?
Here, yes.
Are you sure? Ms. Swanson?
Yes, I know you always like my questions. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify that Real ID does not indicate that you are a citizen. It just says you're here legally. And I want to remind this committee here that we seem to all have very short memories, that we have passed out some great bills this session that we need to get passed through as law that would indicate on a driver's license or state ID whether the person's a citizen. I think Representative Ryan Guillen had a bill on that, maybe somebody else too. I think we're taking care of that, and we need to get both bills passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, good job. All right, we are going to go to public testimony, and we recognize your right to close.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christina Atkins with the Secretary of State's office. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Welcome. We're glad you're here. We're showing you registered as Christina Atkins with the Secretary of State's office, and you are neutral on the bill.
That's correct.
Members, are there any questions for Ms. Atkins? Did you have?
I mean,
Mr. Raymond?
thank you, Chairman. Whatever you remember me asking.
No, I believe it was about
Was your
names
question-
on.
Huh?
We're,
It
What?
was about how do you
it was
ensure that
about
the.
married women.
I thought you had a question about how do you confirm the birth certificate is valid?
Is he good or what? Is he good or, that's why you're chairman. Is he, I mean, with everything going on, man, he remembered. That's exactly right.
Was that it? Okay.
That's it, man.
So with respect to the list of documents that establish citizenship, there is nothing in this bill that says a voter registrar has to identify or investigate the validity of that particular document. We're taking that document on its face. Now,
Oh, so then it wouldn't matter whether or not someone from Montana came in here with a fake birth certificate. Is that right?
well, if somebody used a birth certificate that was fake, they would be potentially subjecting themselves to criminal penalties if somebody discovers
Potentially,
that.
but I mean, you just said that you don't, they don't, what did you just say? Say it again.
Yes, sir. I said that there is nothing in the bill right now that requires that a voter registrar investigate or look into the validity of the documents that are presented. So they're taking the document on its face.
And so, if someone came, and so someone who came from Montana with a fake birth certificate, they could register to vote in Texas, is that correct?
If they're providing a birth certificate, that's sufficient for
You don't-
registration and
you don't-
providing proof of
so
citizenship.
this bill doesn't care if as long as they present a birth certificate, this bill doesn't care if it's real or not. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that I'm comfortable answering that question.
All right, does
Because
this bill require that if someone comes from Montana and they present a birth certificate issued by Montana, and they use that to register to vote, does this bill in any way require that we establish the validity and the authenticity of that birth certificate?
No, it does not require that for any of the
Yeah,
documents that are on this
that wasn't
list.
so hard to say, right? That wasn't hard to answer. It's the same answer that, I mean, it's the same, but okay, I hear what you say, that you don't want to answer it the other way.
As a resource witness, sir, I have to be very careful with the answers that I give the committee.
Well, you can just give honest answers and,
No, she's got to be neutral, so.
No, but she could, no, I mean, honest, what I mean is, anyway.
Yeah.
We're okay. So, so we've established that the bill, and I think the author needs to sort of reflect on that the bill says you can present a birth certificate that we don't we don't care if it's real or not. Just present one. We don't care which state it's from, just present one. So that's important that you try to work on that, I hope. I think you should. But the other thing is because I want to clarify on the Social Security card. So a woman is married in Wyoming, born in Wyoming, married, changes her last name, comes to Texas, and said, well, you know, I'm not going to use my birth certificate because it's fake. So, but I have a Social Security card. Does this say that that's enough to register to vote?
No, sir, a Social Security card is not listed as one of the established forms of documentary proof of citizenship.
Okay, so
showing a Social Security card is not going to validate your citizenship status.
Okay, so she got married and she changed her Social Security card to her married name, and so that is not a valid, not under the current bill.
If I may, just a little bit
Of
on that
course.
issue with respect to women that are married or any individual that might have a name change.
Yeah.
There is nothing in this bill that requires that the name on your documentary proof of citizenship be an exact match to the name on your voter registration record. So that's not a requirement of the bill.
Wait, say that again?
There's nothing in the bill that requires that your name that's on your documentary proof of citizenship that's provided to establish citizenship be an exact match to the name in your voter
So
registration
like
record.
almost an exact match, or 50%, 60% exact, 70%?
It doesn't require an exact match.
So it can be 30% similar, and that's enough?
And I'll give you an example.
Please.
When we're talking about somebody that was married and changed their name.
Yeah.
Under the current law, putting citizenship verifications aside, but under current law, if you are updating your voter registration application to reflect your change in name, all you do is mark a box at the top of the application that indicates you're changing your name. And that's updated in the voter registration system.
And that's fine, but I'm really wanting to talk about this bill as it's written and what the law would look like were this bill to pass. That's what matters
Absolutely,
to me.
sir. And I just use that example to say that that already under current law, there is no requirement to show proof when you are updating your registration record because of a name change. This bill also does not contain any requirements that you provide additional proof that your
Additional? What do you mean additional?
or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. There is nothing in this bill that requires that the proof of citizenship that you are providing have an exact match to your name on your voter registration record, which means you don't have to bring in a marriage certificate. You don't have to bring in a Social Security card. If your birth certificate has a name that's different than your voter registration record, that's under this bill, that's okay.
Well, hold on a second. There is no voter registration record if you're registered. You moved here from Montana. You're registering to vote, so you do not have any record, voter registration record. You're starting from scratch. That's what this is contemplating. That's what I'm talking, because there's so many people moving into
Sure,
Texas. I'm going to
of
focus
course.
on that because there's
Of
so
course.
many people moving, and many of them are women, and many of them are using, married last names, right? So I'm trying to figure out what happens there. And you're starting to tell me by saying, well, they can use a birth certificate, but we're not going to check and see if it's real or not. That's not what this bill does. As long as they give me one that says, now, if that birth certificate is different than the name on the application, so Anne Marie Johnson, born Anne Marie Johnson, and now Anne Marie Johnson marries a Jones, so now she's Anne Marie Jones, right? Brings her birth certificate, says Anne Marie Johnson, but her application says Anne Marie Jones. What's going to happen?
She would be able to register to vote. She's showing her proof of citizenship. It would establish documentary proof of citizenship.
The citizenship, her proof is a birth certificate that says Anne Marie Johnson. The application
That's
is
correct,
for Anne
sir.
Marie Jones.
And that's correct, sir. Under the bill as written, there is no requirement that that name be an exact match. If somebody's
So as long
presenting,
as long as her name is Anne Marie, it doesn't really matter what the last name is.
there's nothing in here that indicates that there has to be an exact match on that name. So if a voter registrar is calling our office to ask for guidance on this, our response would be, is there other information on that document that can connect you back to that voter? So for example, their voter registration application is going to have date of birth. Does the date of birth on the voter registration application match the date of birth on the voter registration
Well,
certificate?
of course it's going to, because if somebody's trying to fake their way in, they're gonna fill out an application, they go, well, let me see, what is my birth certificate, what, give me that fake birth certificate. All right, that fake birth certificate from Montana says Anne Marie Johnson, born 10/17, 72. All right, so in my application for a voter registration, I go, Anne Marie, well, my married name is, or my name that I can show on my, is Johnson, right? Or Jones, not Johnson anymore. And Anne Marie Jones, or Johnson, born Johnson. Anne Marie Johnson was born 10/17/72. Some put that on the application because that matches, right? That matches. And Anne Marie, well, that matches. Jones, Johnson, shoot. Well, the Johnson doesn't match Jones. But the birth, but the date of birth I'm writing on my application matches this. So can you see where if somebody wanted to commit fraud in registering, how easy that would be?
Well, sir,
Or maybe you can't
I
opine.
think that if you think that there needs to be some changes to
No,
address that in the bill.
I'm trying to figure out how we prevent people from fraudulently registering to vote.
I think that's something you probably need to work with the bill author on, because she's here as a resource
Well,
witness,
and
I think you're.
Chairman, I appreciate that, but there are experts. They're the ones that are going to have to deal with all this.
Yeah, but you're asking her questions about the validity of the different documents that are in the bill, and I think she said multiple times that the bill is silent on that matter. So I don't know what more assistance that she can provide. I think what we can do is, if you want to work with the bill author with that specific concern, there might be amendments to the bill, or I don't know what, but I don't think she can provide you any more specific answers than what she already has.
Well, one more, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
One more, Mr. Chairman. Because you all, as you mentioned in your testimony a minute ago, you all will be the repository of direction to registrars around the state of Texas. So it is very important to me how you see this and how you would play it out. And I hope you will reflect on, giving direction that says, hey, this new law is trying to make sure that people who register to vote are United States citizens. But I would assume that we also want to make sure that that we don't have voter fraud in terms of voter registration fraud, right? That's what I think I assume you care about that too?
Of course.
Okay, so you want to think a little bit more about how you would handle, were this to become law as it's written, how you would handle it?
May I offer something to that, sir?
Please.
So the election code is very specific on what our office can and cannot do.
Right.
There's a provision in the election code that says that we cannot create a procedure not prescribed or authorized under Texas law. So I would say that if you are desiring that this legislation includes some kind of information about validating the documents that are provided, then it needs to be put into the law.
Because it's not in it right now.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so we want to prevent voter registration fraud, which this bill as it's written could really open up a lot of voter registration fraud. Then we've got to work some provisions in here to prevent voter registration fraud, which could be by the thousands because of all the people that are moving into the state. Because it doesn't address the way it's written right now. This part of what's jumping out at me is like, man, you could have all kind of voter registration fraud. And regrettably, most of it would be women. No, because of the big open, the thing about the married stuff, right?
Well, and I think if there is a desire for there to be something about evaluating the validity of the documents presented, that needs to be articulated in the law.
Right.
That's not
Okay.
something our office
All
can
right,
create.
members, we've got 56 witnesses to go through.
Well,
So
I'll just say with this,
Okay.
would
Yes,
you all
sir.
think about maybe if Jane Nelson, who I love, Secretary Nelson, if you wanted to prevent voter registration fraud, how you kind of language that you might help the author of this
course.
bill
Yes, sir.
amend
Of course.
into it to prevent voter registration fraud by people from other states like California and others that move into Texas, okay?
Absolutely,
Thank
of
you.
course. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go to public testimony now. Yeah, yes, Ms. Pless, of course.
I promise. Okay, 2 really quick questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you provide your office's estimate of how many legitimate voter registrations might be delayed or rejected due to documentation issues rather than actual citizenship status?
So, what I can tell you is this, and I think Representative Isaac mentioned this, that the great majority of our registrations come through the DPS system. So when we're looking to validate citizenship, I look at we have, 18 million, over 18 million registered voters in the state of Texas. If there's a driver's license number associated with that registration record, so if a person has a driver's license number, I can validate their citizenship status through DPS records.
Okay.
So of those 18 million individuals that are currently registered to vote, we have about 500,000 in our system that either do not have a social security number or driver's license or don't have a driver's license. So those are people that have nothing in that category or have just a social security number.
500,000?
About 500,000, a little bit more than that, but right around that number. So for those individuals, those are the folks that are going to be impacted by this, of our current registrants. And so it's not an extensive number, it's not a huge number, but in comparison to the full database, but that's the category of voters that we're talking about. It's those individuals that just don't have all of that information that we can use for database verification.
Okay, so about 500,000 people.
Mhm.
So my final question, I'm trying to speed it up, Chairman. So you're familiar that similar laws like this have passed in Arizona and Kansas, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that they have faced significant legal challenges.
Yes, ma'am.
Like they're in all kinds of court battles and all that. So what legal analysis has your office conducted regarding potential challenges to this bill under federal voting rights laws? And will Texas taxpayers have to fund those legal challenges?
So the first thing I think I would say with respect to your question, ma'am, is that this bill is different from the Kansas legislation and from the Arizona legislation. I would say that it is more protective of voter rights than the legislation from those other states. And that's because it actually incorporates a process that's similar to what Georgia does, and which Vice Chair Busey mentioned, and that it allows a voter for which we haven't validated their citizenship, they are still registered to vote, and they're not just given a federal ballot. When they appear in person to vote, if they're on that federal list, they are given a full ballot.
Okay.
And it goes through a separate verification process. The voter's then told that they've got up to 6 days from Election Day to provide proof of citizenship. And if they do provide that proof of citizenship within that cure period, then that full ballot is counted. And so it is giving voters the opportunity to vote on all races and subsequently provide that documentation. Now, if a voter does not provide that documentation, then only the races that are designated in this bill, the federal races designated, those votes would be counted for those races. The rest of them would not be.
So when we vote this bill out of committee and we vote it off the House floor and it gets signed by the governor and does one of those signing ceremonies, you don't anticipate that there are going to be any legal challenges to this bill?
Well, I didn't say that. The point I do want to make is I do think that this particular legislation is more protective of voter rights than some of the other legislation that was referenced. I think that's a question as to what the anticipated litigation might be. That's a question you might want to ask some of those organizations and groups that are reviewing the bill in that context. It's hard for me to identify or to state what I think other groups might sue on. But I think there's probably some witnesses here that can speak to maybe their concerns in that area.
Thank you so much for your
Yes,
time.
ma'am.
Thank you so much for staying late, and thank you
Of
for your
course.
hard work.
All right, Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Atkins, a few things. Want to talk about some of the interaction and things that the bill author and I had and that
Yes,
she
sir.
had talked about working with me on. Does this bill acknowledge or provide the protections of the Whitley Purge settlement?
So that's a very good question. I've been pondering that since you asked that, sir. And so it does not provide that kind of language. It doesn't have the limitations that are in place under current law for the DPS list maintenance process. And I think this is something we might have to discuss further if this is something that you're looking to include in this, because I'm not sure that those parameters that are in place for list maintenance would apply to a process about eligibility verifications going forward. List maintenance is a look back, and this is about establishing eligibility at the time of registration.
Yeah, I guess I'm also worried about, because this bill requires everyone to be looked at again, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're not, I don't mean this as a gotcha, you're just not certain if the current Whitley agreement would apply to this bill if we don't go and include it?
Well, I think that so the question about whether that litigation or that agreement, the settlement agreement would apply, I don't believe it would, because this is a subsequent change in law, and it's about an eligibility verification process, not a list maintenance process. It's imposing a new eligibility requirement. So I don't think that litigation, and we are consulting with attorneys on this, but I don't foresee this having an impact on it. But if you wanted to add protections or discuss protections similar to the Whitley settlement agreement, that one I think we need to do a little bit more research on to look at what those parameters would be.
Okay, good. So I think to answer the question, our back and forth, we probably, to be safe, would want to come up with a way to craft some of those agreements into this bill.
I'd be happy to look at the terms of that settlement agreement, look at the law that codified that settlement agreement, and figure out if there's a way to apply some of those parameters to this
Okay,
legislation.
thank you. To Representative Raymond's point about the birth certificates, and what you said to me was surprising because I didn't read it that way, because I didn't see the protections that we have with the voter ID bill about substantially similar.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying because it doesn't say it has to be exact, those protections are assumed?
That's correct, sir. There's nothing in here that indicates your name has to be an exact match. And I would say even right now, under current law, when you update your voter registration, if a woman gets married, all she has to do is submit an update to her form. She doesn't have to go further and show that her name has changed and provide documentary proof of a name change. She just marks the update box on the form, and it'll update her record. There's nothing in here, so this is an analogous situation, because there's nothing in here that would require more than that.
Can you quickly tell us why that was added to the voter ID law and why we may want to consider putting substantially similar language into this bill?
So I don't know the specifics of why that was added to voter ID. That predated my time in the office. I think there was a concern. My recollection is there was a concern that people were going to require some kind of exact match.
Yeah, that's
on
how
the
I
name.
interpreted this bill, but you're saying you interpret it differently.
Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
correct.
So I think to avoid that conflict, we could add the substantially similar language and then.
So I think that's one, if we want to add protections for names that are different, that's another thing that I would say we probably want to have, do a little bit of research on, because I wouldn't want to just add some kind of affidavit like that if that could impede the process in some other way.
Okay.
That's one I'd
Well,
have
you'll
to
work
think
with
about a little bit, but I'm happy to work with y'all on
Representative
that,
myself on
to
that.
see if there's anything there.
This bill only allows for 2 IDs for natural citizens. Are there other IDs that you think could be added and still adequately get to the goal?
For a naturalized citizen?
Yeah, I'm sorry, someone that was born here, yes.
Oh,
sorry, I'm getting it wrong, but yes.
It's okay. Someone born
Because
in
right
the
now,
United
it's just the
States.
birth certificate and the passport.
Yes,
Are there
sir.
some other IDs we could add to expand so we have more options for individuals?
So, and there was a discussion about real ID, and just to clarify on that, real ID, an indication that you have a real ID is not an indication that you're a U.S. citizen. It just means that you have validated your status in the United States, either that you are a U.S. citizen or you're here lawfully
Correct.
present. So that indication right now in a driver's license is not an indication of citizenship. There are other bills that have been evaluated by this committee that would add some kind of citizenship designation that shows that you have proven citizenship. So if somebody has a valid driver's license that shows they are a U.S. citizen, if that becomes a law in Texas, that's something that I think could be added to this, because it's an indication that somebody is a U.S. citizen. That's the only document that I can think of offhand that could be potentially added to this to show proof of citizenship.
Okay, I'm just worried about how limited the scope is, and so if we can find other ways to meet the goal but expand, I think would be helpful. Last thing, for voting in person, if they're voting the federal limited ballot, they have to vote in person under this bill?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And how would that? I said last thing. Actually, I have one more. So they got to drive in. There's no way for them to vote by mail under this bill.
That's correct. Under this bill, there's no mail
Could
ballot
we create
process.
a system of mail ballot? I mean, is it possible that we could do that and still meet the other requirements of this bill if we were to add that in and amend that in?
Yes, there is a way to add a mail ballot process if that's something that the bill author desires.
Okay, and then my final thing, because I think it's silent, although I think Representative Isaac may have answered it. How do I prove my citizenship? I have to drive in. I can't because I think it's silent in this bill.
Sure.
So let's say I'm a
Great
new
question.
registration, so not the list check. I'm a new registrant.
Mhm.
I fill out my VDR form, or the form the VDR gives me, they take it back, but I'm still not registered under this bill. How am I gonna prove it?
I'm glad you asked that question so I could provide a little bit of clarification, because the way I read this bill is that you fill out your voter registration application, you will get registered. It's just a matter of whether you are whether you
I'm
get the
bifurcated,
federal,
though.
whether you are only eligible for federal races when you vote, or whether you're eligible for all races. So you will get registered.
Well, let's say hypothetically, I would like to vote in all races.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about that scenario.
So in that situation, if you have a Texas-issued driver's license and you put that number on your application form, and we can validate your citizenship through DPS, then you don't have to take any further actions.
And, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
But to that point, okay, because I agree with you, part of this bill says it can be proved on the back end, but it also says you have to do it on the front end. What if the Attorney General doesn't like that I didn't do it? Do I have a protection?
I think I think the language is clear that validation can be done utilizing different databases. The biggest of which that we would use, the one that is certain, is the DPS database. So I read the bill, and the language to me in here is very clear that that's an authorized way of
One or the
validating
other,
citizenship.
not this one, but we may also do this one.
Correct. If we cannot validate your citizenship through these databases, then that requirement to show documentary proof of citizenship exists.
Does this bill fundamentally change the role of the Attorney General when it comes to elections and the Stevens ruling?
That would probably be a question better directed towards the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, members, we're going to go to public testimony. Chair calls LaShaylin Brown, representing herself. Is LaShaylin here? Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I show you registered as LaShaylin Brown, and you're here representing yourself, and you're to testify against the bill?
Yes.
Okay, well, welcome. You may start.
Okay. I am LaShaylin Brown, and I'm here representing myself, and this is my first time testifying in a committee hearing. So let me say this. The current voter registration process is not broken, and it would be a financial disaster to add additional expenses on counties which are already strained for cash. I'm testifying against requiring a person to acquire a passport. Excluding ethnicities, economic class, level of education, and gender identity, we have well over 10 million adult-age Texans who currently do not possess a U.S. passport. I don't possess a U.S. passport because it just hasn't been a requirement for me just yet. This means a significant number of young first-time voters do not possess a passport. Requiring these new registrants to provide a passport to be approved to vote will be a huge financial and time-consuming burden on individuals, families, and local county tax assessor offices across the state. This bill will require the county to hire additional staff, equipment, and spend resources on creating unnecessary due processes. Thank you so much.
You did a great job. Members, any questions? Mr. Toth?
You did really good, by the way.
Thank you.
Was it fun?
Yeah, kind of nervous. But thank y'all so much.
Wait, you're not done. You're doing good.
I'm sorry.
No, you're doing good. What county were you born in?
So I was born in Harris County.
Harris County?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have a birth certificate?
I do.
Then you're good to go.
Well, I'm okay, but it's not me that I'm worried
Oh,
about.
I know, but you had said personally yourself that you didn't have
The
a
passport.
You don't need one.
I don't.
Isn't that great?
But, there are some people who misplace their birth certificate. I've misplaced my birth certificate plenty of times.
You know what's cool, though? You can go to your county of origin.
And get another one.
You know more than I do. You're good.
But what about those people who can't afford to get another one?
To get a birth certificate?
Okay, hold on. Just so we're clear, you're here to provide testimony, and you are doing a super job. But we're going to avoid where witnesses are asking questions of the committee, just because we're here to make a decision on a bill. So your testimony is very valuable, but we're going to hold off on witnesses asking us questions.
You did really good. Thank you very much.
But you're doing great. Members, any other questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Carrie King, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. Welcome. I show you registered as Carrie King. You're here representing yourself and you're to testify against the bill.
That's correct. It's
All right,
also
well,
my
welcome.
very first time.
Well, we're a friendly crowd.
Yes, I see that. And so that was my first disclaimer. My second is that I really see what's happening here in Texas as being extremely similar to what's happening on the federal level. So what I have to say is about both. This bill clearly rides the election denialism wave that has swept across our country. Our current commander-in-chief has secured a sycophantic environment, as illustrated by our own Chip Roy, which has perpetuated this destructive atmosphere of distrust and paranoia. Enough, I say. There has been no credible evidence provided by the current regime, period. So this issue gives rise to immense frustration. There was no rampant election fraud, and this remains true. So as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There is simply no compelling reason to install more obstacles and barriers into our voter registration process. The notion that masses of individuals are chronically attempting to fraudulently vote is absolutely ludicrous and unfounded. Therefore, the argument that we need this bill to aid in protecting our elections has zero ground to stand on. American democracy faces its most formidable threats under this administration. Let us overcome these threats by reasserting the notion that a true democracy empowers every single one of its citizens to vote. Now, surely, in any large group, there will be a few rotten apples. That goes without saying. But this extremely slight deviation is no reason to punish the marginalized in our society by making it even harder for them to vote. Not everyone can produce all the documentation this bill proposes to require. Inability to produce documentation should not deem an individual ineligible to vote. The economically disadvantaged should not be blocked. Overseas military and the trans community should not be blocked. Those who have fled their homeland due to dire circumstances and victims of natural disasters should not be blocked. Married women.
Ma'am, you've reached your 2 minutes. I apologize. Do you, members,
Let's
are there any
honor
questions?
let's just honor the life work of John Lewis and not cast shame upon his integrous legacy. Thank you.
Okay. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder to everybody, just so we can give everybody an opportunity to testify, you have a 2-minute limit in your testimony. If you can honor that, and the way it works is you'll hear that first beep, and that means you have 15 seconds, so you really need to start wrapping up your testimony, and then that final beep, you really need to stop, okay? So Chair calls Coretta Brown, representing Bridges to Empowerment, and yourself. Is Coretta here? Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
I show you registered as Coretta Brown, and you're here representing Bridges to Empowerment and yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, you may proceed, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. So, my name is Coretta Brown, and I'm here to testify against this bill. I'm coming from a fiscal standpoint, as well as, I'm going to just say this. This bill is an unnecessary burden. The author of the bill laid it out. I enjoyed the way she laid it out. But she stated that there are other databases which can prove citizenship without a passport. From her own words, requiring a passport is not mandatory. So let's be clear. This bill comes with a very unnecessarily high price tag. We cannot put such financial burdens on our county tax assessor's office or elections department throughout the state of Texas, especially for less than 1,000 people over a decade. Now here's my second issue. Section 3 will impose a possible criminal charge on both county registrars and volunteer deputy registrars for knowingly approving a voter registration application. This word knowingly could protect an innocent person from serving jail time, but it will most definitely cause an unnecessary financial burden on the state to prove an innocent person guilty and a burden for the defendant to prove him or herself innocent. The current voter registration process is not broken, and it would be a financial disaster to add additional expenses on counties, which are already strapped with finances.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you. Good job. Chair calls Ed Johnson, representing Harris County Ballot Security, and yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Ed Johnson, and you're representing Harris County Ballot Security and yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
That is correct.
All right. Well, welcome. You
Great
may
bill. This is
proceed.
what we need, committee. I will tell you, back when I was director of voter registration in Harris County, our boss at the time, tax collector assessor Paul Betancourt, said, you know, let's clean up the voter roll. And we went through it, and we found hundreds of voters that were not citizens voting. This is back in 2006. In fact, he actually went up before Congress with this evidence and presented it there. So yes, there are non-citizens registered on the roll that are voting. We found these through the jury summons that they submitted. They actually self-identified. That's how we found the people that were not citizens voting on the roll. So that's how they were taken off. This bill also, I don't think will be that big of a burden on the voter registrars, because if you're following state law and you have your driver's license and state ID, which you're required to have, you're going to go through that process with your birth certificate to validate when you get those documents, and you will be on the list, just as you heard from Secretary of State. She said there were about 500,000 that were no driver's license, Social Security on the voter roll. That's about 5%, a little less than 5% of the voter roll. As other bills we've had in here testimony on, I will say that 5 to 10% of the voter roll is bad data. And that's what you're looking at with those records. When Real ID went in, we actually, in Harris County, had poll watchers, people watching to see who showed up. And most everybody had a driver's license that came in to vote. There is this bad data on the voter roll that hopefully we're going to get cleaned up this session too. So these things are not, I don't see anything prohibiting them from doing it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Busey?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Johnson. You said they self-reported by saying they were not a citizen on
The
a
jury
jury
summons.
summons. I would never condone someone lying on a government document, but is it possible that they lied on that document even though they were a citizen to get out of jury duty? I'm not saying we know the facts. I'm just saying, is it possible?
It's possible, but we actually validated these. We actually contacted them to validate this information.
And then they told you they were also not a citizen?
Correct.
And they went and voted?
Yes.
They all voted? Were any of
Yes.
these sent to be prosecuted?
They were turned over to the DA's office, but nothing was ever done with it.
Because I can only find 4 prosecutions.
Yeah, no, the DA's office has never prosecuted them, but yes, it was turned over to the DA's office.
But you do agree it's possible that they could lie?
Yeah,
People could lie on one document,
out of
and
the
it doesn't mean
research
they're
that
not
we
a
did,
citizen?
yes, there were several that did lie.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, very much. Chair calls Mark Hoskins with Disability Rights Texas. Is Mark here? Chair calls David Carter, representing himself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as David Carter. You're here representing yourself, and you're neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, you may.
Wait a minute before you start my time.
Oh, do you want all that to be handed out first?
Yeah, because I'm going to
Sure.
reference some of that. I'd like to be able to
Okay.
highlight some of the material. Yeah, you take your time.
You're doing great.
As long as we get out of here before 4 a.m., or I'm okay.
That's pretty much at depth. All right, Mr. Carter, are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to start. There's just so much to unpack on this bill. This bill is too large, and it's got some things that are really unnecessary. I think the first place to start is that proof of citizenship has already been accomplished in the state of Texas. It started in October of 2008, and it was put in the code. It was in administrative code, then it was put in the statutes in 2011. DPS was found in 2018 audit that they weren't following the law and collecting the citizenship information. But when I renewed in 2019, I had to take my passport. And if I hadn't had a passport, I would have taken my birth certificate. So this has been a long process. Also, the Whitley thing was in 2019. And at that point, the database was totally corrupted in DPS. They had not been collecting the citizenship information. That's what SOS elections should use. They could use it now. But after 6 years of renewals from 2019, it's 2025 now, 6 years. Everybody that's driving the streets with a license has already verified, and this bill should not require them to go furnish that stuff again to their county registrar. That's the worst thing about this bill. And I tried to get this to Senator Hughes and his bill author, and I'm sorry you had to carry this defective bill. So, given the fact that citizenship is not even an issue now as far as showing documents, maybe 500,000 people that don't have a driver's license number, as Atkins said, those are the ones that should be handled by the county registrar. 15 seconds to say this. Okay, as soon as they get that paper application in their hand and they see they don't have a driver's license number, only have social security number or nothing at all, that they should send them the SOS form at that point and request them to provide their proof of citizenship. That's all they have to do. They don't have to go to a million databases.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Just a letter to make them provide their citizenship.
Yes, sir. Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir, very much for being here.
No questions.
Chair calls Ken Moore, representing himself. Chair calls Samantha Enderly, representing herself. Hello. Hi, I show you registered as Samantha Enderly. You're here representing yourself and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Okay. Good morning. I wrote this morning. Good morning. My name is Sammy, and I'm here coming from a fiscal standpoint, but only because I only have 2 minutes. This is my first time stepping foot into the Capitol, and I'm grateful for this opportunity and recognize the privilege that I have having a flexible job allowing me to do so. AKA, I wrote this morning. Something that many Texans can't do because they are tied to their jobs, dependent for the sole purpose of surviving. This brings me to my point. I do not consent in the passing of HB 5337, which will require proof of citizenship to register to vote. This is voter suppression, plain and simple. It violates the spirit and arguably the letter of the 24th Amendment of the United States Constitution, ratified January 23, 1964. The 24th Amendment abolished and forbade both the federal and state governments from imposing any form of tax on citizens as a condition for voting for federal elections. Let me give an example to show why this bill is so harmful. A friend of mine recently had to go order their birth certificate. It cost $25 to get it, plus more if it has to be expedited, $13 for processing, and $21 for shipping. That's almost $60 just to prove who they are. And there's even a limit to how many birth certificates you can get nationwide, and it's 10. So that's wild. I found that out. If the government requires us to pay for our own documents that prove we are who we say we are, then that is a barrier for us to commit, sorry, I'm reading wrong, and then uses that as a barrier for us to vote. We are essentially taxing people for them to participate in our democracy. And this will disenfranchise people. This bill will silence voices, and this is not democracy. The definition for democracy is a system of government by the whole population or all who are eligible, and y'all are making it harder for people to be eligible.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
Thank you.
testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Chase Bearden, Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, and yourself. Do we have the? Hello, sir. I show you registered as Chase Bearden. You're with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities and yourself, and you are here to testify against the bill.
Chairman, thank you. Yes, Chase Bearden with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities.
Okay.
When we were looking at the bill, some of the things that kind of jumped out to us, especially for someone with a disability or elderly that might be mail-in balloting, making sure that mail-in ballot is available. I think Representative Busey brought that up. For many, when you're unable to get to the elections office to prove citizenship, that could become an issue. So if there's a way that curing that online, maybe using it through the Secretary of State's website where we can already go on to see if you're a registered voter, somehow it being marked there, everyone that is considered a citizen, that way no one has to worry about finding out they weren't later by waiting in the mail. We want to make sure that there's an easier way to get through the process if that's going to be the case. Trying to get everyone down to go to an office that may not be accessible transportation-wise is not going to be very useful for many people in the community. Because I think at the end of the day, you said making sure not one person lost their vote. At the same time, if you're unable to cast a ballot, a full ballot, I think that's something you have to be careful when we say they are going to be able to cast a ballot. Voting for two people versus your whole ballot is a big difference. So making sure you're able to cast that full ballot by easy access, if we're going to do this, would be the best route.
Thank you, sir, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much for being here. Chair calls Mark Smith, representing yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Mark Smith. You're here representing yourself, and you are testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All
Thank
right.
you very
Well,
much.
welcome. Thanks for being here.
I appreciate you hearing the bill and giving us an opportunity to speak to it. Since 2021, I have been a volunteer deputy registrar in Travis County. I'm reciprocally certified in Hayes and Williamson County. During that time, I've also served as a poll worker in a number of elections in local elections. I just want to comment that having had the pleasure of registering a number of people to vote, in my experience, non-citizens very quickly self-identify. Of course they do. They are aware of the rules and the law. They do not want to get in trouble. And for us VDRs, what Representative Busey had mentioned, most important question on the voter registration form is, are you a U.S. citizen? If the answer is ever no, we stop right there. Can they lie? Of course they can. However, again, they don't want to get in trouble. We don't want them to get into trouble. The applicant must also provide their either their driver's license or their last four of their social security number. Could they put down fake numbers? Again, they can, but when they go to vote, they're going to need to show photo ID from an approved list. Any ballots cast provisionally are going to go and get reviewed by the county officials and rejected if they're unverified. So I just want to comment that in my view, and having worked with these processes as I have as an individual, I feel like it would be very difficult for a non-citizen to actually register to vote and to ultimately cast a ballot. I was going to quote the Heritage Foundation numbers, but they've been quoted a number of times. So I just want to say that I feel like the heavy emphasis on penalty and prosecution in this bill is going to make it very hard for some people to vote, and I just urge you to vote against this bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
Members, any
much.
questions? Thank you, sir, very much for
Thank you.
being here.
Appreciate it.
Chair calls Jennifer Doinoff with the Texas Association of County Election Officials and yourself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Jennifer Doinoff, and you are representing the Texas Association of County Election Officials and yourself, and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So our members have, they support the effort of this bill, obviously. We want to ensure that only eligible voters are registered and voting in our elections. And we also are committed to integrity and fairness of our elections as well. So we have reached out to Representative Isaac's office on some mail ballot additions that we would like to see for our elderly voters, and that's because kind of anecdotally, when we look at that 500,000 number, if they don't have a date of birth on our list or whatever, we tend to identify that with the elderly population. And we think that kind of the unintended consequence would be those voters over 65 that don't have that information. And these are the voters that we think don't have all of these documents in order and maybe don't even know what's happening here. So they may be the ones that go to fill out their mail ballot application, find out this law is passed, and then have to scramble to get documents together and may not have the time to do that. So her office has been open to listening to that language, and so we're going to continue to work with her on that.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for being. What?
Okay, but I did have one thing, the VDR
Oh, yeah.
process. I've heard that a couple of times. So the way I read this bill, if a VDR registers a voter, they would be able to then submit a copy of those IDs, the way I read the bill, to our office. So I don't think they would really have to come in to do that.
Members, any other questions?
Yeah, I
Oh,
would like.
Ms.
Thank you,
Morales-Shaw.
Chairman. Yeah, could you clarify that about not having to come in, because that was an
Yes,
issue from earlier?
Absolutely. And so I went back and read it, but if you look at line 15, it says the person desiring to register to vote shall submit a copy of one of the following documents. So to me, that means they could send that in, and we can clarify that with the bill's author, but.
Members, any other questions?
Thank
Thank you so much for being here. That was helpful. Chair calls Rocio Fierro Perez with the Texas Freedom Network and yourself. Chair calls Mary Diane Baker representing herself. Welcome, ma'am. I show you registered as Mary Diane Baker, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Yes.
All right, well, you may proceed, and welcome.
My name is Mary Diane Baker, and I'm testifying for myself. I'm a VDR in Travis, Williamson, and Hayes County. I vote in every election, and I'm here to testify against SB 16 HB 5337. I've lived in Texas for almost 53 years, mostly in Austin, but also in the Woodlands, with a few years away in 3 other states and 1 other country. Just this morning, I spent an hour and a half at the Pflugerville DMV to renew my driver's license, where I had to prove that I was still alive and was a citizen, and it gave me a taste of what is to come if this bill passes. Even though I have a passport, they also asked me to bring my birth certificate and a marriage record and any proof if my name had changed since birth. I had the birth certificate, and I thought I had the marriage record, but I've searched my house top to bottom and can't find it. I have ordered a new one online, but I have the privilege at age 72 that if I can't get one online, I have the health, means, and transportation to drive to Doña Ana County in New Mexico to obtain a new marriage certificate if necessary. However, not everyone is as lucky and privileged as I am. Your bill will disenfranchise many people who have changed their names, who often are married women, the elderly, the disabled, and rural voters who do not have the health, means, and transportations to obtain the documents this bill would require to be able to vote. It does mystify me that Republicans are pushing this law which will disenfranchise so many of their voters. This law would have disenfranchised my father, who was born on a ranch, did not have a birth certificate, but had a birth registration.
Thank you, ma'am, very
Thank
much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Chair calls Valerie DeBille, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Valerie DeBille. You're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
That is correct.
All right, welcome. You may proceed.
I am a VDR, no surprise, certified in 19 Central Texas counties, and I have personally registered more than 2,500 voters since 2019. As I have reminded this committee on multiple times over multiple sessions, voting is a right, not a privilege. We have a program in Travis and Williamson counties in which we go into high school classrooms and typically government classes, and we educate seniors about voting. As part of this process, we also register any eligible students to vote. Many students that age have not yet had a need to interact with DPS. Do you expect high school students to take time off of school to go prove their citizenship? If they don't drive and don't have access to public transportation, which is more likely in rural areas, they would then require a second person to drive them somewhere who they would have to likely take off work. Research in 2024 showed that people 18 to 29 are 3 times more likely to be unable to easily produce documentary proof of citizenship, which is defined as if you could find it easily enough to use it the next day. If their birthday is on election day, they have very little time to produce any of this paperwork. One of the subjects of our presentation is the importance of local elections, which would be disproportionately impacted by this legislation. The Texas Secretary of State's office reported on December 31st, 2024, that fewer than 200 people were removed from the voter rolls in all of 2024 due to a lack of evidence of citizenship. Almost 125 of those were because they failed to respond to the request, which is not evidence that they're not citizens. It's just evidence that people don't pay as much attention to their mailboxes as we did 20 years ago. Please do not vote in favor of this bill.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Dr. Susanna Carranza, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Dr. Susanna Carranza. You're representing yourself, and you're here testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
As a naturalized citizen, I cherish the right to vote. And I really hate this kind of bill. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars and will almost certainly disenfranchise large numbers of eligible voters. Just stop doing this kind of stuff. Also, this bill takes effect on September 1st of 2025. The deadline to register for the November 2025 constitutional amendment election is October 6th. That gives the county no time to implement it. Nobody mentioned that. Plus, the election's in November, so how are you going to prove and implement that system? It's like there's no time. So this is absurd to begin with. Since I work as election judge, I'm going to focus on the chaos at the polling place. The author said bifurcation is the same as having different ballot styles, but that's far from reality. In a local election, a state election, the voter would be 100% disenfranchised, like in May elections or in the constitutional amendment elections, unless they figure out how to magically show up 6 days after the election to prove their citizenship. If they couldn't do that when they're registering, how they're going to find the time 6 days later to do that? 6 days is nothing. If it's an election that includes federal races, the voter will mark all the races. So they think they vote on everything. But then that would be placed on a separate system. They put in an envelope, they put in a separate locked container, which is equivalent to provisional ballots, which anybody who worked election knows that's a nightmare. So if you do that, the bill says that the judge, the deputy, will keep those separate ballots during the entire early voting period, which is crazy. It's a high security risk because normally we turn ballots every day. So this bill is absurd in so many ways. It's awful. It's going to create chaos in the county. It's going to create chaos for workers. And it should be just ignored, voted out, and put in the trash bin.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Nilofar Hafizi. It's Niloufar. Chair calls Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kathy Hagler. You're here representing yourself and you're testifying for the bill.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
HB 5337 is the companion bill to Senator Hughes' CSSB 16, which I think these are the most important election bills of the session. CSSB passed out of state affairs with 9 ayes, 0 nays, 1 P&V, and 1 absent, and it's already been engrossed in the Senate. We all know that the law says that non-citizens cannot vote, but the problem is that it's happening anyway. How can they vote? Because they got registered somehow. Our libertarian friend said that 3 non-citizens voted, and we were hearing these numbers in the layout. I just Googled an article about non-citizens registered to vote in Texas that were removed. It's a Texas Trib article from October the 16th of 24. And it says that the SOS removed 581 non-citizens from the roll. So whether these people are there by ignorance or just intentional fraud, that's not the issue. We just don't want them to be on the roll. The reality is that they're still on our voter roll, and we're going to fix it with this bill. Voter registration is currently on the honor system by checking a yes box or a no box on the voter registration application. It's really not that much to ask a person to prove their eligibility to do something as important as voting. Voting is a right, but only for those who are eligible. There's a lot of important details in this bill that I'm told will bring Texas into compliance with President Trump's executive order, preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections, and that's not an option for our state unless you want to go into another special session. It's a great bill. I ask that you favorably vote for it. I would like to tell you a story about a guy who made an application and he said he wasn't a citizen and they let him get registered and he voted anyway. That was the Talmadge Heflin election contest.
Thank you. Mr. Busey? Or no?
No, that's,
okay.
yeah, just real quick. Your number about 550, and I have some similar numbers I shared. I don't know how many years that was because I've got the Secretary of State numbers. But my point is, they were found and removed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, my point is the system is working. It's finding them and it's removing them and it's working.
That's the article where that 6,500 number came from. They talk about the difference between the 581 and the 6,500. You might want to look at it.
Did they give us a span of that?
There's it's a Texas Trib, so.
No, I just mean the time frame, because like I share the numbers each year, it's about 250, 300 a year.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, so I'm just wondering if that's like over 10 years or 20, you know.
I think it was just that one big, huge purge that happened in 24.
But I guess what I'm saying is if you're talking about people being removed and this is showing people removed, the current system is taking care of that is my point. We're doing that under current law.
Yes, sir. I believe that we are removing people, but I don't believe we're removing them all. And I think that's what we're trying to accomplish.
I hear it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. I think you're here listening to the testimony. I know there's been a lot already, but you heard the Secretary of State resource witness. So let me ask you this. Are you in favor of people being able to come in from other states and register to vote with a fake birth certificate?
No, sir, I'm not in favor of the fake birth certificate, but I'm gonna let SOS handle if they're gonna validate it or not at the voter registrar's office.
Right, so
That's above my pay
so you
grade.
would not want to do something if it was clear that people could come in from other states. And let me ask you this, do you believe that there are a lot of people moving into Texas from other states?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Just wanted to establish that I'm not the only one who thinks that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to be clear, you do not want people to be able to come in and fraudulently register to vote with birth certificates that are fraudulent.
Absolutely. I don't want any fraud, and I want the people with legitimate birth certificates from any state in the nation to be able to
Right,
come
but
and
you don't want
register.
the ones that are illegitimate. And so you would want to see something, right, that figures that out, because right now this bill doesn't. Would you agree with this bill, from what you can tell? You read the bill, right?
Yes, sir.
From what you can tell, this bill doesn't do anything to prevent people to come in here from other states, or even from this state for that matter, and use fraudulent birth certificates.
Yes, sir, but I'm familiar with other parts of the election process where you just have to accept what's given you within the four corners of the document, and you're not allowed to make a judgment call on if it's good or
Well,
bad. I think that's
but
what
you-
they'll do.
So in other words, you think that we need to do an even better job of whatever is going on right now? Or are you okay with, you are okay with the system right now?
Right now, well, like I say, that's a little over above my pay grade about how we're going to validate a birth certificate. But for right now, if a birth certificate comes from another state, I believe we need to accept it. And then if for some reason we find out that that's a fraudulent thing, we need to challenge it. But I don't think we're going to try
Well,
to
right
stop
now, we're not
people.
doing anything with this bill to find out if it is fraudulent. That's a problem. I mean, I think that would be a problem, or, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm trying to be honest. You've
Yes,
heard me
sir. Well,
long enough.
I
You've been coming
understand.
long enough to hear me. You know I try to be straight
Right.
about these things.
Right.
Right?
Yes,
And
sir.
that's what I'm saying. I see a big hole big enough for a Mack truck to drive through it. You know, I was just Googling right now about how easy it is to get a fake birth certificate. I just saw it. You can find it.
Well, I do understand your concern, but I'm gonna let the lawyers duke it out on that one. I don't know the answer.
Well, I want to make sure that we get the answer before we open up this big old hole. It'll get
it's a
people
fair
come in
point.
here and fraudulently register to vote, come from California, come from Mississippi, come from all over the place.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Members,
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Sarah Said with Worry Juntos and Self. I'm probably not saying that correctly. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Sarah Said, and you're with Worry Juntos?
Worry Juntos.
Okay, and yourself, and you are here to testify against the bill.
That's correct.
All right, well, welcome, and you may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Sayed. I serve as the policy manager at Worry Juntos, an organization serving multilingual citizens in Texas. We'd like to express our concerns with House Bill 5337 and urge you to oppose this legislation. This bill does not adequately address individuals whose documents are in languages other than English, or those who encounter discrepancies in spelling or naming conventions due to cultural differences. For some, birth dates may have been approximated at the time of immigration or naturalization in their pathway to citizenship, further complicating the situation. As a result, name variations and date discrepancies may occur, presenting significant challenges for individuals whose documentation may have gaps. This could lead to disenfranchisement. Without language accessibility provisions, many limited English proficient or LEP individuals may struggle to understand what is required and inadvertently face legal penalties or noncompliance due to language barriers. Additionally, the bill lacks clear provisions for voters whose circumstances are already uniquely complex, such as individuals in witness protection programs, space-limited or confidential address programs, active duty, military service members, and U.S. citizens living overseas. These voters often rely on limited documentation, alternative identity protections, or face logistical and legal barriers to document submission that are not accounted for in this bill. We respectfully urge this committee to include alternative verification methods, such as affidavits for individuals whose documents do not perfectly align, to ensure language access. Additionally, we urge thoughtful exemptions or accommodations for voters in protected or overseas situations who may face unique barriers under this bill. By ensuring that all citizens can access the right to vote, we can uphold the principles of fairness and equity in our electoral process. Thank you for your time, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mary Ibarra with the ACLU of Texas. There's always time for that. Ma'am, I show you registered as Mary Ibarra. You're with the ACLU of Texas, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I
All
have
right.
testimony, sorry.
Well, that's all right. Welcome. You may proceed.
All right. Hello again, members. My name is Mary Barra, and I am with the ACLU of Texas. I'm asking you to oppose HB 5337. Our elections are safe and secure. Despite that, HB 5337 will unleash chaos in our elections by subjecting every voter to verification system that past experience has shown to be deeply flawed. These anti-voter efforts will disproportionately prevent naturalized citizens, voters of color, and new voters from registering to vote, and place a large cost of administration on counties and taxpayers. HB 5337 repeats the mistakes of the 2019 voter purge, which improperly flagged about 100,000 properly registered voters, mostly naturalized citizens, for removal. House Bill 5337 will once again require registration records to be compared to outdated databases that lack information about current citizenship status, predictably resulting in eligible voters, predominantly naturalized citizens, being denied the option to register to vote. HB 5337 requires that information for both potential registrants and currently registered voters be compared to the DPS records first. DPS records are likely to be uniquely out of date in this particular situation. Newly naturalized citizens are free to register to vote before they go back to DPS. In fact, it's a regular occurrence to register at a naturalization ceremony immediately after being naturalized. Therefore, many naturalized citizens who are either lawfully registered voters or wish to become lawfully registered voters but have an outdated DPS record that indicate they're a non-citizen. This bill will target these citizens and purge them from the voter rolls under HB 5337 if an individual does not present documentary proof of citizenship. A voter registrar must look them up at DPS, and if the database indicates that they're not a citizen, they will be purged from the rolls and denied registration, and then referred to the AG for criminal investigation.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you very much for coming to testify. Chair calls Francesca Lee, representing yourself. Chair calls Cecilia Flores, the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Cecilia Flores. You're representing the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Thank you.
welcome. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am the current Tribal Council Chairwoman of the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas. We're located in Livingston, Texas. That's in Polk County in East Texas. We have a tribal population of 1,440 tribal citizens, and I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 5337 as currently written. I would like the committee to consider adding federally recognized tribal identification cards as valid documentary proof of citizenship for voter registration in the state of Texas. The Alabama Coshada Tribe has a proud, significant history in Texas and acknowledges the importance of traditions such as maintaining a tribal government. The tribe is a fully functioning sovereign nation with a full array of services for our tribal people, including healthcare, education, housing, transportation, law enforcement, water and wastewater utilities, and emergency services. As you're aware, there are types of valid documentary proof of citizenship listed in HB 5337, but that does not include tribal citizenship ID cards. While many of our tribal citizens may possess a birth certificate, and I want to make a point that my mother was born in 1928, I have never seen her birth certificate. There are citizens that may not have those other listed documents required for registering to vote. Furthermore, we have significant excuse me for one moment, I'm really tired. Access to those documents may not be available to our citizens. So tribal IDs, such as those issued by the 3 federally recognized Indian tribes in Texas, the Alabama Coshawta Tribe of Texas, the Isleta de Eso Pueblo, and the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas, are government-issued documents that
ma'am.
confirm enrolled to the federally recognized tribes.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for
Thank
being
you.
here. That was helpful. Chair calls Melody Tremalo, representing herself. Welcome, ma'am. I show you registered as Melody Tremalo. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill?
This is correct,
All
yes.
right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. This is my first time testifying, as many others here today. I am opposed to HB 5337 on several grounds. First, laws already exist that prohibit the non-citizens from voting in federal and state elections. Texas has these laws on the books. Further, these cases are extremely rare. Out of 42 jurisdictions in 2016 with 23.5 million votes, only 30 potential non-citizen voting occurrences occurred. That is 0.0000013%. Just to put that into perspective. In Georgia, about 2,000 cases tried to register over a 25-year period, and none succeeded. Further, this is blatantly unconstitutional on at least 2 grounds. First is the 24th Amendment, for which this is creating a polling tax if we have to get birth certificates or your passport, both of which are expensive. This is also blatantly unconstitutional, as a 2004 Arizona law was passed to require driver's licenses, birth certificates, passports, or similar documentation to register to vote, and in 2013, this was struck down by the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Taylor Trevino. To confirm, you are Taylor Trevino with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
You may begin.
All right, good evening. We've already discussed what this bill is going to do, so I'll skip through that, but want to focus on the burden that it will impose on currently registered voters, and especially the limited federal ballot scenario. This ballot type would only allow someone to vote for U.S. Congress, which we've already identified as an issue. We've already seen the stress that SB 1 placed on local election officials by adding just one ID number matching requirement to mail voting and the resources that required, not to mention the tens of thousands of mail voters that SB 1 disenfranchised. HB 5337 applies to all voters and will stress local elections officials and their resources by orders of magnitude more. The potential this bill has to disenfranchise eligible long-term voters, both Democrat and Republican, is staggering, given that voter registration is usually a one-and-done activity, with updates after moving or other life events. Moreover, these flagged voters and their registration forms will get sent to the Attorney General's office, potentially opening up lawful U.S. citizens to investigation and eventual prosecution because of faulty data on the state's side. We do not see how this proposed process makes our elections more secure. We also have concerns about the limited federal ballot framework. It would prevent eligible U.S. citizen voters from voting for local or presidential candidates just because they don't have the citizenship documentation handy. We've heard data on that point from vote writers. Texas should not require people to get documents proving their citizenship in order to exercise their right to vote in all the races they are entitled to. The limited ballot process will also cause delays and long lines during the voting process, since the process for limited federal ballots is different than for full ballots. It's more involved and will require personal processing by the election judge, the registrar, and the early voting ballot board to get a voter's ballot fully processed. For all these reasons and many more, we ask you not to report HB 5337 favorably. Thank you.
Mr. Trevino. Members, any questions? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
The chair calls Nicholas Russo. All right, not here. The chair calls Luis Figueroa. Who's here? You are Luis Figueroa, with Chief of Legislative Affairs with Every Texan, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks, sir. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Yes, Luis Figueroa with Every Texan. We are in opposition to this legislation. First, we wanted to start with a little bit of historical context. There is a long history of voter suppression based on the pretext of voter fraud, even as recently as the Whitley litigation, which is why that litigation is particularly important. Second, we have concerns about database matching. We have a lot of bad data on our driver's license and other databases. This is the issue around naturalized citizens and whether or not they are up to date on their driver's license database. The name matching is another issue. This is an issue about whether women or people with different names can get identification. The question is whether the verification will match what's on the other database, and will you be able to match the same people and actually do that verification? If you can't verify them, they have to come in and bring in documents. Which brings me to my next point. Naturalization certificates cost $210 and can take about 6 months. So some of these documents are very expensive and take a long time, which leads to the undue burden of bringing citizen documents in person. That's because it's very expensive documents to then come in person and be told that you didn't bring the right document, match doesn't occur, or they don't believe it, and you cannot submit electronically. So then you have to go back home, come back. This is a huge undue burden. Lastly, the issue of bifurcation is going to lead to chaos in the polls, especially for the existing voter registrants, like not just the newly ones who may be expecting that there may be some issues that they need to clear up, but all the people who've been voting for years and then show up at the polls and realize that their citizenship hasn't been verified when they've been voting for 20 years or so, and they're going to be told they can only vote for 2 of the ballots and not the rest of them. That is going to lead to a lot of chaos in the polling site, which we should provide a process for them to get verified then and there, and make sure that there is a process so they can vote a regular ballot. And then lastly, the county costs, I think, is going to be an issue down the road.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Sophia Mirto. If I got that right, you're Sophia Mirto and you are against the bill?
I am very against the bill with everybody else.
Can you please confirm you're Sophia Mirto?
Yes,
and you're
Sophia
against the bill?
Mirto.
Thank you.
In Texas, voter
I'm sorry, my fault. I'm a rookie here. You're Sophia Mirto. You are testifying on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
In Texas, voter registration closes 30 days before the election. People will not even know about these new laws, and they will not be able to prepare. The cost of a driver's license is $32. The cost of a birth certificate is $22, not counting shipping and fees. For adults, a first-time passport is $165, renewal is $130. A passport card costs $30 for adults. This is a poll tax, which is a violation of the 24th Amendment. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state by reason of failure to pay any poll tax or other tax. There's a lifetime limit of 10 copies of birth certificates that I can get from the state. I found this out this week. This is not enough because your parents lose it. You need it when you change your name, when you apply for dual citizenship. The state already checks eligibility, and it's already illegal to vote if you're not eligible. This will illegally cost Texans not just money, but time. Time to get their documents, time to re-register, time to fix problems like the problem I had when I tried to get my birth certificate last week, and they had to call me to ask why I was ordering more than one at a time. I do not want my tax dollars to pay for the court case the state will invite with this bill. 2 Arizona laws that restricted voting by people who couldn't or who don't prove their U.S. citizenship were ruled unlawful measures of voter suppression by the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, and the same is going to happen with this. The legitimacy of the government of the state of Texas is based on the consent of the governed. Texas Constitution Section 2, all political power is inherent in the people, and all free government are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit. There's a nice piece in there about us being able to reorganize the government if we feel like y'all are not doing a good job. Very clearly, y'all do not have the consent of the governed to move this bill out of committee, and I don't see how this benefits anyone but electeds who make unpopular decisions and want to retain their seat. I haven't seen any such data, but let's say someone one time voted when they weren't eligible, 1 or 2 or a handful of bad votes versus the very real cost of disenfranchising millions of tax-paying citizens. That is a terrible cost. This is an unconstitutional bill, and if you aren't going to keep your oath to the Constitution, I suggest you just resign now.
Members, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Merchant. Next up, we have Jacqueline Ottman. Is Ms. Ottman here? Okay. Do you want to come back? Okay, we'll come back. Next, we have Lily True. We'll come back. All right, let me confirm and tell me if I got it right. Lily True, Co-Executive Director, Asian Texans for Justice, and self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, House Committee on Elections. My name is Lily True. I am the Co-Executive Director of Asian Texans for Justice. I am against the bill. Asian Texans for Justice is a statewide nonprofit that connects Asian and Pacific Islander Texans to civic action to build personal and political power. Texas is home to more than 2 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, the fastest growing racial group in our state. According to the national organization AAPI data, more than 1 million AAPIs in Texas are eligible voters, growing more than 47% from 2012 and 2022. The latest American Community Survey indicated that 60% of Asian Texans are naturalized U.S. citizens and not born here in the U.S. Asian Texans also face barriers to language access, with over 76% reporting that they speak a language other than English at home. HB 5337 would create disproportionate barriers to AAPI voters, making it overly burdensome and difficult to register to vote. With a large number of naturalized Asian citizens in Texas, many voters have difficulty accessing the, documents that would adequately prove their citizenship status. Like other low-income communities, many Asian Texans do not have a passport card, or unable to obtain copies of their naturalized documentation. Current systems already verify voter eligibility, utilizing government data and resources, as many have already testified before me. This bill would only shift this responsibility to voters, many of whom may not have been born here or may not speak English proficiently. The burden and responsibility for fair and democratic elections should rest on the state and government data and not pass on to individuals. This bill would simply create a chaotic system that discourages democratic participation. Many Asian Texans rely on VDRs to register voters because of language and cultural barriers. This bill would make it difficult for VDRs to engage with their community, and it would also discourage their volunteerism. So I hope you consider the harm that this bill would have on Asian Texans, other naturalized citizens, and the community writ large, and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. True. Members, any questions? Thank you. Next up, we'll go to Jacqueline Ottman. I have you as Jacqueline Ottman, representing yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So first I want to just acknowledge the chair and vice chair and the rest of the committee. Okay. So first I want to acknowledge, I am against the bill. I'm here to oppose the bill. First I want to acknowledge the chair, the vice chair, and all of the committee members that are here tonight. My name is Jacqueline Ottman, and I'm opposing the HB 5337 bill. We've already talked about, and I've heard a lot of discussions about the documents that you'll have to prove citizenship. And so I want to share briefly with you all a story and something that happened to me last year, because I had to provide documents for proof of citizenship. And so I had to get a certified copy of my birth certificate. It literally took 2 days. I took off early to go to the county courthouse to get a copy of my birth certificate, a certified copy of my birth certificate. I arrived at 3:50 to be told that they were not taking any more people for the day and that I would have to come back the next day. And so then I had to take off again to go to the county courthouse to get a copy of my birth certificate. And so there was, once again, time that I had to miss from work. I had to do it the next day because I had to go to the Social Security office because that is who was requiring that I provide proof of citizenship. I was born and raised in Houston, Texas, and I still had to provide proof of citizenship. And then I had to be at the Social Security office. It took another 4 or 5 hours. Literally got there at 10, did not get seen until 2, and it was 2:30 before I left. And so when decisions are being made about the kinds of documentation that is going to be required, that we take all of that into consideration. I also want to acknowledge that my grandmother would have been disenfranchised by this bill, as well as several other people that I know. So I'm going to ask you all to take consideration for all of that, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Altman. Members, any questions? Thank you. Next up, we have Danny Woodward. We show you as Danny Woodward, Policy Attorney, Texas Civil Rights Project, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Yeah, so my name is Danny Woodward, and I'm a policy attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project in opposition. The first concern I want to address is the creation of a state jail felony for knowingly or intentionally registering to vote while also not being a U.S. citizen. The big problem that we see with this language is that a person does not need to know that it is illegal to register to vote as a non-citizen. They just need to knowingly register to vote. Therefore, their intent does not really reach the actual conduct that the law is, I think, trying to prohibit. And we already have offenses on the book at both the state and federal level that are sufficient deterrents to non-citizen voter registration. Adding this crime will only dissuade actual eligible voters, like naturalized citizens, from registering out of fear that they might make a mistake. And requiring the AG to prosecute this crime with a shall only furthers that problem. Local attorneys currently have some discretion over issues like this. They can assess whether the person was truly intending to do the wrong thing, or let it go if grandpa didn't understand the difference between legal permanent residence and citizenship. This bill eliminates that kind of discretion. Our second concern is that requiring people to bring proof of citizenship just adds a costly and time-consuming burden. I know we've been talking a little bit about, people can get these birth certificates. It's not the end of the world, but it still does really cost time and money. It's a hassle, and for a lot of working people, that is just enough to dissuade them from voting. We should not be putting up further barriers and to address a problem that's vanishingly rare. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Mr. Woodward, you brought up, and I was trying to get to this point earlier, but they said maybe talk to the AG. So will you just talk about how this bill would change the role? Are you able to speak to how this bill would change the role of the Attorney General when it comes to our election policy?
Yeah, my understanding from reading the bill, and it's been a few hours since I last looked at it, my understanding is that currently if there's a referral made to a DA about this, they will have 180 days, and if they don't prosecute, the Attorney General is then required to prosecute.
And that's different from current law, how that works.
Yeah, current law, I think there's discretion at both levels. So if, a DA looks at it and thinks, okay, maybe this person violated the law, but it was truly a mistake, then they can just, they have that discretion.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Aaron Walter. Aaron Walter. All right. Catherine Crane. All right. Sophia Lozano. All right. show you as Sophia Lozano from Common Cause, on behalf of Common Cause Texas, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. You may begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sophia Lozano. I'm the Senior Digital Organizer for Common Cause Texas, and I'm here to testify against HB 5337. As a former VDR of over 20 counties, I've registered a variety of voters from across the state, from students and faculty members at Texas A&M and Brazos County, to the locals of the DFW Metroplex, to community members of my hometown in Laredo in Webb County. My experience as a VDR has been incredibly rewarding and honestly really fun. I feel like the phrase, are you registered to vote at your current address, is engraved in my mind forever. However, if HB 5337 passes, it would make it incredibly difficult for VDRs to register voters and could make the overall experience of being a VDR pretty negative, I'd say. And for instance, everyone that registers could be downgraded to only 2 federal races without knowing why, and this could create hostility and even cause voters to blame VDRs. This would be a shame because, in my opinion, one of the best parts about being a VDR is the relationships that you make with when you meet the registrants. And in a similar law in Kansas blocked 31,089 Kansans from registering to vote between 2013 and 2016, which was 12% of everyone seeking to register to vote in Kansas for the first time. Could you imagine the chaos if 1 out of every 8 Texas registrants got denied and came back angry at their VDR? Because I totally could. Additionally, this not only impacts the everyday VDR, but voter registration organizations across the political spectrum, youth voter registration organizations like Move Texas, nonpartisan VR organizations like League of Women Voters, conservative VR groups like Heritage Action Fund, and progressive VR groups like Powered by the People are just some examples of the organizations that would be impacted. As much as I've enjoyed registering voters as a VDR, bills like this make it difficult for me to continue this work out of fear of confusion. VDRs are already subjected to so many procedures and deadlines, but at least they have control over those actions.
One second for me. Members, any questions? I would ask this because as a VDR, you just talk about like, this is going to dramatically change your role. I mean, right now you get to basically you register a voter now. You got to go submit the process, but you are doing the only interaction that's necessary. That will no longer be the case. I mean, can you just talk about how what you perceive to be kind of the conflict that now this is going to be a 2-step process and the voter will not be able to truly be registered, at least except for the 2 federal races, if under this current system, and how you think that'll impact the role of the VDR?
Yeah, I think more if you think about it just from like a human-to-human perspective, if they're only talking to the VDR and the VDR is just trying to do their job and say that there's a problem that's going around or that there's a problem with it, then the voter is not going to assume that it's a problem with the county. It's going to be more of a problem with the person that they met, the person that they registered with. So I feel like.
Yeah, it's gonna change that experience.
Yeah.
I've been a VDR at other times in my life, and it's an exciting thing to get someone to register. They like registering, and now we're gonna be like, well, you're not really registered. You have to go do more steps. And so I am worried about how that will impact the process of getting more people registered in a state that already has basically the lowest participation in the nation. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The chair calls Michelle Venegas Matula. Show you as Michelle Venegas Matula with Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministries and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct? Close.
That is correct.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
So thank you for this time, Chairman and members of the committee. As you stated, my name is Michelle Venegas Matula, and I am speaking today in strong opposition to HB 5337. As a voter, a parent, and on behalf of the Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministry that represents congregations across Texas, which is thousands of Unitarian Universalists. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. It creates new barriers to voter registration by requiring documented proof of citizenship, documents that many eligible voters do not have easy access to, and it risks disenfranchising Texans who are already struggling the most to be heard, such as students, young adults, low-income families, rural residents, in-house, naturalized citizens, and people with disabilities. And I did want to speak to that 581 non-citizens that were removed. I think that article, it was 2021 through the year that the article was written, which was 2024, and the 6,500 number claimed by Governor Abbott was found highly inflated and included citizens who were eligible to vote. Again, we are stripping citizens from their given right to vote. I want to share also a personal story of my son whenever he first voted as a college student. He has a driver's license, passport, did everything right, but received a notice that his vote would be tossed out unless he completed additional steps to cure it. He was overwhelmed with work, school, and almost gave up. If we hadn't been there to encourage him, he might have been lost to the democratic process for good. This bill is just going to make that happen over and over and over again. So as a person of faith, in my tradition, we believe the inherent worth and dignity of every person in the fight for democracy, that every eligible Texan, regardless of status, background, or circumstance, can vote freely and fully without barriers or fear of exclusion. I urge you to oppose this.
Thank you, Ms. Venix-Matula. I will say, I went back and looked up that 6,500 number also. I think it was 6,500. And you're right. The governor used it like a number of non-citizens, but most of those, the vast majority of those, were removed for not responding, not because they were proved to not be a citizen. So I did find that article. I found that number because we've been talking about that throughout the night, and I think like 80% or more were removed just because they didn't get a response. And so,
That's right.
you know, I mean, we've talked about in other bills, people move, people aren't there, people don't check their mail. I think, especially in session, my mailbox, I had to go get it from the post office because I wasn't checking it frequently enough, and it filled up. I mean, this happens a lot, I think, in our day-to-day life. And I think the 6,500 number, while they were removed from the rolls, it is a pretty misleading number from what I've read. I haven't gone back to look at it because most were not removed for proof of being non-citizen.
Absolutely. In fact, the governor had to amend that press conference to change the wording to say potentially, because it was found to not be an accurate number.
I think that's important. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you. Next, the chair calls Marlisa Marine. You are Marlisa Marine with Common Cause Texas and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
You may proceed.
Hi, I'm here to testify against HB 5337. This bill does not enhance election integrity. It only adds another barrier to the voting process in a state that already faces significant access challenges. Texas has one of the most restrictive voting systems in the country. Instead of pursuing legislation that further complicates voter registration, we should be working toward policies that make civic participation more accessible and equitable for all eligible Texans. This bill imposes an unnecessary burden on voters, county election officials, and volunteer deputy registrars. Texas already has mechanisms in place to verify voter eligibility through secure government databases. Shifting the burden onto individual voters to locate and present documentary proof of citizenship is not only redundant, it risks excluding thousands of eligible Texans from the democratic process. The impact of this bill would be both broad and harmful. 1 in 3 Texas voters do not have a passport. These are eligible citizens who could be turned away simply because they do not have the right paperwork on hand. This is not election security. It is voter suppression. HB 5337 threatens to disenfranchise eligible voters and place unnecessary strain on our election infrastructure. I urge you to vote no on this bill and instead support legislation that strengthens, not shrinks, access to the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marine. Members, any questions? Thank you. The chair calls Anthony Gutierrez. You are Anthony Gutierrez on behalf of Common Cause Texas, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Sure. So I think some of my colleagues from Common Cause have touched on most of the objections we have to the bill. One aspect of it I still wanted to talk about that I don't feel like we've really dove into is the implementation phase of this. This is a major change we'll be talking about. I think I heard the Secretary of State say that they felt confident they could implement, the mechanics of the bill, but we're talking about a bill that would potentially impact millions of Texans. For a lot of them, the first time they may hear about it is when they get a scary letter from the government challenging their citizenship, and there needs to be some more education there. I mean, looking at the fiscal impact note, I saw a lot of money spent there, and none of it devoted to educating Texans so that they would know what this is and what to expect and what is expected of them. And I feel like this is important because this body, this legislature, has not had a great history recently in passing major, in educating Texans about major changes to election law. Looking at the 2011 voter ID bill, SB 1 in 2021, after the 2011 voter ID bill was passed, the hobby school at U of H did a study in 2014 and 2016 looking at the impacts of not just the bill, but the campaign to educate people about the bill. And both times they said basically the finding was the uninformed and misinformed state of the Texas non-voting electorate highlights the need for a far more robust state-sponsored voter education campaign to increase public knowledge. And these studies were done years after the bill was passed. In the case of SB 1, the bill was passed in the summer. In the following primary election, tens of thousands of vote-by-mail applications and ballots were rejected because people didn't understand, and there was just confusion about what the law was supposed to do. And I think this is an opportunity to just take implementation more seriously, push back that effective date, find more funding, and just really educate people about this law if you're going to do it, which we don't think you should.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Is that good? All right. Next, the chair calls Felicia Mayakawa. You are Felicia Mayakawa. You are here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I've been a volunteer deputy registrar since 2017. One of my specialty areas is registering people who are incarcerated but are otherwise eligible to vote. I've registered voters at the Travis County Correctional Campus in Del Valle and at the Williamson County Jail in Georgetown. This is a population that would be disproportionately impacted by the documentary Proof of Citizenship bill. As I hope you all know, people who are incarcerated are eligible to register to vote and to vote, provided they have not been finally convicted of a felony. Many people in the county jail system there are awaiting trial. They've not been convicted of anything, and some wait months or years until their trial because they cannot make bail. Many of the people we register in jails have never voted before, and they register with us, and they're eager to use their right to vote. And as a bonus, a voter registration certificate is a legal form of identification that can be used for many area services, such as housing and food benefits. For folks who lack any sort of identification, simply having a voter registration certificate can make re-entry into the community easier. When we register voters who are incarcerated, we are under the same legal requirements to turn their applications into the county elections office within 5 days. As this bill is written, the voter would then have days to weeks once we turn in their application to prove their citizenship to the county elections office if the county elections office cannot otherwise ascertain their citizenship status. But this would not be possible for people who are incarcerated. They don't have access to their ID, and they can simply leave to go to their county elections office. They would all be disenfranchised. We register voters at county jails not just because it is their right, but because research has shown that voting is positively correlated with reduced recidivism rates. Lower recidivism rates mean safer communities. I urge you to consider the impact this bill would have on people who are working hard to reintegrate back into the community. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions? All right, just to understand it, and I think it's a really good point that we have not talked about, I hadn't thought through. Because they would fill out the form, we've talked about the two-step process now, but they, depending on the interpretation, I think there is some confusion about how you submit, because this bill is silent to how you would submit these two document options. Some people, and I believe that you have to go take it in person. You wouldn't be able to do that.
They would not be able to do that, and also, if they had to mail it, that assumes that they even have access to those documents or that they could get somebody else. But if we're requiring the voter to mail it in themselves, then they certainly wouldn't be able to do that from a county jail.
They're not allowed to do that either. Yeah, no,
You know,
I understand.
how would they
I
have
can
the
see the
documents with
hurdle
them?
that would be created for
Yeah,
these individuals.
so
that have
all
the
of them
right
would
to
be
the ballot.
disenfranchised because none of them would be able to follow through with these steps.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention so we can look at that in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member, I think I already asked. Members, any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Michael.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Next up, the chair calls Kristen Hook. Okay. Next up, Ashley Morgan. You are Ashley Morgan, representing yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You may proceed.
My name is Ashley Morgan. I live in Austin, Texas. I'm an attorney. I oppose House Bill 5337 for 3 reasons. First, it hurts eligible voters, particularly married Republican women. Second, it undermines confidence in the security of U.S. elections. And third, it wastes money. First, it would make it harder for eligible voters like my mother, who is over 60 years old and has only been out of the country twice and does not keep her passport renewed, to be able to exercise her right to vote. She votes Republican. Women who take their spouse's names or last names have a different last name than they do on their birth certificate. According to a 2023 Pew Research study, 79% of women in opposite-sex relationships have taken their husband's name. That number is higher amongst conservative Republican women, where it's 90% who have taken their husband's last name. That's from a 2023 article about 8 in 10 women in opposite-sex marriage relationships say they took their husband's last name. Younger voters and low-income voters do not have a copy of their birth certificate or a passport. You are correct, Representative Busey. Only 54.8% of Texans have a valid passport, according to a Center for American Progress study. It costs $130 or more to get or renew a passport and takes about 4 to 6 weeks. I estimate this amount of time that it takes to get it will probably increase because the State Department just announced 2 days ago that it's cutting 15% of its staff. Second, there's no real need for this bill. It undermines confidence in U.S. elections. Voting by non-citizens is very rare, as has already been underscored. There are serious problems when we raise issues about whether or not our elections are secure. I think we've all seen where county election workers and secretaries of state have received death threats because of the idea that our elections are not secure. We're adding VDRs to the target list with this bill. This is a serious problem. We can't pretend and play, to get political points that our democracy is not working. It's working, as is shown by all the statistics that we've already talked about today. And I'd like to highlight, just for purposes of the record, that Texas Election Code Section 64.0112 makes it illegal to vote when you're not a citizen. And in terms of federal law, 18 U.S.C. 611 makes it a crime as well. So I don't know if that's my time. Okay. I just really urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Andrew Eller. Not here. Chair calls A.J. Jaraska. I show you as A.J. Jaraska, representing yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may begin.
Thank you, Vice Chair Busey and members of the committee. My name is A.J. Jaraska, and I'm testifying today in opposition to House Bill 5337 as a seminarian, a former volunteer deputy registrar, and from my personal experience. In my 20s, I moved frequently, including to new states. During that time, my mom held onto my birth certificate so I wouldn't lose it. Under this bill, I would not have been able to register to vote, even though I was and am a citizen. Later, when I got married and changed my last name, updating my documents took months. Again, this bill would have prevented me from registering during that process. I want to add that the Texas Tribune article referenced also said after attempting to contact more than 70 people removed from the rolls, the news organization found that at least 9 U.S. citizens in 3 Texas counties were incorrectly labeled as non-citizens or removed from the rolls simply because they did not respond to letters about their citizenship. As a volunteer deputy registrar, I can say that this would shut the door on many would-be voters, including citizens from both parties. In fact, Republican voters are more likely to be negatively affected by this measure than Democrats. According to one report, quote, 1% of Republicans do not have documentary proof of citizenship, and 7% cannot easily access their documentary proof of citizenship. Nearly all Texas Democrats have documentary proof of citizenship, but only 4% of Democrats cannot easily access their documentary proof of citizenship. Finally, my faith teaches me that justice means advocating for fairness. HB 5337 is neither fair nor just. It disenfranchises our communities and addresses a problem that's already covered by existing laws. I urge you, please do not advance this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Dave Jones. We show you as Dave Jones on behalf of Clean Elections Texas and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may begin.
Very unusual name. I'm sure there'd be no confusion. I just want to be clear on there, and there's already been a lot of testimony about this bill and who it's going to affect, but I want to talk specifically about working people and the impact that it may have on some of the folks that sometimes we take for granted. The folks that get up early in the morning and take the early bus to fix the cafeteria here in the Capitol, the folks that pick up our garbage, the folks that take care of grandma in the nursing home. Those folks are not going to have the same ability and the time to take off work to get these documents, to jump through the hoops that they need to jump through in order to prove citizenship if they're required to do that. And what's going to happen is that because of that, we're going to lose them. They're either going to be disenfranchised from their ability to vote in state elections, or they're going to fall into this bifurcated system where they can only vote in federal elections, or they just won't vote at all. Those are the folks that I'm most concerned about. The claim in this bill that it is only about stopping non-citizens from voting is just not true. That's because there's no need to stop something that almost never happens. And that's just a fact. The other concern I have is that this bill is about how it shifts the burden to the registrant from the way that the system is currently. Any nuance or glitch in databases that get checked, anything that raises even a question about potential non-citizenship can result in non-registration and require the registrant to go through the bureaucratic process of proving they are indeed citizens. That shift in the burden of proof is going to catch a lot of American citizens. Our elections should be secure, but they should also be fair and accessible. One thing I'd like to ask you finally is what is going to happen if a whole bunch of the constituents of the people on this committee, people just like me.
Let me see if anyone has a question. Members, any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Please, just that last point, if you'll get shared with me.
Yeah, just if I may. If they get tagged for their citizenship, and as my name's Dave Jones, that could happen to somebody like me by accident. They're not going to be very happy about having to go down to the DPS and jump through all the things that they need to do in order to prove their citizenship. And I think that will reverberate, and the folks on this committee will hear about it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
The chair calls David Weinberg. You are David Weinberg on behalf of the Brennan Center for Justice, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Last year, the Brennan Center partnered with Vote Riders, the Center for Civic Democracy and Engagement, and PublicWise to survey Americans about what identification they possess, We also asked respondents whether they had documents that prove their citizenship, a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers readily available. Our research indicates that more than 9% of American citizens of voting age, or 21.3 million people, don't have proof of citizenship readily available. There are myriad reasons for this. The documents might be in the home of another family member or in a safe deposit box, and at least 3.8 million don't have these documents at all. We also uncovered evidence of racial disparities. While just over 8% of self-identified white American citizens don't have citizenship documents readily available, that number is nearly 11% among people of color. For Texas specifically, research has shown that about 1.3 million Texans who are U.S. citizens and of voting age, 7%, would have difficulty showing a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers. 1% of adult Texans who are U.S. citizens and of voting age do not have any citizenship documents, and 6% cannot easily access them. For white Texans, 1% do not have a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers, and 4% cannot easily access them. Nearly all Black and Hispanic Texans have a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers, but 5% of Black Texans and 8% of Hispanic Texans cannot easily access them. Showing proof of citizenship is harder for Republicans than Democrats. 1% of Republicans do not have such documents, and 7% cannot easily access them. Nearly all Texas Democrats have a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers, but 4% of Democrats cannot easily access them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. The chair calls Janice Rankin. We show you as Janice Rankin here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct? Let me do this again. Show you as Janice Rankin here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you. I've asked the clerk to hand out to you an article published by the American Bar Association about birth certificates. I'm sorry Representative Raymond is not here to get his copy. Well, so, with all due respect to the author of the bill, I know it takes a lot to produce a bill and to have your staff work on it and write talking points and all of that. The trouble with the bill is that it sets up an impossible standard. If you've ever been in the military or around anybody in the military, they have a phrase that says, set you up to knock you down. And this is what this bill does, whether it's intended to do that or not. It sets up the voter registrars and the VDRs to fail because there is not the kind of database that might be used to isolate birth certificates across the United States. If you look at page 2 of the article that I handed out to you, they've identified 14,000 different kinds of birth certificates, and this is information that they obtained from the National Institute of Health. 14,000 different kinds of birth certificates. Secretary of State witness Ms. Atkins said that the job is to verify the citizenship but not validate the birth certificates. So how then is it that we are helping assure free and fair elections where there is minimal voter fraud? I don't think we're ever going to get to a zero stage. It's not going to happen. But it is troublesome, and it's going to discourage voter registrars and VDRs from ever wanting to run an election again. The voters in the districts need to know that this bill creates that requirements because there may not be any elections for them to vote for you again. So I ask you, please, to look at what this database situation is, because there is no database referenced in the fiscal note.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin. Let me see if anyone, members, any questions? And we have this in the handout here?
In the fiscal note, I don't know if you all have a copy of the fiscal note or not.
We do.
Okay. Just refer to the fact that it suggests we're going to use a Texas Election Administration Database Management System, TEAM. That's not in the bill. If it's in the bill, it's done by some sort of cross-reference that I couldn't find. But again, this is not a national database, and it doesn't incorporate all of these 14,000 kinds of birth certificates. If you're going to be trying to verify people's citizenships and you're going to be trying to use these birth certificates to do this, then you've got to ask yourself the question is, who's creating this database? Who has access? Is it secure? Who owns it? Where is it housed? How does Texas prove citizenship from another state? And what does the database include? And why is the Secretary of State not required to contract with the database provider? It says authorized to require with the database provider. It's not required in the bill. So this is a real big issue here. If you really want to verify citizenship, you've got to have a reliable source. And this bill doesn't do that.
Thank you, Ms. Rankin.
Thank you.
Chair calls Laura Martinez. No. Chair calls Karen Darby.
It is way past my bedtime.
We show you as Karen Darby on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may begin.
Thank you. We, of course, echo testimony before of those opposed to House Bill 5337 because it does indeed threaten to disenfranchise eligible voters, and it does place an undue burden on already under-resourced local election officials. We know this firsthand in Williamson County. But tonight, I also want to focus specifically, again, to call to your attention how this bill can harm newly naturalized citizens. The League frequently provides voter registration opportunities and naturalization ceremonies, and as soon as the new citizen takes the oath, they're eligible to vote. Yet under this bill, they possibly could be wrongly flagged as non-citizens simply for attempting to exercise that right, mainly because some of these databases that we've been mentioning have not caught up yet with their new status. And so the databases like the Social Security Administration or the Department of Public Safety often cannot be updated quickly enough to reflect a person's new status. And as a result, these people risk being erroneously rejected, as you have already pointed out. Another thing is that this bill requires election officials not only to deny these registrations, but to refer any suspected non-citizen registrations to the county attorney and the attorney general for potential investigation. This creates a chilling effect that could discourage new citizens from even registering at all. So new Americans already face significant hurdles in navigating our voter registration system, for that matter, Native Americans also. But adding the threat of legal consequences only deepens these barriers. So we urge you to reject House Bill 5337 and stand up for the voting rights of all eligible Texans.
Thank you, Ms. Darby. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amber Mills. We show you as Amber Mills on behalf of Move Texas Civic Fund and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You may begin.
Sorry. I'll start with this. Move Texas wholeheartedly believes in the promise of democracy and that elections must be safe and secure so that eligible voters both trust them and actively participate in them. That said, we oppose this bill for two key reasons. It deliberately imposes additional barriers for young Texans within an already burdensome voter registration process, and it is rooted in fear, not facts.
Texas already has strong systems in place to verify voter eligibility, with both counties and the Secretary of State's office working daily to maintain the rules. Requiring individuals to track down and submit additional documentation places an unnecessary burden on eligible Texans when the state is ultimately responsible for maintaining these records. When crafting policy, it's necessary to consider those at the back of the line, not just the front. Young eligible voters are far more likely to lack easy access to the required documents and may also be harder to verify in existing databases due to having less extensive records. Under this proposal, eager first-time voters will be deterred for reasons ranging from unfairly flagged to never receiving proper notice in the mail to simply lacking the right proof. As an organization that works closely with young Texans, we consistently hear that financial instability is a top concern as many are drowning in student debt and struggling with the rising cost of living. $22 for a copy of a birth certificate may seem insignificant for some, but that can be the difference between gas, groceries, or rent for them. You cannot guarantee that every voter will have these documents readily available, and for those who don't, and there will be many, they will be left with two choices: pay or don't vote. As a born and raised Texan, I am proud of many things of this state, but our low voter turnout and outdated restrictive election laws are not among them. A healthy democracy is measured by participation, not exclusion. We should be working to ensure that every eligible voter can cast their ballot without undue burden. We love to be here talking about online voter registration instead of all the ways that we are restricting access. So on behalf of the young voters of the state, I ask that you vote no on this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Members, any questions? Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Rosa Maria Ortiz. Okay. Just a second. You are Rosa Maria Ortiz. You are here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the chair wants to recognize that Portia Lopez is here and signed up to be Committee on Elections translator, and you have filled out the translator identification form. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You may begin, Ms. Ortiz.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rosa Ortiz.
Can we check the microphone real quick? We have put it.
No sé. Okay. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rosa Ortiz. Soy del Río Grande Valle, Texas. Recientemente me hice ciudadana y hoy quiero expresar mis dudas sobre el HB 5337, específicamente como el Departamento de Elecciones van a verificar la ciudadanía. El mismo día que atendí a la ceremonia me registré para votar porque creo que la importancia del voto. Afortunadamente ya recibí mi carta de votación, pero si esta ley pasa, me pregunto que si el Departamento de Elecciones no cree que soy ciudadana, que si me tratan de contactar y no respondo a tiempo, van a venir a mi hogar para dejarme saber y qué va a pasar. Me preocupa si no apliqué a tiempo y no tengo mis documentos en orden, que esta ley requiere mi derecho a votar por primera vez sería quitarlo. Entiendo por qué hacen estas propuestas de ley, realmente lo entiendo, pero no creo que se dan cuenta de toda la gente que está en ley, que esta ley puede afectar. Yo soy una de miles. En todo mi entusiasmo de ser nueva ciudadana americana, nunca pensé que las cosas siguieran siendo difíciles. Les pido que voten en contra del HB 5337. Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. And yes, and then Ms. Lopez to translate.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Ortiz, and I am from the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. I recently became a citizen, and today I want to express my concerns about HB 5337. Specifically, I'm wondering how the Department of Elections will verify citizenship. On the same day I attended my naturalization ceremony, I registered to vote because I believe in the importance of voting. Fortunately, I've already received my voter registration card, but if this bill passes and I was registering for the first time, I wonder, what if the Department of Elections didn't believe I'm a citizen? What if they try to contact me and I don't respond in time? Will they come to my home to let me know? What will happen? I'm worried that if this law was in effect and I didn't apply with a lot of time before an election, or if I didn't have all of my documents in order because this law requires it, my right to vote for the first time would have been taken away. I understand why they propose these kind of laws, but they can have serious harm. I am one of thousands. In all of my excitement about becoming a new American citizen, I never imagined things would be so difficult. I ask you to vote against HB 5337. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz and Ms. Lopez. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Cindy Cuellar with Texas Rising Action and Self. Is Cindy here? Chair calls Laura Martinez, representing herself. Right there. Oh, I already called her. Christina Das with NAACP LDF. Good evening, ma'am. I show you registered as Christina Das, and you are with the NAACP LDF, and you're here to testify against the bill?
That's correct, sir.
Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Members of the committee, my name is Christina Das, and I am a voting rights attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. We are the nation's foremost racial justice organization. We have a storied history in Texas. We are here to vehemently oppose HB 5337. This legislation unnecessarily disenfranchises voters and is fiscally irresponsible. You've already heard about the costs on counties. You've heard about the cost on voters. What you haven't really heard about is the cost of litigation, and I can assure you there will be litigation. Non-citizens, as we know, have been barred from voting in federal elections in the United States for at least a century. We know that through the Illegal Immigration Reform and Responsibility Act. We already know that that imposes fines, imprisonment, and other penalties subject to 18 U.S.C. 611. We've already also talked about the fact that non-citizens are not here to risk potential deportation and we're not here to pursue potential fear-mongering in order to limit voters' access. I want to talk to you about expert analysis presented in VCV Perry, which LDF was part of, decided in 2014 that demonstrated that Black voters were nearly twice as likely and Latino voters more than twice as likely to lack valid photo IDs compared to white voters. The court found that more than 600,000 registered Texans lacked proper identification and concluded that the law requiring photo ID had discriminatory effects on voters of color. You are now asking those same voters to have further identification in the form of passports or birth certificates. These findings underscore the potential for HB 5337 to violate federal law. And in particular, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits voting laws that result in a denial or abridgment of the right to vote on account of race, or background and limited English proficiency. We also know that HB 5337 disproportionately burdens voters of color in a state with a history of long-standing discrimination. Just in 2021, VCV Abbott in the Fifth Circuit Court stated that Texans living in poverty are disproportionately Black and Hispanic and less likely to possess qualified voter IDs, further highlighting this disparate impact. We also believe this law would violate the materiality provision of the Civil Rights Act.
Thank
We
you,
urge you to
ma'am.
vote no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Ma'am, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Victoria Ferrado with La Union del Pueblo Entero and self. Chair calls Kevin Keshnick, Tax Assessor Collector Association. Chair calls Emily French with Common Cause Texas. We were on a roll for a while there, Ms. French.
I was. It was nice to give you some time to sit down. I appreciate that from the committee. Thank you.
I show you registered as Emily French. You are representing Common Cause Texas, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Yes, sir. That is
Okay.
me. That's
Well,
my
welcome.
name. But
You
it
may
is not my name on my birth certificate, if you can believe
Okay.
it. Tonight, I want to tell you what happened when Kansas tried to pass their own version of HB 5337 in 2011. That law required Kansans to produce documentary proof of citizenship when applying to register to vote. It was crafted by Kansas's then Secretary of State, Chris Kobach, along with the Kansas legislature. In 3 years, that law blocked 31,089 eligible Kansans from registering to vote. That was 12% of all new registrations. More than half of those wrongfully blocked were under 35, and 20% were 18 to 20 years old. From 1999 to 2013, 8.1 million votes were cast in Kansas. Only 5 of them were cast by non-citizens. They blocked 12% of registrations per 0.00006% of the vote. Kobach insisted that these numbers were just the tip of the iceberg, but the judge, Julie Robinson at the district court, was a George W. Bush appointee, said that the court draws the more obvious conclusion that there is no iceberg, only an icicle largely created by confusion and administrative error. Faced with such a lack of evidence, Judge Robinson overturned that law. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed, saying it violated the Equal Protection Clause and the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. It's currently illegal to require proof of citizenship to register in Kansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah, plus parts of Montana and Idaho. Kansas's current Secretary of State, Republican Scott Schwab, championed proof of citizenship as a legislator. He now says states and the federal government should not touch it. Last December, Schwab said, Kansas did that 10 years ago. It didn't work out so well. Let's heed his warning and leave HB 5337 in committee. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Busey.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you can speak to this, but I find it interesting that we're not including the presidential race. I know the bill author said, reference the Electoral College, but I still feel like under Texas election code, it is considered a federal election. Are you able to elaborate on that?
Yeah.
And again, our bill author gave her answer. I don't know that I agree that it should be left off.
Right, I agree with you. I think it's one of the things, the Ninth Circuit in the Arizona case said that you cannot, that it violates the NVRA to leave the presidential race off of this federal limited ballot. And in fact, the Texas Election Code in 52.092B defines the presidency as a federal race. So I'm worried that this bill would contradict existing Texas election law and would love to see that remedied.
And I mean, even though we use the Electoral College, we still use the results of the presidential election to determine electors. So
Yes, sir.
it seems like
And-
that vote would still need to be counted under federal law.
Yes, and I don't think I'm outing myself as a bad participant in democracy when I say I do not know who my electors are. I know who I voted for president, but I'm not out here voting for my electors.
Well, those of us that go to our state conventions elect them there. But thank you, Ms. French.
Thanks.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Stephanie Gomez with Move Texas and herself. Chair calls Camelia Bordeaux with March to the Polls. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Camellia Bordeaux, and you are with March to the Polls, and you're here to testify against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
All right.
correct.
Well,
Thank
welcome.
you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So I'm the executive director of March to the Polls. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. We provide voter resources and registration to eligible high school seniors in public, private, and charter schools, as well as extracurricular civic engagement learning opportunities to 9th through 12th graders. And I'm here today to share some of our firsthand experience working with young Texas voters. In the last 5 years, we've engaged over 100,000 high school seniors about responsible civic engagement. And during a recent primary election, for a sample of first-time voters, half of them voted in the Democratic primary, and half of them voted in the Republican primary. So we as an organization don't see this as a party issue. First, before we ever hand voter registration forms to a student, we ask them to confirm that they meet the eligibility requirements because it's so important, especially that they're U.S. citizens. And then we communicate that even though they've completed the form, they still have to check the election site to make sure that they have been processed because the elections administrators are taking action to verify the applicant's entire form, including citizenship. And we've learned that the process of voting is incredibly overwhelming to students. They understand that their vote and that their voice matters. That they totally get, much like they understand that college or career matters. But unlike post-secondary options, there are limited resources that support students through their active participation in the democratic process. And we don't want to leave an impression that their opinions or values are not important, because we know, and I think we could probably all agree, that they are. So we strongly believe that if we ask students to purchase these additional documents and travel to the county registrar office, that the low 2% turnout among 18-year-olds will cease to exist. It'd be great to spend less time explaining how to vote and more time voting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here. Chair calls Jessica Lugo, representing herself. How are you, ma'am? I show you registered as Jessica, is it Lugo?
Lugo.
Lugo, okay, I had it right the first time. And you're here representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
That's correct.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Shaheen and committee members. My name is Jess Lugo, and I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5337. My background is in secondary education, and I've worked in high schools as a teacher and as nonprofit staff. My ultimate goal in these roles has always been to help shape civically engaged and informed students, because informed citizens participate in their democracy. The passage of this bill would pose a serious setback to that mission. When the bill was initially introduced, I immediately thought about a former student of mine named Tyler. Tyler comes from a community where nearly 60% of families live below the poverty line. Like many of his classmates, he worked full-time just to make ends meet for his family. Tyler meets all the eligibility requirements to register to vote, but under this bill, he's at serious risk of being shut out of the democratic process. Obtaining proof of citizenship would cost money that he and his family can't spare. Even if he could get this document in time to vote, the nearest elections office is 30 minutes away from him by car. He doesn't have a driver's license, public transit is limited, and missing work means missing pay. This bill will create significant barriers for tens of thousands of students like Tyler, eligible young people facing economic hardship, making it harder for them to take part in the democratic process. Ideally, we want every eligible citizen to be able to vote. That's why I respectfully urge you not to pass this bill. If it does move forward, I ask that you amend the bill to make the voter registration process more accessible, both financially and logistically, for all eligible young voters. Waive the fees required to obtain these documents, expand the list of acceptable documents to confirm citizenship, implement a pre-registration opportunity for high school students to allow them additional time to obtain necessary documents. Texas knows how to build efficient systems, and voter registration should be one of them. With safeguards already in place to keep non-citizens from voting, I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? So you're still a teacher?
Not anymore.
Oh, you were.
I taught for 10 years.
That's the hardest job in America.
It truly, truly is. Yes.
Well, God bless you for doing that. Thank you, ma'am,
Thank
for being
you.
here. Chair calls Vincent Martinez with vote riders and self? Is there anybody here that is registered to testify that hasn't had the opportunity to testify, but you are registered? Can you come on up? And just let us know what your name is, and we'll find your registration for you, and we'll get you going in a second.
Perfect. Rocio Fierro Perez, ROCIO.
Okay, give us 1 second. Oh, okay, yeah, we called you earlier. Okay, I show you registered as Rocio Ferrero Perez. I hope I'm close. And you're with the Texas Freedom Network and yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill?
Correct.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
My name is Rocio Fierro Perez. I'm a naturalized citizen speaking today on behalf of the Texas Freedom Network. I'm here in strong opposition to HB 5337. This bill would force every person registered to vote to submit documentary proof of citizenship, like a passport or a birth certificate, just to get on the voting rolls. Como ciudadana naturalizada, entiendo personalmente las barreras que ya existen para participar en nuestra democracia. Esta ley causaría mucho daño para personas como yo, para nuestras comunidades latinas y para millones de tejanos que ya enfrentan obstáculos para votar. Crear más pasos en nuestro proceso solo sirve para impedir la participación en nuestra democracia. The impact of this bill would be devastating. Many Texans don't have proof of citizenship documents readily available. The Center of American Progress estimates that more than 12 million citizens living in Texas do not have a U.S. passport. When Kansas enacted a similar law, 31,000 eligible American citizens were blocked from registering to vote. Federal courts ultimately declared the law unconstitutional burden on voting rights. This bill is designed to intimidate and to exclude Texans who are already underrepresented in our political system, including newly married folks, rural voters, and newly naturalized citizens like myself. Under HB 5337, currently registered voters would have to provide additional proof of citizenship if their DPS records indicate they weren't citizens the last time they visited. However, driver's licenses only need to be renewed every 6 years, and newly naturalized citizens are not required to update their status with DPS in the meantime. Registering to vote is already more difficult in Texas than in other states. We don't have online voter registration, and the current process already includes checks to verify a person's identity and eligibility. Estoy aquí urgiéndoles a votar en contra de HB 5337. Nuestra democracia depende de que cada votante elegible pueda participar sin obstáculos innecesarios ni tácticas de intimidación. Members, I urge you to vote against HB 5337. Thank you.
Good job. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much for being here and waiting so long. Ma'am, in the back, did you say you had registered, and do you want to come forward? And just let us know what your name is and give us a second to find your registration.
Yes, thank you. My name is Neil Farafizi, last name Hafizi.
We found you. So I show you registered as Nilofar Hafizi.
Yes.
Am I close? And you are with Engage Action in yourself?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, and then you're here to testify against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and committee members. My name is Neil Farafizi. I am not sure where my birth certificate is right now, and I'm here testifying on behalf of myself and Engage Action, an organization committed to building civic power, mobilizing voters, and preserving voting access. My experience with voting includes working elections and also serving as a VDVR, especially in Harris County and Fort Bend County. I've done that work since 2021, and in Fort Bend especially, my work as a VDVR has saved busy voters a drive during business hours to the one county elections office location in Rosenberg, which is over an hour away from other areas of the county, especially during rush hour times. I can tell you from my several years of experience registering voters that Texans are conscientious and careful about making sure they're eligible to vote when filling out their voter registration forms. I can also tell you that what Texas voters, county elections officials, and the ecosystem of volunteers, officials who work in county elections offices, and volunteers, nonprofits, and other stakeholders who work tirelessly on access to the ballot and on making sure elections run smoothly, what they need is not more paperwork and processing to ensure people are registered to vote. As many others have pointed out before, federal and state law already require that voters be citizens in order to register and vote. Under the existing system, Texans registering to vote verify under penalty of perjury that they're indeed U.S. citizens eligible to vote. Once they're registered, the information is verified through multiple layers of cross-checking. We don't need more layers of bureaucracy in the voter registration process. We don't need to increase the likelihood of barring eligible voters from voting simply because they don't have and cannot afford additional documentation. HB 5337 is, of course, estimated to cost the state over $1 million in the first 2 years of implementation. Just ask half of, I guess I'm the last speaker, so I get to wrap things up. This bill has a problem with imagination. There's imagination about a problem that doesn't really exist, but there's not imagination about what voters go through to get registered and what the people who help them go through and what people who run elections go through. So I urge you to vote against.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who is registered that has not had the opportunity to testify? You people are tough. I feel like I should order you pizza or something like that. It's kind of late. Unfortunately, that was an empty offer. Okay, Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration. If there are no further questions, I close.
Okay, members, any questions?
She's closing the bill in both committees.
If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending.
Yeah, plus the ones that voted out right now.
All right. Chair lays out House Bill 3697 and recognizes Ms. Plessa to explain the bill. And you're laying this out on behalf of Representative Cortez, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This would be a good opportunity to ask a lot of questions, members.
Thank you, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and the members of this committee for the opportunity to present House Bill 3697 by Chairman Cortez. This bill addresses concerns for the font size used for early voting ballot applications and ballot materials. Currently, Texas requires early voting ballot applications to be printed in 6-point font, which is equivalent to the size found in a telephone directory. When's the last time y'all saw a telephone directory? It's really small. This presents significant readability challenges. House Bill 3697 would address these challenges by amending the Texas Election Code to require all early voting ballot applications and balloting materials to be printed in at least 12-point font with black text on white background. This bill is similar to House Bill 2259 by Representative De Ayala, which passed unanimously through this committee earlier this session. House Bill 3697 does not conflict with Representative De Ayala's bill, but rather expands on it by requiring 12-point font for ballot applications and ballots themselves. I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration on this bill and reserve my right to close.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Super job. We recognize your right to close, and we will go to public testimony. Chair calls Ed Johnson with Harris County Ballot Security and yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Ed Johnson. You are representing Harris County Ballot Security and yourself, and you are neutral on the bill.
Correct.
All right. Well, thanks for being here this late, and you may proceed.
Good idea.
the Secretary of State's been working on this for years on trying to make the type bigger. There isn't real estate on the piece of paper to do it. The easy answer that would fix this is make it in one language, English, period. And then you have more real estate where you can make the type bigger. You remove the Spanish or Vietnamese or Chinese or whatever other language we have to do it in. But that would fix it.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much. Chair calls Dr. Susana Carranza, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Dr. Susana Carranza. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
Yes. Thank you for filing nice bills, because it is really frustrating to kind of have to come here over and over to just, discuss nonsense bills. And it makes a lot of sense for fonts to be bigger, because one of the biggest audience for vote by mail are folks who likely can't read tiny fonts. So thank you. Please support this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Chair calls Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kathy Hagler. You're here representing yourself, and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thanks for being here this late. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the committee heard HB 2259 on April 3rd and has voted that favorably out of committee. That was about the instructions. This bill is about the application itself, and that amends the font, and it makes it where it's easier to read. As you know, I've got a little demonstration. So right now, the instructions are on one side and the application is on the other. So if we're separating those into two different sheets, they will have more geography. But the problem with this bill that concerns me is when you get down to the section 2. When you get down to section 2, it says all the other balloting materials. That's going to include the carrier envelope. That's going to include the ballot envelope. That's going to include the information about returning your carrier envelope. That will also include your Dear Voter letter. If you have to have a statement of residence, it's not usually on an 8.5 by 11, it's on a smaller form with a smaller font. There's also the notice to the voter who must provide identification, and God forbid that you have a write-in and you have to have the list of write-ins. So this is the kind of stuff that they have to put, besides the ballot, we don't even have the ballot in this package. When you say all other balloting materials in section 2, you're talking about a whole lot of printing, that's going to be a big expense. And I thought it kind of interesting that there was a fiscal note that said no impact to the state. And so I guess that means they're planning on shoving all this down to the counties as an unfunded mandate if they think that the state's not going to be paying for all this printing and all the new expenses. Or if that's not the case, then I want what they were drinking in their coffee that day.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
That concludes our public testimony. Chair recognizes Ms. Plessa to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I will take back all of this to Chairman Cortez. I think this bill is really just about making sure that Texans can read the ballot clearly and complete it regardless of their age or visual ability. And with that, I close.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 4288 and recognizes Ms. Plessa to explain her own bill. And
Now
the
I'm
chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and the members of this wonderful committee for giving me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4288. This bill modernizes Texas election law by clarifying candidates' filing procedures during force majeure events on the final day of a candidate's filing. Unexpected events, such as natural disasters or other events that are beyond the control of the state, often arise without regard for political deadlines. This creates confusion and uncertainty about a candidate's filing procedures. procedures. When filing procedures are overly complex or inflexible, these disruptions can exacerbate barriers to political participation. Current law does not provide clear guidance when candidates' filing deadlines are disrupted by emergencies. House Bill 4288 would address these concerns by providing flexibility for filing deadlines during emergencies only. I'm going to just say that again, during emergencies only. Members, you have my committee sub. That committee substitute removes all of Section 4 from the original language, keeping this focus on emergencies and how these events may hinder filing timelines. I respectfully ask for your consideration, answer any questions, and reserve my right to close, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? All right, we'll recognize your right to close, and we have a few people with public testimony. Chair calls Ed Johnson with Harris County Ballot Security, and yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Ed Johnson. You're with Harris County Ballot Security, and you're representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
Correct.
All right. Well, you may proceed.
Well, what I heard in the committee sub takes a lot of the bad stuff out, but we still have a little bit of concern about the timing of all this. So I might a little more review, but don't think it would work very well.
Well, the bill author is a very nice lady. She'll probably work with you on your concerns. Members,
right.
any other questions? Thank you, sir, for being here. Chair calls Jennifer Doinoff with the Texas Association of County Election Officials and herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Jennifer Doinoff. You are representing the Texas Association of County Election Officials and yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
I am. I was here to testify for the whole bill. I just found out that that isn't there, but we're not objecting to the part that's left either. We're for moving those deadlines to be consistent with the other filings that we have. So,
all right. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
thank you.
Chair calls Kevin Hale with the Libertarian Party of Texas and also representing yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Kevin Hale. You're representing the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, and you're testifying for the bill.
That is correct.
All right. Well, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Shaheen. I appreciate it. I am in favor of the bill, especially because if there is an emergency, when I file my filing fee, I have to drive down to Austin from Dallas. So if there happens to be an ice storm in the first week of December, which can happen in this state, this would actually allow me the other day to get down here and pay my fee, because I always pay my fee in dollar bills.
Members, any questions? All right. Well, thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Andrew Eller with SREC E-Committee and Secure Texas Elections LP Subcommittee, and yourself. Is Andrew here? Chair calls Emily French with Common Cause Texas. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Emily French. You are representing Common Cause Texas, and you are testifying for the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, you may proceed.
I'm testifying today in support of HB 4288. Election deadlines are important for security, finality, and transparency, but elections are run by humans. We support HB 4288's accommodations for candidates who have met the filing deadline but might have a watch that is 2 or 3 minutes off from their elections office. We also believe that it is good practice to build in allowances for natural disasters throughout the election code. Since Texans are at risk for pretty much every natural disaster that occurs in the United States, we ask you to pass this bill. Thank you.
We appreciate fast testimony. Members, did you have a question?
She should go to work for the House on the floor.
That's my audition. Yeah, thank you.
That's actually a really good call.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do I have your endorsement? We'll talk. We'll talk.
Members, any other questions or job offers? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. That concludes our public testimony. Chair recognizes Ms. Plessa to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your time, for your hard work. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I close.
All right, members, any questions? Okay, if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Oh, and committee substitute is withdrawn. All right. Chair lays out House Bill 2442 and recognizes Vice Chair Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is the largest bill of the night. We are, very simple change here. Under current law, a person submitting an application for a ballot by mail must also request to receive ballots by mail for any runoff resulting from that election. This flips it. It makes it automatic unless you opt out for the runoffs. You can see on the ballot what a ballot by mail application looks like. There's a checkbox to say, I want the runoffs. This would say, I do not want the runoffs. That's really the only change here. This was done when it was set up this way, was really when most people that were voting by mail were out of the area. Now most people are voting are seniors, and they would be eligible anyways. So that's a very simple change. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? All right, we'll
Request the right to
recognize
close.
your
Thank you, sir.
right to close, and we'll go to public testimony. Chair calls Ed Johnson with Harris County Ballot Security, and also representing yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Ed Johnson. You're representing Harris County Ballot Security and yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
Correct.
All right, well, thanks for being here. You may proceed.
So the information is already on the application if you want to vote in a runoff or not. How the election code is set up is this is a application to request a ballot. So by doing this change, you're going from I want this ballot to that you're going to have to opt out of it. You're kind of reversing the flow. In the code, it's all you're opting for when you check the boxes. And all the boxes are already there. So what we do in the middle of the application is flip the order to where now you got when you check that box, you're opting out of getting the runoff, which I think will be confusing to voters. Plus, this would be an expense to have to go reprint everything to reverse the order. It's already on there. If you want to vote in the runoff, you just check the box. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much. Chair calls Dr. Susanna Carranza, representing herself. Welcome back, ma'am. I show you registered as Dr. Susanna Carranza. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
Yes,
Okay.
and it makes a lot of sense to be an opt-out requirement because we had an election that people got really confused because they forgot there's so many boxes in the application, and some folks in the Austin area forgot to check that, and they got really confusing special election runoff bills, and they only had like half of the elections in there, and it caused a lot of problems. But also, there's no time to kind of request a runoff election bill, and it's not always obvious that it's a requirement to check that. It's like sometimes the layout's kind of funny. So it's a small change. Just make opt out instead of opt in. Thank you, Representative Busey. Make life easier for voters, not harder. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Chair calls Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kathy Hagler. You're here representing yourself, and you're testifying against the bill.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, welcome. You may proceed.
Thank you. When I first read this bill, I was concerned that the automatic runoff ballot would be a great idea for everyone except someone who was voting by mail because they were going to be out of the county during early voting and on election day, but they might be back home for the runoff. So I called Rep. Busey's office, and they pointed out E1 to me that says the voter has an opt-out option. So then I was glad to hear that. But as I was preparing my testimony, I kept thinking about when you're applying for something, you're saying, I want something. So if you're making an application, the assumption should be, I'll tell you everything that I want. It shouldn't be, you're going to automatically give me things, and I have to tell you if I want to opt out. What if a couple wanted to be in Florida for the primary, so they have their primary ballot mailed to their hotel in Florida, but they're going to be back home for the runoff, and if they didn't check the opt-out box, their runoff ballots went to Florida while they're at home looking at an empty mailbox. So I just don't think it's the duty of the government to automatically send a ballot that was not requested by the voter or to require the voter to opt out. There's also a lot of time and expense in the early voting clerk's office, plus extra postage for those ballots that never get returned. In my county, 6% of the ballots were never returned, and another 5% canceled their ballots so that they could vote in person in November. In my county, that was 66 votes. In Harris County last November, 11% of the ballots were either never returned or they were canceled by at the polling place so that they could vote in person. And the raw number for that was 11,670 ballots that went out that were never used. I think that when we put this into action, if this is what we choose to do, we're going to have even more opt-outs. It's going to be a bigger number of ballots that the early voting clerks are tracking, and the postage and all the handling, and those ballots aren't even going to be coming back because people are going to be mad. They're going to say, I never asked for a runoff ballot. Now I'm going to have to vote provisionally. They're going to be mad.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you so much for being here. Chair calls Kevin Hale with the Libertarian Party of Texas and also representing himself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Kevin Hale. You're representing the Libertarian Party of Texas and yourself, and you're testifying for the bill.
That is correct.
All right.
I'll save you all the word salad. You've been here long enough. I'll just hit the highlights. The Libertarian Party of Texas supports efforts to simplify and secure voter participation without expanding state power or infringing upon individual liberties. HB 2442 accomplishes this by making it easier, not harder, for voters to obtain their ballots while still respecting their right to opt out of receiving a runoff ballot. It cuts down on unnecessary mailings and paperwork while preserving the voters' right to control how and when they receive ballots. It encourages voter participation in a way that is voluntary, opt-in by default, and it's easily customizable. That's the kind of user-friendly, liberty-respecting reform LP Texas fully supports. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much for being here. Chair calls Valerie DeBille, representing herself. Hello again, ma'am. I show you registered as Valerie DeBille. You're here representing yourself, and you're testifying for the bill.
That is correct.
All right. Well, you may proceed.
I volunteered with the Voter Protection Hotline from 2018 to 2022, and the election to which Susanna was referring a minute ago was Kirk Watson resigned his Senate seat in 2020, and they held the special election on the same day as the primary runoff. And anybody who was in his district who had voted in the primary but didn't check the runoff box got a ballot that only had that office on it. It only had State Senate 14. And some people, their spouse might have gotten the entire ballot because they checked the box. So there was a lot of confusion. We got so many calls from people who they thought they were being defrauded. They thought that they had the wrong ballot. Travis County also had to field a bunch of these calls. And it was just really a mess because people just had overlooked that box. And that is a real world instance in which this would have saved a lot of headache if it had been in the other order. People assume that they're going to get the ballots that they asked for. If you check that box because you're 65 and older or you're disabled, and you say you want every ballot that year, it's not intuitive that you would then also need to say, I also want these other ones too. You just said you already wanted them all. So that caused a lot of problems with that. So I encourage you to vote in favor of it.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Members, any questions? Thank you very much, ma'am. Chair calls Andrew Eller, with SREC Committee and Secure Texas Elections LP Subcommittee, and also representing himself. Chair calls Michael Morales, representing himself. All right. That concludes our public testimony. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Busey to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I hope that by doing this, we'll have more seniors and more individuals with disabilities participating in our runoff elections. Their turnout on those is very low. This will hopefully increase that. And I want to thank each and every one of you because you all voted for this bill off the House floor last session, and I hope we get it done this time. And if there's any questions, otherwise, I'll close.
Members, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 5256 and recognizes Representative Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and fellow members of the committee. Members, when the Elections Code was written, the state found it had compelling reason to promote even distribution of voting locations throughout each county in order to promote fair and convenient access for all Texans to vote. In counties that had more state representative districts than county commissioner precincts, it made more sense to allocate by state rep districts. In smaller counties with more county commissioner precincts than state rep districts, it made sense to allocate by county commissioner precincts. When the section of the Elections Code regarding voting locations was written, it required counties under 400,000 in population to allocate voting locations by county commissioner precincts. In counties with over 400,000, however, counties were required to allocate their voting locations by state rep districts. At the time the code was written, a state rep district had a population of less than 100,000, which meant counties of 400,000 or more were able to split their voting locations across 4 or more state rep districts. Now, as we all know, state rep districts have an approximate population of almost 200,000. In counties with a population of 400,000, this only allows them to split their voting locations across 2 state rep districts. House Bill 5256 is a simple cleanup bill that fixes this issue by updating the minimum population for a county to establish voting locations based on state rep districts from 400,000 to 1 million, which would be at least 5 state rep districts. This ensures that voting locations in counties under 1 million are spread evenly among their 4 county commissioner precincts, and counties over 1 million will be required to have their voting locations allocated by state rep districts, allowing counties of all sizes to evenly distribute their voting locations as best fits their size. In state rep districts, by the way, that are located in more than 1 county, the Secretary of State shall have their polling places reduced in proportion to the number of voters in the county so that the polling locations are still evenly distributed. Members, this bill will expand voter access, making it easier for voters to find conveniently located voting locations, as Vice Chairman Busey will really enjoy. House Bill 5256 also promotes fairness among state representative districts, ensuring that any state rep district may not have more than 1 more polling location than any other state rep districts. Chairman Shaheen, thank you, Vice Chair Busey, and fellow members of the committee. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and respectfully request time to close.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, ma'am. Vice Chair Busey.
Just one question. Equal among, I guess, the districts is the intent because it's the state house or the county districts, but it doesn't take into consideration geographical differences?
Correct. They can adjust for that the best they can, but typically that would be, it would, when you're looking at how the commissioner precincts are drawn or the the state rep districts, they're going to adjust. They're going to be bigger geographically if they have more spread out population. But you notice they don't have to be equal. It says that no state rep district can have more than 1 more. I know that sounds funny, polling location than any other state rep district. So they don't have to be exactly right. If they've got some area that's just way off somewhere, they can have an extra one down there.
Rep Wilson and I make up 2/3 of Williamson County, but geographically, his district's a lot larger than my district. I mean, even though roughly the same amount of people. So that's why, I just wanted that clarification.
Okay, right. So he could have another one because maybe he's got some place that's just way off mileage-wise.
Thank you.
Okay.
I am sitting here.
Look is very powerful on this side.
Members, any questions?
Plus or minus 1.
Because nobody can see that clock in the back. Did you have a question, Ms. Pleasant? Okay. All right, we're going to go to public testimony now. Chair calls Elizabeth Miller, representing herself. I do want to remind members this is videotaped and there is audio too. Ma'am, I show you registered as Elizabeth Miller. You're representing yourself and you're here testifying against the bill.
I guess with that introduction.
Was that correct?
Yes,
Did I get it
sir.
right? Okay, you may proceed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair, and for everybody's patience. And I'm so sorry to be against your bill at this hour. You know, I've almost gotten to the point where I'm not worried about the details anymore. I'm just feeling very protective of the county employees more and more all the time. So I guess just generally, before you guys add any more restrictions on choosing those polling locations, please call your elections administrator or whoever will have to pull this off, because it's really, really hard. You've got, it isn't always evenly distributed as far as appropriate locations. You've got the regular health and safety stuff and the, you know, the accessibility stuff and the traffic, and there's just so many restrictions on choosing locations. These folks really, really struggle. It's hard. And then in Tarrant County, we have to have bajillions of them, 300. So I don't know. Kat's not here. I'm sorry. I'm not Kat. But I've talked to enough elections administrators and people like her to know that this is really hard. So please call them and ask them before you add any more restrictions that seem fine on their own, but when you lay them on top of each other, just make it impossible to pull off, especially if you're going to make it a crime to not meet all of them.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ed Johnson with Harris County Ballot Security and also representing yourself. Hello, sir. I show you registered as Ed Johnson. You're representing Harris County Ballot Security and yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
That is correct.
All right, well, you may proceed.
Once again, a great American and a great American bill to clean it up. The code needs to be cleaned up from the 400,000 to 1 million, where you would have, 5 state rep districts in a county, and that's 7 counties, the 7 top counties. Just little statistics from Harris County from this last election. Representative Busey, I think you would like this. So in Harris County for early voting last time, there were 3 state rep districts that had 1 early voting location, while there was another state rep district that had 6 early voting locations. So pretty big difference between state rep districts, and I think you guys are already talking about you want to have at least the same number or close to 1. What you'll really be surprised with, Representative Busey, is the 3 state rep districts that only had 1 were all Democrat. So they were Wally, Perez, and Vo, and Briscoe Kane had 6. So I'm going both ways here. This is helping Democrats out some too. And the same thing for Election Day. There was a difference of 17. The smallest on Election Day, countywide voting, 1 state rep district had 19, where the largest had 36 polls. So big differences here. I think they should be more evenly spread out. Once again, Briscoe Kane had 36, and Rosenthal had the 19. So we need to make this more fairly spread out across the county, and I think this bill does a great job in spreading the polling locations and making sure they're evenly spread across the counties.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir, very much. Chair calls Jennifer Doinoff, Texas Association of County Election Officials, and herself. Chair calls Kathy Hagler, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Kathy Hagler. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify for the bill.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. The way the current law reads, a county commissioner's polling place in one district cannot exceed more than twice the number in another commissioner's precinct. So in my little county, Caldwell County, that means our 4 commissioner precincts could have 2, 3, 3, and 4 polling places. And life is good in a small county. But in a huge county that would have, let's say, 500 polling places, if they were all equal, they'd be 125 polling places in each of the 4 commissioner districts. But they could have 150, 160, 109, and 81. And the difference between the lowest and the high number is 79 polling places, which is enough to sway an election. So I think this bill is very important in the larger counties, and it's bracketed to the counties with more than 1 million in population. And if you'll do the math, you'll see why this is such a good bill, and I ask you to vote favorably for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. Chair calls Taylor Trevino with Texas Civil Rights Project. Chair calls Sophia Merto, representing herself. Chair calls Janice Rankin, representing herself. Hello, ma'am. I show you registered as Janice Rankin. You're representing yourself, and you're here to testify against the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Pardon me. With all due respect to the author of the bill, I oppose it, having had experience as an election judge for over 20 years and working with people who are trying to find polling places for elections to happen. Schools used to be a popular place, but then it became an issue with schools not wanting to have polling places because of different concerns and construction issues and ADA compliance and issues with safety of students and such like that. It's not just a simple thing like pulling up a Google map and trying to figure out where you're going to put a polling place, whether it's for a county commissioner's court or whether it's for a state rep's court. The ballot is not structured that way. The ballot says, here are all these people on this race. And so I'm with the lady who said she thought it'd be really good to talk to the people at the county before you try to tell them where they should be placing their polling places. This could force relocation of polls, which is actually, when you do that, it's confusing to the voters. If they're used to going to a certain poll and they go there and there's no polling, then they don't know what to do. And so early voting locations may also be a problem because there are usually fewer early voting locations than there are regular. And the accessibility is an issue for people who are fighting traffic, and may not be an issue in a smaller county, but it may be an issue of having to drive 15 miles or 30 miles to get to your polling place. So I would just urge you to rethink this and ask you to, again, speak with the people who are charged with the responsibility of finding a place to hold an election. That is not a small task. It is a hair-pulling task. I've watched them do it. I've worked with them to try to figure a place to have an election. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you. That concludes our public testimony. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to close on her bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Shaheen, Vice Chair Busey, and fellow committee members. House Bill 5256 ensures that voting locations are distributed evenly and fairly and helps account for Texas' growth in population since the original writing of the code. I respectfully request a favorable recommendation from the committee. I close.
If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending.
What?
Thank you. Okay. Members, I have bad news. That concludes today's agenda. Is there any? Well, we're gonna have a formal probably early next week. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the House Committee on Elections stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.